31. On the leather couch at the pit, this house came around to the sound of an ESPN 30 for 30, the announcer giving the background on a piece about Ric Flair, the old-school wrestler. V opened his eyes with an effort disproportionate to how much his lids weighed. Fuck. He'd used less energy bench pressing in the damn gym. The foosball table was the first thing he could properly focus on. The widescreen TV behind it was the second. The third was the two males standing in the kitchen, their bodies close together, their heads leaning in, their conversation at such a soft whisper, he could hear nothing of it. Butch and Rage each had a drink in their hand. The former was rocking a tall glass of something that was brown, but most definitely not of the Coke/Dr. Pepper/Pepsi variety. The latter had a mug the size of a bathtub, and V knew without sniffing the air that that was Swiss Miss without the marshmallows, made with milk, not water. Still, all of these details about where he was and who and what was around him were not relevant. They were more pass-throughs for his brain, the thin mint, not the atre. Pain was more the point of his existence, and as his state of consciousness picked up more and more steam, memories of holding Jane in his arms and losing her again hit him sure as if a slayer were standing above him and beating him with a lead pipe over and over until his skull did not so much cave in as get pulverized. Whatever drug they had given him was wearing off by inches, not yards, and he was frustrated with this, although why exactly, he wasn't sure. Sobriety was just going to mean more suffering. Jane, he mouthed. Jane. When there was a hot streak down his cheek, he wondered who was dripping candle wax on him. A pair of bizarrely pupilless eyes popped in front of him so unexpectedly. He jerked back, his head bouncing off the leather cushion behind him. Lassiter was the last person in the fucking world he wanted to see. The blonde and black horror with the big mouth, exactly what the doctor did not order. Shut up, V mumbled. Go away. The angel put his forefinger up to his lips. Shoo. All is well. Jane is gone. V wanted to scream. She is fucking gone, and I don't give a fuck about you or anybody on this. Lassiter reached out and put his hand on V's forearm. Shoo. All is well. The fuck it is. As the male squeezed, V looked to the kitchen and wondered why Butch and Rage weren't acknowledging their unwelcomed visitor. Then again, the pair of them were as sick of the Lassiter show as he was. All at once, the world went on a spin around him, as if he were a funnel and everything was draining into him. The next thing he knew, he was surrounded by green grass and milky sky as he lay flat on the sanctuary's lawn. And for no good reason, he wondered why he was always landing on the grass now, instead of inside his mother's private quarters. Before, he had always arrived in that courtyard. Maybe because she was no longer here? Whatever. Lassiter, he croaked. What the fuck is your problem? Sitting up, he rubbed his eyes and discovered he was in front of the treasury and the fallen annoyance angel that was nowhere to be seen. After a moment, he noticed that the door to the vault was open, which was whacked. That thing was always closed. V got to his feet and ambled over because he couldn't think of anything else to do in the midst of his agony. And besides, he was nominally curious as to whether his legs would hold his weight. Ah, they did. When he got to the doorway, he almost didn't look in, but something told him to shift his eyes. There was a figure across the way, its back to him, its head down as if it was looking at something in a case. Short blonde hair, lithe body, female, very female. Jane, he groaned, thinking it was an apparition that had showed up to torture him, except it turned around on a spin. Shock on a familiar, beautiful face made the world spin again. Jane! Even though this had to be the cruelest joke Lassiter had ever played, V went with it, racing across the shallow space and slamming his body into what certainly appeared to be his shellens. This house? She said, as if she were equally confused. He palmed the back of her head and closed his eyes, and as he kissed her, he prayed that this was not some figment of his imagination, a product of grief meeting the drugs they'd given him. I thought I'd lost you, he said hoarsely. As he spoke the words, he realized that was true not just with her getting shot, but with the distance that had grown between them. Jane's arms squeezed him hard, as if she knew he needed to feel that. Never, she returned through her tears. You'll never lose me. What are you doing here? I don't know. I don't care right now, just kiss me again. As Jane held on to her mate with desperate strength, she knew she was probably making it hard for Vishouse to breathe, but she needed visceral reassurance that she was alive and so was he. Oxygen was just going to have to take a back seat for a minute. "Oh God, I thought you were gone," he mumbled, his voice reverberating with emotion. "I can't believe you're here. What happened? Why are you shit?" "I didn't have a fucking clue what I'm saying." Pulling back, she looked up at him. Then she had to touch his face, running her fingers over the tattoos on his temple, and his cheekbones and his goatee. His diamond eyes were shining with a love so great, she was humbled and full of regret. Why had they ever wasted the time they'd been given? Why had they lost track of each other at all? How could they have let that happen? "V," she cut in urgently. "I'm so sorry I got so wrapped up in my work." What are you know? "I'm sorry I was a fucking asshole." When she tried to speak again, he shook his head. "Can I kiss you again? Please, just let me." Without missing a beat, she threw her arms around his neck and pulled herself to his mouth, her heels lifting from the floor. Their mouths met once more and the sensation of soft on soft rocked her to her core. "Please," he groaned. "Please, I need you." She knew exactly what he was begging for, and she didn't hesitate. Backing herself up until she felt the wall, she went for the waistband of her scrubs, loosening the bow and letting them fall to the floor. Her boots were a tougher sell on the whole get-off-me thing, but she managed to cross that finish line with the one on the left and kicked it across the treasury. And that was all she needed to get half her bottoms off. V took care of his own pant problems, nearly ripping his fly open, and then she was back to hanging off of his neck and he was pulling her legs around his hips. His penetration was so fast and deep she yelled. And then she didn't know what the hell she did and she didn't care. This house was dominating by nature, a force in the world that wasn't to be denied. And he had sex in exactly that way. He pounded her furiously, his body clapping against hers, the structural integrity of the marble wall she'd put her back against the only reason they were still standing. And even that was a maybe instead of a definitely. At the rate he was going, he was liable to fuck her right through the stone and out onto the lawn, and she loved it. She loved the near violence, the knife edge of pain, the sense that she had walked into the woods and found a snarling beast and laid herself down so it could take her. He was the out of control that she otherwise didn't let into her life. And she had missed this. She had missed him. As she began to climax, the tears rolled down her face. The awareness that she had let this connection go made her panic, because what if she had lost it forever? What if she had ceased to exist in the middle of that road? Or worse, what if she had just kept going as she had been, with work being the most important thing in her life and everything else slowly fading away? And it was not just her. There were things Vishouse had to work on, too. Things he was going to have to change. Then again, true love required so much more than the boy meets girl stuff, and mutual attraction was the easy part. Life did not sit back politely and not interrupt the conversation between two souls united. It wasn't a properly raised lady of leisure with a soft voice, ordering the staff to bring canapes for the hungry. No, it was more like a cocktail party of guests where some of them you were happy to welcome into your little clutch of two and others were drunken frat boys who tripped, fell, and vomited on your collective feet. Vishouse eased up on the pumping. "You're crying. Oh fuck, I hurt you. I'm just glad we're together," she sniffled as he wiped her tears with his thumbs. "And all I want is more of this." "Me too," he kissed her. "That's what I want too." The pain in his face, in those diamond eyes, was a window into the depths under all that cold, calculating intelligence. And she knew the vulnerability wasn't something he showed even his brothers. This was a gift to her, a testament to what he felt for her. The foundation of their relationship that thankfully hadn't crumbled, but only been partially obscured for a short time. "I left you," she whispered. "I didn't meant to, but I did. I left you too." He shook his head. "I'm at fault." "No, you were home a lot of days when I was at the clinic. When was the last time you came in and I didn't have a drink in my hand?" Jane opened her mouth. "Shut it." "Exactly," he said as he brushed her hair back. "I've been drinking every second I wasn't in the field since my mommin hit the road. And even before that, with the war cranking up and the shit with Ecker, I was constantly the one volunteering to be on deck. I've been getting eaten alive by work, too. That is not just on you. How do we make sure this doesn't happen again? V rolled his hips, his sex sliding in and out of her and making her moan. We stay connected. That's how. She had to laugh. I can live with that. As he started moving again, entering and retreating, she tightened her legs around his backside. I can live for that, she amended as they both began to orgasm. 32. Vittoria woke up as the car's velocity changed, the steady hum of 68 mph dropping in volume as Streeter decelerated to get off at an exit that read Iroquois Mountain Reserve. Talk about a change in landscape. Gone was the crowded sprawl of Caldwell. In its place, there was nothing but snow and mountains. No lights of inhabitation, no cars or trucks, nothing but miles of frigid wilderness. The isolation was unexpectedly intimidating, reminding her of some of the remote places in Colombia that she never wanted to visit. Whether Arctic tundra or rainforest, she was not one to venture too far off the beaten path, as it were. If their car broke down out here, for example, who would help them? Streeter looked over at her, and his expression was remote. You're awake. We are here. Why didn't you rouse me? You're up now, he muttered. What is wrong with you? If he was not hardy enough to drive them this far on short notice, he was not going to fare well as her primary support. What? I just got a text from a buddy of mine. He works security for the gallery during after-hour shows. What a nice reminder he could read. You shouldn't be texting and driving. Margot Fortescue was found dead in her house by her boyfriend. Vittoria made a show of frowning. She's that one who thought she was running things. Rather rude awakening I gave her today. What a pity. She used to fuck your brother. Did you know that? Which one? And watch your language, would you? She unzipped her coat. Her gun was in there. I am a lady. My ears are delicate. Eduardo. She used to be with him. Streeter glanced across the seats again. Did you kill her? Arching a brow, Vittoria feigned a recoil. Me? Dear God, what are you thinking? Of course not. Why would I care whether she was alive or dead? Margot knew things. That's all. I just wondered whether that shiter stuff came up when you was talking to her or something. Not at all. I will admit that she didn't like me, but it appears as if that will no longer be a problem. Not that it was much of one to begin with. Vittoria sat forward as a sign entered the illumination field of the headlights. We are getting close. For miles. Do you know which way is south? It's the direction we came from. As they continued on, she stared out at the mountain that was peaking high above the tree line off in the distance. Tell me, what kinds of things did Margot know? About this side of the business. She knew that there were other things being sold by your brothers. But I don't think she knew deets. And how did you find this out about her? Two-Tone fucked her a couple of times. She made like she was on the inside track or some stuff. He didn't tell me no more than that. What a paragon of virtue the woman was. Vittoria pointed forward. Slow down here. Streeter hit the brakes as they came up to an intersecting road marked by a large wooden sign that read Iroquois Mountain Reserve. This way, she ordered. He hit the gas like the good little delegate he was, but soon enough forward motion was impossible. No more plowed passage. Whoever was responsible for snow removal stopped at the foot of the ascent. It's impassable, Streeter said. We can't go no more. This ain't gonna work. We proceed on foot. He turned to her. What? By way of answer, she leaned across, put the engine in park, and extracted the keys from the ignition. We walk. Are you crazy? I have gear for us both. As she got out of the car, the cold was downright daunting, but that would be cured readily enough. The mountain, on the other hand, craning her neck to look up to its snow-covered peak, she was far less confident of tackling its elevation. Half a mile, she told herself. They had to go only half a mile up. Walking around to the trunk, she opened things up and took out the 2 pairs of snowshoes she had found in her brother's vast garage, which hadn't been half of the treasure trove she discovered therein. So many useful things. And there had also been a Bentley Flying Spur and a Rolls-Royce Ghost. both appearing to have been as meticulously maintained as the mansion. She was looking forward to the transportation upgrade starting tomorrow. But those cars were not what one used to go out into the night, looking for bodies. No, this was her rental's last duty. Put these on. She threw a set of the snowshoes at Streeter as he joined her. The harnesses are adjustable. I ain't walking nowhere on those. We will make good time. I'm a smoker. Of course you are. Now stop making excuses and let's get properly clothed. I have ski gloves and down jackets and snow pants, and other gear to aid us. After some further grumbling on his part, they prepared themselves properly and started off, her in front, him trailing behind. The shoes proved to be a brilliant last-minute supply grab on her part, allowing them to travel across the surface of the snow as they began an ascent on the broad flat clearing that was the road. With the landscape draped in white, the moonlight that showed through the sporadic cloud cover made headlamps unnecessary, but they each had one just in case. Progressing along, it felt good to be outside, her breath leaving her mouth and rising over one shoulder, smoke from the chimney of her body. Behind her, Streeter was wheezing, but the exercise would do him good, and if he died, she would just leave him where he was and let him be found in the spring. Tell me, Streeter, she said. Why? Huh? He gasped. She stopped and twisted around. He was about 10 feet back, and as he came up to her, his face was bright red. Did you honestly think I killed her? It took a while before he had enough air to answer her. JJJ Jimmy was who called me. His brother CPD. Jimmy's the one who's a gallery security guard? Yeah. More with the breathing. He said he was pickin' up his paycheck and you was in Eduardo's office. He saw Margot goin' there. When she came out, she looked pissed. Victoria smiled, even though she was most displeased. The guard had a cop for a brother? Damn it. I can assure you, if something happened to that woman, I had nothing to do with it. Come. Let us continue. Up in the sanctuary's treasury building, Vishouse was standing strong in his shitkickers, one arm up against the marble wall and the other around his female to hold her in place at his hips. He felt like he had gotten over an illness, kicked off a rare case of human flu that had jumped the lines of the species and come knockin' at his immune system's door. With the symptoms gone, he felt renewed, some kind of shooting star Disney shit going on all around and inside of him with the Rainbow and Unicorn Brigade not far behind. I don't want to let go, he said. You must be getting tired of holding me up. Nah. And even if he didn't care. But you've got to be uncomfortable. He gently set Jane back on the floor and then they just looked into each other's eyes. So I guess I got the answer to the question I didn't want to ask, he murmured. What was that? V searched her face. I'd worried about whether you'd still be around after my mother left. You know, whether the magic or whatever it is would still work. And it does. Yup. Her smile was radiant. I'm still here. As his eyes watered from all the fucking feels, he wanted to cut them out of his skull with spoons. I am so glad no one else can see me like this, true? Your brothers love you. I love them. But when it comes to shit like this, I prefer my sandbox with only you in it. She leaned in. Does this mean I don't have to fight with anyone to play with your toys? He got serious. That's exactly what it means. You know that, right? Yes, I do. She stroked his face. I honestly do. V cocked a smile. And along those lines, can you just dub in your head, all kinds of Tonka, I got a big bucket, you can pull my stick commentary right now? You got it. After they laughed, they spoke quietly for a while, and it felt so incredible to just be normal, which, hell yeah, could happen between a ghost and a vampire. On that theory, who else could the two of them be normal with? So should we go back down? Jane asked as she pulled the loose leg of her scrubs back on. Everyone's got to be worried. Yeah, sure. Except after he buttoned up his fly, and she put her other boot on. Neither of them made any move to leave. To kill some time, V glanced around at all the bins of gemstones. You know, I've never been in here before. I couldn't believe all these jewels. It's the wealth of the race. She shook her head. How did it get up here? Who the fuck knows? And did you see the revolvers? She pointed over her shoulder toward a set of antique guns. And what do you suppose was here? With a frown, he shuffled over to a marble case that was empty. Something had been set within its velvet-lined interior, however. There was a rectangular singed spot in the middle of it. "What the hell?" he muttered. "V, you're limping. I think we need to check out your ankle." He glanced over his shoulder and lowered his lids. "Can we do an internal exam? On you or me?" "Both." Jane laughed as she joined him in front of the vacant case. "Weird, right? It was a book. I'll bet it was a book. Even though there's no identification on the exterior. Then again, it wasn't like this was a museum with little brass plaques explaining what everything was and where it came from. But whatever. Not his problem. For all he knew, his mommin had found a misplaced comma on one of the pages and fried the tome in a fit of fury. "Come on, my female," he said as he took Jane into his arms. "Back to the land of the living. My brothers are no doubt marshalling a search party for me at this very moment." Jane was smiling at him as he up and outed them to the other side, materializing them to the mansion's dour entrance. And as he let them into the vestibule and shoved his mug into the security camera, he kept his arm around Jane. Fritz started to open the way in, but Vishouse finished the job, shoving the heavy weight wide to help the old dog Jen out. Sure enough, all of the Brotherhood was milling around and arming themselves like they were about to head off to find his sorry ass before dawn made shit too late. All eyes swung toward him, and as he saw the surprise and shock on those familiar faces, a load of ashucks hit him hard. To cover that up, he gave him a sly grin. "I'm back. Bitches miss us?" There were some shouts, and then people were coming up, and there were hugs and other malarkey that, under normal circumstances, made him want to scratch. Not tonight, though. Not tonight. After everything he had been through with Jane, and all that he had both lost and found, he wanted to hold on to his true family, to this moment, to this place in life he found himself. Sure, the war sucked, and the future was unknown, and danger was all around, but with Jane at his side and his brothers and the fighters of the house coming up and embracing him, he couldn't help but think it was all going to be okay. As Fritz announced he was going to go gather last meal for everyone, and the brothers headed to the bar for celebratory drinks, Vishouse put his arm back around Jane and kissed her on the mouth. Leaning into her ear, he whispered, "I want to rechristen our bedroom." "So do I. How long do we have to stay?" "Dinner, no dessert." "Deal." He was following the crowd into the billiards room when something had him look over his shoulder. Lassiter was standing in the far corner of the foyer, his face grim, his eyes intense. There was absolutely no fooling around to the guy. No laughing. No joy either. A warning tightened V's shoulders and shot down his spine into his ass. Something was just not right here, he thought, but he couldn't put his finger on it. "V." As Jane spoke up, he shook himself and the fallen angel disappeared into thin air. "Are you okay, V?" she prompted. "Yeah," he said, turning back to the pool room. "'S all good. It's all perfectly fine." No doubt it was only the aftershocks of everything making him paranoid. The angel was probably upset that Stranger Things Season 3 had been delayed or some bullshit. All Lassiter really cared about was himself and TV. 33. The dawn was beginning to hint at its arrival with a blush of pink on the horizon when Vittoria determined that they were on a fool's chase. She, along with Streeter's failing set of lungs, had mounted the foot of Iroquois and progressed, as instructed, what had to be over a half-mile. Or 2. Or 12. Yet no lane or even the offshoot of a trail had appeared. As Vittoria stopped, she did some panting herself and knew a frustration that was so deep, she was cursing in Spanish in her head. "Go back," Streeter wheezed. She looked all around and saw nothing but this singular snow-covered road that continued farther up toward whatever was at the peak picnic spot, Observatory Park Ranger Station. There was a desire to blame the intel Streeter had brought to her, but that was counterproductive. And this was a lesson learned. Her desire for a given outcome had colored her analysis of the information and led them on this wild goose chase. A waste of time and energy. Yes, she allowed one single curse in her native tongue to escape her lips. Back to the car. Resuming the lead, she made a little circle and continued along, putting one snowshoe in front of the other over the track they had made. And though there was some relief that came with a downward course, her anger did not permit any appreciation of the aid. Perhaps it was best for her to abandon the search for the bodies of her brothers. If she were honest, the reason she wanted to find them was not so much the closure and burial, although she would feel she had done a right and dutiful thing if she could put them in proper graves. No, she was desirous of the knowledge that they were well and truly gone, that she didn't have to worry about her reinstating the business only for them to miraculously show up and steal her future away. Vittoria slowed and then halted. What? Streeter groaned behind her. Well, there it was. The cut-through they had been looking for, the lane so narrow and unmarked that she had missed its appearance on the ascent due to the snow's masking properties. It was only thanks to this different viewpoint that she could pick out the break in the forest, the hole in the evergreens. "We have found our drive," she announced. Success gave her a burst of energy, and it certainly improved Streeter's respiration. The pair of them made quick time through the man-made tunnel in the forest, and then there it was. Yes, this had to be her brother's bolt hole. The structure was single-story and unadorned, only a row of thin windows just under the roofline allowing light into the interior. A snow-covered car was parked off to one side, and there was a petroleum tank the size of an outhouse cozied up to the opposite flank. Although none of that was what told her it was Ricardo's. The door was the telltale. It had no handle, no knob, just a security keypad that offered a choice of either a numerical grid or a thumbprint reader. If this were just a hunting cabin in the woods almost at the border of Canada, why would you need such security? Vittoria went forward, the piff, piff, piff of the snowshoes loud in her ear. She had never been much for premonitions, but as she came up to the door, she had one that was very clear. Bad things happened here, very bad, although not recently. The snow cover was utterly undisturbed by tire track or human print, and God knew that snow-impacted car hadn't been driven anywhere in quite a while. Before she attempted the numerical lock, she paused and looked to the heavens. After offering a prayer in Spanish, she put in their mother's birthday. The shift of the lock was automatic, and as if forces from the other side of the grave wanted to urge her entry, a release of interior pressure pushed at the door, causing it to open a crack. Vittoria clicked on her headlamp, the beam a bright, burning blue that hurt her eyes until they adjusted. Extending her hand, she opened things wider, that shaft of light from her forehead penetrating the dense dark. "What I see?" She didn't bother answering Streeter. Bending down, she released the snowshoes and stepped free of them. "You stay here," she told him. "No problem." As she put one foot over the threshold, she turned and her headlamp illuminated a severed human hand that lay on the floor, just inside the door, like something one might find in a gag gift store. The shriveled fingers were curled up around the palm and frozen in place, the decayed flesh gray and white. It had been cut off cleanly. "Be on guard," she heard herself say. "Yeah, okay." As Streeter answered, she frowned and realized she'd uttered that to herself. Forgetting all about him, she went in farther and closed the door most, but not all of the way. God knew she wasn't about to take a chance on getting locked inside, except there was no need to worry. There was the same keypad and thumbprint reader on the interior. That was what the hand must have been used for, she thought. Someone had escaped from here, getting free of her brother's vengeance by cutting that hand off and using its print, because they hadn't known the code. Taking a deep breath of air that was as cold as that of the outdoors, she smelled mold and must, but not the telltale sweet stench of mortal decay. Then again, given the layer of dust on everything, nobody had been in here in a long time, so whatever bodies there might be had gone through their decomposition process already. She saw the boots first, then the legs, long legs encased in blue jeans that were stained, so this was not either of her brothers, as neither Ricardo nor Eduardo ever wore those kinds of pants. The male torso plugged into the denim was clothed in a loose sweatshirt, and there were hands at the base of each arm. So this was also not the one whose fingerprint had been used for escape. As she inspected the grimacing face, she winced. The man had been in great pain as he had died, his gray, frozen visage bearing a stunning wound in one eye's socket. A burn, she thought. Someone had stabbed him in the eye with a torch or a flare. Moving her head around, She inspected the interior and found nothing surprising. Galley kitchen, tiny bathroom, cots to sleep on. There was a minor degree of inhabitation debris like wrappers for foodstuffs and soda cans, as well as some weapons, so she guessed they had been here for a time before the ruckus had occurred. Training the headlamp higher, she noted those narrow windows all the way at the top of the walls. Smart. One wouldn't want anybody seeing inside. Across the way there was another door, one more akin to that of the entrance than the bathroom. Vittoria stepped over the body and proceeded over to what turned out to be a stairwell down into a cellar. As her beam penetrated the black hole, something skittered out of the way at the bottom, and she began her descent cautiously, putting her gloved hand on a railing that was bolted into the wall. There was a slight smell of death halfway to the lower level, the awful perfume, the kind of thing that activated the most ancient part of her brain, triggering thoughts of stopping, turning around, leaving immediately, which she refused to do. At the bottom, she stopped and looked around. There were 3 cells directly ahead, and there was a body locked in one, its arm extending out through the bars, the hand missing. The head of the man had been badly beaten in, with a pool of dried blood around it, all facial features unrecognizable between the damage and the decaying. Vittoria took a deep breath. More blue jeans. It wasn't either of her brothers. Turning around, "Oh dear God," she said in Spanish. As she hastily made the sign of the cross, her stomach clenched and then heaved, and she had to cover her mouth or throw up. A corpse was splayed against the far wall, hanging by chains that had been locked on its wrists. The male was naked, the head lolling to the side, a trail of long dried blood running from one side of the neck down the chest to the leg, a wound of some sort in the abdomen. She knew it was Ricardo by the hands and the pattern of hair, but she had to be sure. Walking forward, she shook so badly her teeth rattled together and her hands slapped against her hips. And when she leaned to the side so the beam flashed upward to the features of the face, she began to cry. The dried-up eyes were open with horror, the mouth distended as if Ricardo had cried for help that would never come, the flesh horribly wrinkled and falling off in strips because he had been dead for so long yet no one had come for his remains. For all of the violent things Ricardo had wrought on others, for the many deaths he had caused, directly or indirectly, for the rigid restrictions he had put on her, there was plenty to justify this terrible, lonely, painful demise. Yet as she stared at the decayed remains of the face she had known all her life, she thought not of all the bad things. She remembered the vases of flowers on their mother's birthday. Though she was before the body of the man, she thought of the soul of the child. She would mourn the latter, for that was the one she had the most in common with. All those hard, early years of poverty that had been the kiln to Ricardo's ambitions had served the same purpose for her. They had been dirty and hungry together, mocked in the street as they begged, beaten, and chased away. As emotion overcame her, there was a temptation to fall apart, to sink to her knees and wail, to throw her hands up in a scared defeat and return to safety back in South America. This was what she had come here for, however. A slate wiped clean and Eduardo was dead, too. She knew that without a doubt. If someone had done this to Ricardo, then the other had been killed as well. Vittoria had wanted a revolution, so she needed to be able to stomach the bloodshed. As she forced herself to go back upstairs, she tripped at the first step but upon none of the others. Up at the top, she cleared her throat a couple of times and breathed through her nose. For some reason, she wanted the smell out of her nostrils before she went outside, as if that would dim the memories. Or perhaps she was trying to catch her breath. Or she couldn't think straight, but she needed to start doing that immediately. Striding to the door that was still only slightly ajar, she said roughly, "Nothing." Outside, Streeter pivoted around, his exhale of cigarette smoke floating up to the brightening sky. "No." She made what she hoped was a negatory sound and closed things up behind her. Before she put herself once more in her snowshoes, she checked to make sure the locking mechanism had engaged. "So this was a waste of time," he muttered. Yes, it was. If he had known her better or been paying closer attention, he might have noticed her voice was hoarse, and her hands were shaking, and she was breathing hard. But he was too self-involved, and that was perfect. Clipping herself back into the snowshoes, Vittoria set off once again, at a faster pace than before. She had no choice but to leave the bodies, even that of her brother. It was better for her to pretend she knew nothing and be sought out by law enforcement if things ever came to that, which would be a very long while, if at all. This outpost was totally secluded and secure, and she and Streeter's tracks would be covered by snow soon enough. "I'm sorry." Vittoria looked over her shoulder without breaking stride. "For what?" "Bein' wrong. Wastin' your time." Now she lost her rhythm. "It's okay. Do not worry yourself about it. We all make mistakes." "Thanks, boss." "You are welcome, Streeter." As she continued on, she tried to distract herself with plans to continue following up with more of those names in Eduardo's journal. But it was hard. Ricardo's throat had been torn open, for God's sakes. What kind of animal did that? 34. Sometime after sunrise, Jane had her face in a pillow. Her naked body was flat on the mattress, and her legs were spread, and there was good reason for both. A huge weight was on top of her, moving, penetrating, the rhythm like waves in the ocean at high tide. Her hands were held down, big palms pressing on them, keeping her in place. Fangs, sharp and delicious, were sunk into her shoulder, the bite deep. How this house managed to be in all those places at once was something to ponder at a different damn time. Bumping her butt against him signaled what she wanted, and he was right on it, releasing his fangs and lifting his weight off her so that she could get up on all fours. As soon as she was set like a table, V was back on her, his body so much bigger that he became a cage around her. One arm planted next to her, the other coming under her torso, between her breasts. His gloved hand locked on her collarbone, and she got herself good and braced. The pistoning force was so great that, without his hold on her, she would have been thrown into the headboard, but fortunately, her mail was strong enough to keep the pace and her in one place. Holy hell, they were probably waking Butch and Marissa up with the bed banging like this. Something to apologize for later. Jane wasn't going to waste a moment of time on anything but what they were doing. There was just such joy in giving herself up to the experience, laying down her inclination to dictate, anticipate, plan, and execute, and letting go. The trust she had in V was the conduit. The love was the connection. And there was also the knowledge that, at least when it came to her, he was willing to do fair turnaround. He would give himself to her in any way she asked or wanted. An orgasm lightning through her, hitting her sex like the crack of a whip, and as if he had been waiting for that, V's pelvis clapped forward once, twice, 3 times. After that, it was all inside of her, his erection kicking as he filled her up. Then it was the great collapse. When her eyes were able to focus, she looked at the clock. 8:38 a.m. "You are the best alarm clock in the world," she said. V's laugh was low and a little evil. "No hitting my snooze button, huh?" "Nope." "Pity." They rolled over and spooned, and then she had to motivate. "So here's the plan," she said. "I go and do this check-in at a sales, and then I'm back for the rest of the day. Elena's covering at the clinic, and Manny and I are on at nightfall. I like this new schedule." "Me too. And I wouldn't be going anywhere now if we weren't running those checks on him still." She twisted around and kissed Vishouse, and then slid out from his arms. Heading for the shower, she was smiling, and she made a point of turning on the bathroom light. There, in the mirror, was the happiest version of herself she had seen for a long while, and she wanted to enjoy the view. "I'm going to meet Payne in a half hour," V said from the bed. Jane leaned back out into the bedroom. "You are?" "Yeah." He put his arms behind his head and crossed his legs at the ankles. "You know, to spar. In the gym. You're going to talk to her about your mom, huh?" His eyes shifted away. "We figured if we did it this time of day now, we could have some privacy." "Mary Sayu, no, Mary's going to be there." Jane popped her brows. "Really? I was the one who suggested it." Jane smiled some more and then paused to appreciate the sight of Vicious's enormous, naked body, lying on that messy bed like he was a lion in the sun. Those diamond eyes swung back around to her. "Take a picture," he drawled. "It'll last longer and you can keep it in your pocket while you're gone to remember me. You're pretty unforgettable. You'll make me blush." He eased onto his side. Do go on. His sex lay on his thigh, shameless, half erect, and as she looked at it, the thing hardened even more. V slipped his hand down and palmed himself. Can I get you all messy again as soon as you're out of the shower? You are hungry still. I have a couple of months to make up for, you know? Stroke up, stroke down. Plus, I like the idea of you out in the world with me in your panties. Jane laughed. How about you do my back in the shower? I thought you'd never ask, he said as he jumped out of bed. We have enough time for me to do your front, too, if we're quick about it, true? 45 minutes later, Sola was pacing around a sales kitchen. Doc Jane, as folks called her, had arrived just a little late, the woman apologizing profusely as she came in through the garage door. Doctor and patient were currently in the vast living area, their soft voices unintelligible. Sola had wanted to be in there with them, but she thought it was important for the two to have a little privacy. Plus, she didn't trust herself not to break down. It seemed inconceivable that a sale would do anything other than continue to improve, get stronger every day, be here next week and the month after and the year after that. She could swear he was becoming better by the moment. The trouble was, feelings were a response to reality. They didn't dictate it. As the door up from the cellar opened, Eric and Avail filed in. The two brothers were half asleep, their hair sticking up in exactly the same way, as if not only did they look alike, but they slept the same. Anything? Eric asked as he went over and sat at the table. Not yet. Your grandmother is still sleeping, he said as he rubbed his face. We were very quiet. I'm glad. Sola paused by the stove. I worry she's on her feet too much, although good luck trying to get her to lie down. We will ensure her list of groceries is filled, Eric murmured. At nightfall and not before. Good plan. As Sola resumed pacing in her socks, Avail started going through the cupboards. Can I help you? She offered, even though it wasn't her kitchen, and she wasn't a cook, and she didn't know shit about anything at the moment. I am looking for the peppers. The stuffed ones? They're in the fridge. No, the little Onisa, yes. Here. The guy took a package over to the counter, and she didn't pay much attention until he started to put something in his mouth. No! She barked, throwing her hands out. Stop! A sales cousin froze with a ghost pepper just about to drop in a pie hole that would never be the same. What's wrong? Put that down and wash your hands. That'll make you sick. He frowned and regarded the shriveled piece of hotter than evil. Are you certain? It's a ghost pepper, you want to handle them carefully. They'll burn you from the inside out. I had them last night. He popped the thing into his mouth and started chewing. I like them. Sola couldn't move for a moment. But then she exploded for the refrigerator, grabbing a carton of whole milk and diving for a glass in the cabinet. There was a delay between when the peppers were taken on a oneer like that, and if she could just get him to spit the stuff out and start rinsing with the milk, they might not give Doc Jane another patient to treat. Sola wheeled around only to go statue. Avail was looking at her with pleasant curiosity as he chewed like he couldn't understand what she was getting on about. But he liked and respected her enough to give her space to be weird. And then he put a second into his hopper. Hit me, Eric said from where he was sitting. In response, Avail pivoted and tossed a ghost pepper across the room, tagging his brother right in the mouth. Sola stood there with the glass of milk and played an ocular tennis match between the pair of apparently indestructibles. Let me see those, she said, holding her hand out. No, I don't want to touch one. I want to see the package. Maybe she was confused. Nope. As she got a close look at the label on the cellophane bag, it had all the appropriate warnings on it. Except maybe they were duds, like ammo that had failed or something. A quick sniff and she found they smelled as awful as they should. Still, she took one out with her fingertips and extended her tongue. She knew better than to do a test with a full-on chew, and if she hadn't needed a distraction, she wouldn't have bothered with the verifying. She took a lick and waited. Oh my God! Bending down, she coughed. How in the world? Are you finished with them? As Avail put out his hand, she gave the package back and hit the milk. And while she was trying to calm down all the holy shit on the tip of her tongue, He and Eric proceeded to dust the peppers one by one, and then they snagged the other package in the cupboard. I do not understand how you guys can. Doc Jane and Assail came into the kitchen, and Sola tried to read their expressions. Cousin, Eric said. Would you care for a... No. Sola stepped in between the two. He's good without the ghost peppers, right? You're good. Yup, maybe later, thanks. What are you guys eating? Doc Jane asked offhandedly. These? Avail showed the package. They're quite delightful. Doc Jane nodded. This house loves those. Eats them like candy. Sola could only shake her head. You guys are amazing. Then she refocused and met Assail's eyes, searching for an answer. When he gave her a wink, she wasn't sure what that meant. Well, I'll head out now. The doctor put a backpack on. Manny will be here after nightfall, and I think we'll have Gizzle come out Toa, help my partner with the exam. Abruptly, a pounding anxiety rumbled through Sola, the storm of bad energy rattling her so badly, she forgot the burn that was still on her tongue. I'll walk you out, Doc Jane, she said as she headed for the rear door. No, not that way. Garage. The three men all spoke at the same time, with greater urgency than she'd thrown at the Great Ghost Pepper non-incident. Sorry, she said. Security concerns, of course. Doc Jane put an arm around her. Let's go this way. As they headed off, Sola was aware of Assail staring after them, his moonlight eyes intense. But then his cousins were talking to him, and he stayed back in the kitchen. Out in the garage, Jane preempted any questions. He's doing really well, the doctor said. I think you can start to relax a little. Sola frowned. But what about the cancer? It's still in his brain, isn't it? I mean, how can you say I should start to relax? Doc Jane almost caught her reaction. Almost. But that subtle recoil and the widening of the eyes were the kind of things that, when someone was scared to death about their loved one's future and reading every single fucking nuance about the person who knew the situation best, were as obvious as a Broadway stage actor's tap dance and arm circle routine. The other woman cleared her throat. Listen, I think you need to talk to Assail. You're his doctor. Please go speak to him. About his cancer. Doc Jane's forest green eyes shifted ever so slightly to the left. Yes. Okay. I will. Sola spoke the words with a defiance that was maybe unwarranted, but she wasn't going to worry about that as she turned away and marched back into the house. As she came into kitchen, the three men looked over at her. You mind if we go talk? She said as she walked by Assail. She didn't wait for him, and he did follow her, out into the hall that led to his office and the stairwell to the second floor. Spinning around, she had to remind herself that whatever might be going on, he had just been critically ill and hospitalized for it. You want to tell me what the hell's going on? She demanded in a low voice. Assail's handsome as sin face was remote. About what, pray tell? Sola crossed her arms over her chest. In the back of her mind, she wondered whether she was going too far, but no. Her instincts told her things were simply not adding up. Your doctor won't tell me about your cancer, and I have a feeling that's because you don't have it. 35. As Marisol stood before him as if she were about to enter into a bar fight, and Winnet Assail felt an exhaustion that had nothing to do with his recovery. Indeed, this was the problem with lying to intimates, he thought. The untruths always came home to roost and never in a way that justified the falsity, however small or large it had been. Because, in fact, there was never a justification to lie to someone who loved you. Do you have cancer or don't you? His female demanded. Assail wished he'd had more time. But for what? As if that would change this part of things. Come, he said, taking her elbow. I should like some privacy. She jerked herself free of his hold, but she did go into his office with him. And as he shut the door, she went over to the windows that ran from ceiling to floor. Please do not open the drapes, he said as she reached out. Why? Don't like the light of day? No, I do not. So? She turned around. You want to tell me what's really going on here? Assail lowered himself into the padded chair that was opposite all of his computers. As he propped his chin up with his fist, he stared across at her. I am sorry you were deceived by my cousins. She blinked, as if taking a moment to absorb the news. So you're not terminal. I was. But I am no longer. Her laugh was short and harsh. I don't know whether to be relieved or get my grandmother and take her back to Miami right now. I am sorry they chose not to be honest. Marisol jabbed a finger at him. Don't get it twisted. They may have started it, but you kept the lie going. You are correct. When he didn't go any further, she crossed her arms again. I'm waiting, and I want to know everything, whatever it is. As he scrambled in his empty head to find words that made sense, he couldn't decide what was worse, bearing his weakness before her or knowing, in the depths of his dark heart, that the real secret was one he could never share with her. He could not tell her what he was. As a rule, his species did not reveal themselves to humans, and in the very rare, extremely rare case where that operating principle was violated, if the human somehow was able to accept things, they had to leave their life behind and find their way within the vampire world. It required a complete immersion, a never go back. And he wasn't prepared to ask that of her because her grandmother, her most important responsibility, who happened to be a devout, God-fearing Catholic, would either have to be jettisoned at the proverbial side of the road or Mrs. Carvalho would have to come with. And that was not going to happen. Even if Marisol could evolve into the reality, her grandmother with her traditions and her strict codes and her God was never going to get there. A sale was not about to ruin that wonderful old woman's life. You have 1 more minute, Marisol announced. And then I am getting my car keys. I have been addicted to cocaine for a good year now. Assail took a deep breath. And by addicted, I mean vials and vials of it up my nose every night. I was a raging coke addict, Marisol. I am not proud of this, and yes, I was doing it hardcore when I was with you. Her brows lifted. I never saw you do drugs. Why would I ever have snorted a line in front of you? I wanted you. I still want you to find me suitable as a mate. That is not the kind of behavior that creates such an impression. Did you do anything intravenously? No, I never used needles. She seemed visibly relieved. I knew you were dealing it. But you didn't know I was my own customer. He focused on her socks because he was afraid of what he would see in her eyes. When one is in a fancy suit, living in a house like this, drug addiction is far easier to hide than if one is a junkie in a cardboard box in an alley. But the reality is, both the homeless man and I are exactly the same when it comes to being crippled. You detoxed, she murmured. I did, yes. 3 months ago, I went to the clinic to be medically supervised while I got off the cocaine. Unfortunately, he touched his head. My brain did not do well. I had a period of psychosis. Why didn't your cousins just say this? Would you have come if you'd been told I was dying of insanity? He wanted to reach out to her, but he stayed where he was because he didn't want to pen her in. I am very sorry that you were deceived, and I do believe that you and you alone are the reason that I am here instead of still at that clinic. But you shouldn't have been lied to. That was wrong. Marisol opened her mouth, but didn't speak right away. Why didn't you just tell me? I haven't been thinking correctly, and more than that, I was ashamed. Addiction is an ugly, nasty disease, and I didn't want you to know I was so weak as to get lost in it. She looked up at the ceiling, refocused on him. So you are not dying. No, I am not. Not more than any other living, mortal entity. He shook his head. And please know I am sorry. I truly am. It was a long while before she moved toward him, and at first, he assumed she was leaving the room to go gather her things and her grandmother. But then she stopped in front of him. Tilting his chin up with her forefinger, she stared into his eyes, and he prayed that she found whatever she was looking for. I'm glad you're going to be okay, she said after a long moment. Will you stay? He thought as he put his hands lightly on her hips. Will you still stay with me? He kept those questions to himself. He was too afraid of the answers. God was so odd. As Sola stood in front of Assail, she thought she probably needed to rephrase that, even though it rhymed. After all, she had prayed at that mass for just this kind of break in the bad news, had hoped for this unbelievable outcome, this reprieve. But instead of jumping for joy, she was left off-kilter and feeling betrayed. Part of her told her to get off her high horse and understand Assail's and his cousin's point of view. The other half, though, was feeling manipulated. I hate that you've put me in this position. He nodded. Myself as well. So I guess I should just go home. Your home is not Miami and you know it. It's not Caldwell either, she countered. I've been here for 10 years and you know something, TV all sucked. Which is a hell of a commentary considering how bad the decade before this was. Your grandmother is your home. Wherever she is, you are at your place of residence. Damn you, she thought, for knowing me. Marisol, I am out of the life. I am as free as you are. I would like to start a new chapter anywhere. Miami, Caldwell, overseas. Like you, my home is where another is, not specific to any particular zip code. As he stared up at her, his moonlight eyes were steady and sad. So you're at home with your cousins. She took a step away from him. Wherever they are, you. Don't be daft. This is not to do with them. Watch your tone. You are not in a position to get pushy. I can protect you. My cousins and I are a safer bet for the two of you, and well you know it. Sola narrowed her stare on him. I've been doing a pretty good goddamn job on my own. Are you willing to gamble your life on that? Your grandmother's? There is safety in numbers. Do you really want me to stay with you only through self-interest? Whatever it takes. She shook her head. You have no pride. Nope, none. Not when it comes to you. Sola went back over to the drapes that he wouldn't let her open. Jesus, it was like living with a bunch of vampires in this house. Everything buttoned up during the daylight hours. Then again, that was the way of drug dealers. Night owls, the lot of them. Staring at the opaque fabric, because there was no looking through it, she tried on for size the idea of them moving around together as a pack. Assail, her grandmother, the two cousins, Marcus, herself. Turning back to him, she looked at him for the longest time, weighing everything. He was right, there was strength in numbers. And he was still so weak, his body frail under the button-down that he'd tucked into those two loose twill slacks. In her mind, she heard him say that he was ashamed. Then she recalled when he had first opened his eyes to her, and she had seen that the whites were all red. Such suffering. Are you going to stay clean? She demanded, even as she wondered how in the world she could trust any answer he gave to that. Yes, on my life, Marisol. I will never do any drug again. I have learned too well where that takes me. Shit, she thought. After what felt like a lifetime, she shrugged. I catch you lying to me or doing coke, and I'm leaving. I have no interest in enabling you, making excuses for you, or pretending I will spare you any kind of a backward glance. You have one chance and that is it. Are we clear? Pushing himself upright, he nodded immediately. I understand and I accept this. And she's going to make you convert. My grandmother does not play and you're going to have to learn Spanish and or Portuguese. She'll teach you it whether you like it or not. Marisol. When Assail's voice cracked, she went over to him and embraced his thin body. He had been through hell, and the medical staff had certainly assumed they were going to lose him, and as much as Sola would have preferred the truth right from the beginning, he was correct. She probably wouldn't have come up here if it had been just a he isn't coming out of his addiction or he's lost his mind thing. And that was kind of ugly to admit. Like cancer was a noble disease, but if your biochemistry had conspired with a drug to your mortal detriment, then you were undeserving of sympathy, support, understanding. I am sorry, he said into her hair. Me too. And I love you. The shudder that went through him made her feel as though she was doing the right thing. He was relieved like that because he didn't want to lose her as badly as she didn't want to lose him. I will take good care of you and your grandmother, he said roughly. Leaning back, Sola pegged him with a hard eye. That's a two-way street. I'm not a damsel in distress who needs to be saved. I'm a partner who will help you to survive, too. If there is a price on my head, then the Benlois family has one on yours, too. You need me as well. Yes, he murmured. I most certainly do. Sola had to smile. Guess I told you, huh? You certainly did. And it's a huge turn-on. You want to go upstairs and order me around some more? She narrowed her eyes again. Say please. Please. 36. It was at about 4 in the afternoon the following day that Vittoria arrived at the gallery and learned she'd made a mistake. And unfortunately, she discovered her lapse of judgment in front of the police. Striding through the rear of the building, she nodded at staff who were clustered together in stressed, chatty groups. Not much work was getting done, but she let that slide, given what was going on. As she came out into the gallery space proper, she immediately identified the man standing in front of a balloon sculpture of a woman giving birth. "You must be Detective de la Cruz?" she said as she walked over to him. He turned to her and seemed relieved not be focusing on the art. "That's right. Vittoria Benlois? That is I." Yes, she knew grammatically it was me, but she'd always felt that was too common-sounding. "How may I help you?" He flipped open a leather wallet, revealing a photo ID that read Detective Jose de la Cruz, homicide, and a brass Caldwell police badge. Then he put out a hand. "Do you have a few minutes to speak with me?" The man was 40-ish, and with a name like his, she liked him even though they were already on different sides of the table. Plus he had nice, dark eyes. His clothes were simple, the sport coat and open collar professional looking, but not stuffy, and she was surprised, given how cold it was, that he didn't also have on some kind of an overcoat or parka. Even with the late afternoon sun shining down, when she had gotten out of her brother's Bentley, she had been chilled to the bone during the short distance to the staff entrance of the gallery. "Absolutely, Detective." She shook his hand. "What's going on?" "I'm investigating a homicide committed last night." "Oh dear. Is this about Margot? I've seen the news on TV. What a tragedy. How does something like that happen in what should be such a safe part of town?" "Actually, most homicide victims are killed by people they know." "So scary." Out of the corner of her eye, she noted that a couple of salespeople had come out from the back and were watching. "Tell me, how may I assist you?" "Well, I've spoken to some of the folks here already about when Margot left work yesterday and who she might have been with, and they all told me that you've recently taken over the business. I am here looking after my brother's interests. It is true. You say that as if you expect them to return here. Yet it's my understanding they've been gone from Caldwell for a while." "They have been. Have you seen or had any sort of contact with either Ricardo or Eduardo lately?" She assumed a sad expression. "No, I have not. I have been worried about them." "When was the last time you had contact?" "It's been months." "And you didn't think to call the police?" "I did back in Colombia. When they didn't do anything, I came here. It has always been my intention to reach out to the authorities if I could not locate my brother." Abruptly, the image of Ricardo strung up and rotted in that cellar made her throat tight. But now was not the time for emotion. She was speaking to her enemy. "Right? Of course." The detective flipped open a little notebook, scribbled something in it with a pen. "And you've been here since when? I mean, when did you arrive in Caldwell and from where?" "I came from Colombia 4 days ago. Or is it 5? With jet lag, I am confused." She smiled at him. "Detective, would you mind talking to me upstairs? Privacy is best and I have clients here." To help him understand, she inclined her head toward 2 women across the way. The matched pair of avant-garde rich were inspecting a work of art that was made up of shredded bedsheets draped over a taxidermied cow standing with each hoof in a toilet. "Yeah, sure. Lead the way." Vittoria took him through the unmarked door off to the side and up the stairs to Ricardo's office. As she went along, she channeled her walk into her hips and her ass under the theory that all assets were to be brought to bear in this situation. However, it was hard to keep things smooth. Her thighs and her calves were screaming in pain from the trip up that mountain. The 2 Motrin she had taken 4 hours ago were losing their potency. "Here we are," she said as she opened the door at the top of the metal staircase. "Wow." The detective went in. "Fancy. My brother likes things a certain way." Clearly, De La Cruz wandered around, even though there was little to see. "Where were we? Oh, yeah. So you do expect your brother's back or not?" She closed them in together. "I must confess I have begun to really worry. It is not like Ricardo especially to just up and leave for this long. But then again, they are men. They do what they want." Vittoria went across and turned the guest chair in front of the elevated desk around. Sitting in it, she crossed her legs such that the slit in her skirt fell open. "Are you okay?" the detective asked. You grimaced there as you sat down. It's nothing, just a good workout. She smiled. I'm quite stiff from the gym. I should work out more. De la Cruz approached on a casual stride. That's quite a desk. Up on that platform. My brother liked to make an impression. Liked? Or likes? Sorry, my English is not so good. She touched her forehead. And where are my manners? I should have offered you coffee or tea. It's okay. I hit the diner before I came over here. He cleared his throat. So you live in Colombia? Yes, but we have homes in a number of places. Sao Paulo, Brazil, Santiago, Chileo, and Punta del Este, of course. My brother likes real estate, and I take care of his homes, overseeing his staffs and the estates. Man, you left the equator to come to Caldwell, New York, in the middle of January. No offense, you must really be worried about Ricardo and Eduardo. My wife hates it here this time of year. You should send her on a vacation. She loves me, though. He smiled and glanced down at his little pad. Can you give me a general idea of when was the last time you spoke to either of your brothers? As I said, it was months and months ago. Ricardo called me. How did the conversation go? She shrugged. Much as usual. So nothing seemed odd to you? Forgive me, but why are we talking about my brothers? I mean, I am happy to help the police in any way I am able, but I thought this was about the woman who was found dead. Just trying to get the whole picture. Your brother Ricardo is a prominent businessman in this town, and everyone here says they haven't seen him in about a year. Your other brother hasn't been around either, and then someone who works in this gallery was found dead last night. There just seemed to be a lot of people going missing. He looked at her pointedly. You might want to be careful. You were so right. I guess I never put all that together. But about Margot Forrest. I'm sorry, I thought her name was Fortescue? Her legal name is Forrest. Did you have any interactions with her during the last couple of days since you've been here? Thank you, Streeter, she thought. As a matter of fact, Vittoria murmured. She came to my office last night, my brother Eduardo's office before she left. She wanted to talk about a new artist she was bringing in. Do you recall the name of that artist? She pulled a random name out of the air, one that she had overheard in the gallery. Damar Locuster Locasta? Oh yeah, someone mentioned him. Notation. Anything else come up while you were talking with Miss Fortescue? No, Vittoria smiled and played with the hem of her skirt. I wish I could be more helpful. What were you doing in your brother's office? I'm sorry. Why were you in there, if it was his office? Vittoria considered the various ways to play what was coming next. There were a number of different approaches she could take, and as she went over each in turn, it was rather like cards in a poker hand, she supposed. Eventually, she made a show of sighing. May I be honest? I think you'd better be, if you don't mind me saying. This is a homicide investigation. She moved her eyes off to the side, as if she were composing her thoughts, then returned them to the detective. I've been really worried about my brothers. As you must know, our culture is very different. As their sister, I am expected to wait patiently for news, rather than go find things out myself. But after a year anyway, I went into Eduardo's office to see if I could find anything to explain where he and Ricardo might be. I am in an awkward position, you see. They would never approve of me interfering, and if they are alive, they will be furious at me. So things are traditional in your family, huh? Very. She deliberately hung her head, as if she were caught in a tangle. It's part of the reason I am scared to call the authorities. If my brothers are all right, they will be furious at me for meddling in the man's world. And I truly don't want to believe anything bad has happened. But what else can I think? It has always been just the three of us, since our mother died. I am not a worldly woman in the sense that I am adventurous or familiar with travel. I was terrified to make the trip here on my own, but as they are my only family, I felt compelled to come find them. I am babbling, aren't I? Listen to me. To ensure that the energy coming off of her was correct, she pictured once again Ricardo's body, seeing his lolling head, the neck wound, the gray ribbons of flesh, and instantly, she felt genuine sadness, regret, fear. What do you think happened to your brothers? De la Cruz asked quietly. I do not know. Her eyes went to the floor. I truly do not. Are you aware that your brother Ricardo may have been involved with drug dealing? Vittoria whipped her head up. I beg your pardon. He is a dealer in art. That is his business. I don't mean to offend you. The man put his hand up. But I'm not sure you're aware of everything he did here. Vittoria went to get up, but her thigh muscles spasmed in an uncoordinated way. As she lurched to one side, De la Cruz ran over and caught her arm. My brothers were good men. Or at least Ricardo was. Eduardo had always been a bit of a flake. I won't have their memories darkened with conjecture. You're speaking about them in the past tense again. She pushed herself away from the detective and stumbled as she went over to the windows. There was nothing to look out at particularly, no vista. Just the row of 1920s-era storefronts across the 4 lanes of Market Street. Listen, Ms. Benlois, I didn't mean to upset you. There was a pause. I just think it's time you know more, if only in case they get in touch with you. What you don't want is to get sucked into this. I know nothing of any other kind of business. She pivoted back around and straightened her escada jacket. Is there anything else I may help you with? Actually, yes. Since it appears as though you've taken over operations here on behalf of your brothers, I'd like your permission to view any and all security camera footage from the premises. Vittoria blinked and kept the curse in her native tongue to herself. This was the mistake she had made. She hadn't thought about any cameras. How in the hell could she not have thought about searching the security feeds? And what could be on them? In rapid succession, her brain ran through the various angles. If she said no, they might force her to give them access by some kind of court order, although how they would get permission for that, she wasn't sure, as Margot had worked here, but had not been murdered on the premises. More to the point, if De la Cruz was indeed aware of her brother's endeavors in the drug trade, the police might well use whatever was on the feeds as a way to what? She wondered. Ricardo was dead. Eduardo had to be as well. And she had no official knowledge of the goings-on. Her only ties thus far were with the frustrated suppliers back in South America, and there was no way they would give her up. The American authorities couldn't reach that far, for one thing, and anything that incriminated her would incriminate the suppliers. But if she granted De la Cruz access, maybe he could do the work for her. She had no idea how to run computers or isolate footage. She wasn't even sure where the feeds were kept. But both her brothers had been notoriously secretive. There wouldn't be cameras in places there shouldn't be. Like up here, she thought as she glanced around the ceiling and saw nothing even remotely camera-like. And given that Eduardo tracked the illegal money, there would be absolutely nothing in his office, either. How was she going to explain her meeting Streeter after hours, though? Except no, there was nothing illegal about her seeking out an associate of her brother's once she got to the States. It was not illegal to meet a man at the gallery, although if they could prove Streeter was into the drug side, then Streeter might implicate her. Vittoria straightened her spine. I would love you to look at the footage. I don't know where it is, though. Is there a security room here? I don't know. She nodded toward the door they had come through. Let's go find out. As she walked over to the exit, De la Cruz followed her and he stopped her before she opened things. I am very sorry about all of this. I know this has to be hard on you. She made sure to picture Ricardo in that cellar of death. And as the sadness rolled off of her, she said in a voice that cracked, I am, too. My brothers were very traditional, and that could get stifling for a sister. But they loved me very much and the feeling was mutual. I realize at the end of the day, I just want to know what happened. De la Cruz nodded. I lost someone once. My old partner. One of the best men I ever knew, although he had a lot of demons. Big demons. Those deep brown eyes grew unfocused, as if the detective were reliving scenes from his own life. One day, he just disappeared, and no matter where I've looked, who I've talked to, I've never gotten an answer, and it eats me alive still. So you know how I feel. I know exactly how you feel, and I don't care whether or not your brothers were drug dealers. If they were murdered, if that's the reason they're not around, I will find out who did it and I will make sure justice is served. Do you understand? And if they were involved at the level of deals we think they were, then they were very exposed, and it doesn't look good for bringing them back alive. The kind of people making those sort of moves put a very low value on human life, and if they're threatened in any real or imagined way, things get ugly quick. Vittoria put her hand to her mouth and closed her eyes. The image of her brother did not have to be summoned this time. Came forward like a specter, haunting her. "I hate the idea they would be hurt in any way," she said roughly. "Especially Ricardo. I owe him so much. I'm not going to let you down." "Thank you." She opened her eyes. "Does this mean Margot could have been, if there was anything bad going on, which I cannot believe my brothers would be a part of cold Margot have been in it with them? We're not ruling anything out right now." She put her hand on his forearm. "Will you please tell me if you find out anything?" "I will, ma'am." He nodded grimly. "You have my word." 37. As the sun began to lower over Caldwell and early rush-hour traffic flooded the downtown streets and highway ramps, Jo Early sat at her desk at the Caldwell Courier-Journal with her aching head cradled between her thumbs and forefingers. Rather like you might ever so carefully keep a bomb with an impact detonator cushioned from any possible impact. She had been getting headaches over the last few weeks, and they were growing more intense. This one, in fact, was presenting her with a new level of agony, the light sensitivity, pressure at the base of her neck, and roiling nausea, a triple threat she could totally do without. Closing her eyes, she came to a conclusion. As much as she prided herself on being a logical person, it was very clear she had a tumor. Or, as Arnold Schwarzenegger called it in Kindergarten Cop, a tumor. Kidding aside, maybe it was an eye strain thing. Ever since she'd taken this job as online content editor for the CCJ, she'd been spending long periods of time in front of a computer screen. Back when she'd been a receptionist for that real estate office, she'd done scheduling and stuff on them, but this new position was exclusively computer work. "Do you need some Motrin?" As a familiar male voice pierced into her ear as if it were an ice pick, she almost told the man who had gotten her this job to pipe down there, Pavarotti. But she had a feeling it was her, not him. Opening her eyes, she stared up at Bill Elliott's earnest, hipster face. "I swear, I cannot shake this migraine. Do you need to get your eye prescription checked?" "I don't have glasses." "Maybe you need them?" Yup. Bill was the reason she had gotten this job, and he and his wife, Lydia, had opened themselves and their home up to Jo even though they were only in their mid-30s. Then again, marriage and a mortgage were far greater separators between age groups than a couple of calendar years here or there. It was like the difference between an 11-year-old who hadn't yet gone through puberty and someone who was 14 and going on their first date. A lifetime. "I'll make an appointment." She sat back and rolled her shoulders. "You leaving for the day?" "Almost. Do you want to go check out that warehouse with me tonight or no?" "I would love to." She looked at her monitor and then promptly glanced down at her desk as the thumper in her skull got worse. "But I'm in no shape to go anywhere. Troy might come. I wish I could." Bill pulled on a coat and then tied a red scarf around his neck. "Let me know if I can get you anything." "I will. And if you find something at that site, call me." "You got it." He smiled. "I hope you feel better." As the guy walked off, Jo got to her feet and looked around. The open newsroom was nearly empty. Phones no longer ringing. People gone from their cubicles. Everything grinding down. How had the day passed so fast? She marveled as she headed for the ladies' room in the far corner. The Caldwell Courier-Journal's headquarters had recently gone through an extensive remodeler, so she had been told by every single reporter she'd met on her first day on the job. The multi-storied brick building, which had housed the paper since 1902, had had a total redo, although not for any good reason as far as the staff felt. Like a lot of dailies in medium cities, the CCJ was dying, its page count and ad revenue getting smaller, its stories growing shorter, its middle section now USA Today instead of any content generated in Caldwell itself. In the previous year alone, 2 senior editors, 7 reporters, and all 3 proofreaders had been let go, and the renovations had been done so that the footprint of the newsroom could be shrunk accordingly, with the freed-up space being rented out to Surprise, a technology startup. The mood around the place was grim, and the fact that Jo had been hired at all had been a miracle. Still, they had wanted someone cheap and young to take care of their online stuff, and she fit the bill. Her degree in English Lit from Williams had been a nice little bonus for them, something her superiors might have boasted about if anyone had cared what newspaper people thought anymore, which they evidently did not. As she went across the newsroom, she decided that at least the decorators could have chosen a different color than gray. Sure, that was the hue of the decade, but with the layoffs and the 1 foot in the grave other on a banana peel vibe, being surrounded by carpeting the color of asphalt, cubicles done in old porridge, and walls that matched a corpse left in the cold was only adding to the depression. In the bathroom, which was done surprise, in gray, she splashed her face with lukewarm water and couldn't decide whether it was a good or a bad decision. After she dried the water off, she looked at herself in the mirror, half expecting one of her pupils to be dilated, or half her mouth to be on a droop, or maybe some kind of twitch to be working out an eyebrow. Nope. She was the same as she always had been with her red hair and her green eyes and her pale skin. But she felt wrong. She felt all wrong. Over the past few weeks, her body had started to betray her on all kinds of levels. Night sweats, these headaches that made her flinch at light and sound. Hunger for weird things at strange times, like bacon and chocolate at 3 a.m. Of course, the good news was that she lived with a bunch of stoners, so not only did they have Oscar Mayer and Hershey syrup on lock, but they thought the combo was an inspired idea. Underneath all of the odd symptoms, though, what troubled Joe most was a growing restlessness, a gnawing, tied to nothing, but totally imperative metronome of can't keep still. Looking back on how she'd quit her job at the real estate company, she saw that that had been an expression of the impotent urgency. And maybe all the stuff with Bill and the vampires, too. A sharp shooter went through her frontal lobe and made her gasp. Cursing, she wobbled her way out of the loo and returned to her desk. Logging off her computer, she put her coat on, said goodbye to Tony, who was her next-door neighbor, and headed out the back to the dark parking lot. Her VW Golf was parked close to the exit because she tried to get to work early every day, and as she got in, she hoped she was going to be able to drive. It was tough. Once she was on the road, the headlights of other cars were so bright, she had to put her sunglasses on and did not dare take the highway even though that cut about 5 minutes off her 20-minute commute. As she slowly progressed through the stop-and-go of the surface roads, she thought about Bill and that warehouse invite. The two of them had first bonded over a strange interest in vampires. "God damn it," she muttered as the pain ramped up on her again. Shaking her head to try to clear it, she refused to be derailed, as if the agony were an obstacle. So yes, she and Bill had bonded over the vampire thing, the two of them visiting spots around Caldwell where rituals or fights had taken place. She'd even started a blog about. For a moment, her thoughts trailed off into the pain. But she forced them back on track, the terror that she was losing her mind giving her a preternatural focus. Anyway, for a while, she had reposted stuff online about bizarre happenings and sightings in the city that other people had been talking about, but she'd had to abandon that. For one, it was a waste of time. No, it wasn't, some part of her argued. It was not a waste of time. Whatever. She had given all that up, though, and kind of deserted Bill as well. Not that she didn't hang out with him and wasn't grateful for the push he'd given her for her job. It was just vampires didn't hold much fascination for her anymore. Why should she worry about something that didn't exist, especially when she felt like crap, had started a new position, and was confronting the reality that, as much as she loved Dougie and his boys, she was going to have to move out of that apartment of theirs. They were still living the college life. Whereas she was trying to get where Bill and Lydia were. Eventually, as Joe came up to yet another red light, why were they all red tonight? She thought about her parents. Make that parents. She was hard-pressed to imagine that she was going to be able to afford a place of her own on a salary like the one she had, but she would rather live around secondhand pot smoke for the rest of her life than go to Chance and Philly early for anything. She had been adopted by them not as a child they'd wanted to raise, but more as if her mother had told her father she liked the little doggy in the window, and the pair had taken Joe home as they would have a new toy. They'd have done better with something they could have put on a shelf in their mansion and pointed at when they'd wanted to show it off. Real children didn't work that way. But it was all good. She'd gotten her college education paid for by them, and then she'd gone her own way, leaving all the money, pretension, and loneliness behind. Better to be on your own than in bad company. Besides, she had never felt like she fit in with them. Actually, she had never fit in anywhere. When Joe finally got to the converted house her apartment was in, she had to drive around the block a couple of times to get a space. And then the walk to the front door was an exercise in mind over snow matter. Hell, at least the near 0-degree weather helped numb things. After checking their cheap mailbox, she hit the stairs to the second floor and opened the way into a mess that made her want to cry. The living room was awash in pizza boxes, bongs, and Mountain Dew, and Dougie was asleep sitting up on the brown padded sofa that she had always thought belonged in a Febreze Commerciales the before-treatment example. God only knew where the others were. She didn't leave the mail on the counter. That never went well. She took it to her bedroom with her, closed herself in, and went over to the bed. Her sit-down quickly became a fallback, and then she stared at the ceiling. As her head pounded and a sickly sweat broke out all over her body, Joe was more than scared. She was terrified. Something was very, very wrong with her. 38. As this house materialized onto the lakeside porch of Revenge's great camp, he took a minute to look out over the frozen water. With the mountains rising on either side, and the randomly spaced islands in the far distance, the shit reminded him of a model train set, only life-sized. Somewhere in the picture-perfect landscape, there just had to be a lineup of old-fashioned cars, with a red caboose and an engine that let out little poofs of smoke, traveling on a rail that snaked in and out of various vintage-looking outposts that had been constructed of balsa wood and Elmer's glue. He and Jane were going to come back here, he decided. The next time he was off rotation, and she was out of the clinic, they were going to spend a day and night together here, and it was going to be fucking fantastic. They were going to eat too much and then get under some homemade quilts, and he was going to fuck her 12 different ways to Sunday. And after they were done, they were going to fall asleep with her on his chest stand, then he was going to wake up halfway through the day to find himself handcuffed to the headboard. Whereupon they were going to do things that were still considered illegal in some southern states. The door creaked as it opened behind him, and Fury came out with a smile. "V, my brother. Glad to see you." The pair of them clapped palms and slapped each other on the shoulder. "You coming in? You want to eat?" As Fury indicated the way inside, he was looking hopeful, like he'd been worried about all that shit with Jane saving his life, and couldn't believe he'd been granted an opportunity to reassure himself on that front. "Ah, yeah." V shrugged. "I'm not real hungry, but sure." They went in together, and Fury shut things up tightly. The hearth in the main open space was roaring with a great fire, and on the far side, through the entryway into the kitchen, V caught sight of a roasted turkey just out of the oven. His stomach grumbled so loudly, Fury laughed. "You sure you're not hungry?" "Yeah. I might be rethinking that hard line, my brother. Come on. I'll make you a plate." The old house's floorboards groaned under their weight, and they had to file into the kitchen one after the other to fit through the jams. "Sit," Fury ordered. So he did. "Where's Cormia?" "She and the other chosen are at the mansion tonight." "Making the rounds, huh? There are some blood needs." The brother got 2 plates out and brought them over to the island. "Listen, V, about what happened in that alley. I'm just glad you're okay." V sat on one of the stools. "And Jane too." Fury's yellow eyes locked on V. "I need you to know that I wouldn't have asked her to do that. I never would have. I am responsible for myself out there. No one else is. She was unbelievably heroic, and I am incredibly grateful. But it would have been a horrible outcome for me to be alive at the end of that, and you're shellin' not." "I know." V almost reached out and squeezed his brother's shoulder. "And everything is good between you and me. No worries, true?" "Thank you." Fury took a deep breath. "Now, what's on your mind?" As Fury started working the turkey with a carving knife, peeling perfectly sliced pieces of meat off and transferring them to the plates, V wondered exactly how to put this, and then decided, fuck it. "Who's up next?" he demanded. "I know you know. You have to." Fury paused in mid-slice transfer. "What are you talking about?" "After my mother. You're the pre-mail. You have to know who she tapped for a successor. I won't tell anyone else, but I don't understand why it's such a goddamn secret." Fury put the slice on the plate and looked up, those citron eyes steady. "I have no clue. I've been wondering myself. I assumed you knew and were keeping it to yourself." Cursing, V patted his jacket and then paused. "You mind if I smoke?" Nope, not at all. Thank you, baby Jesus, to borrow a phrase from Butch. As he lit up, he exhaled away from his brother. This is just another of her bullshit games. We have a right to know. I don't like all the shady around this, especially if the war is supposedly ending. Have you asked Wrath? No, not yet. As the brother put the carving knife aside, he said, Stuffing? Am I breathing? Fury shoved a spoon into the bird and piled high. Mashed. Do you have gravy? Am I breathing? V cracked a smile. Roger that. And affirmative on the gravy. When a plate was put in front of him, he glanced up. No veggies? Not that I'm looking a gift horse in the mouth. Vegetable matter is a waste of porcelain space. Fury pushed a knife and fork across the butcher block. Ask yourself, would I sacrifice the surface area of mashed or stuffing for peas? I love you. After V put out his barely smoked hand rolled at the sink, the two of them ate side by side. Fury still on his feet, V parked on the stool. The kitchen was a nice mix of old and new. The appliances state-of-the-art, the exposed shelves, beams overhead, and old, diamond-paned windows all about the been there forever. We got any prophecies I'm not aware of? V asked. You know everything I do. You say the sweetest goddamn things. After Vishouse finished the last of everything on his plate, he lit up another cigarette. I'll talk to Wrath then. You know, I never had much dealing with your mommin. She wasn't a big fan of mine then again. I ruined everything. Ask the Chosen. V got up and took his plate to the sink. I don't think they'll agree with that, true? You were their liberator. As Fury made some kind of a sound that could have meant anything, V took the brother's empty and brought it over to the Kohler. Where's your dishwasher? Fury seemed to shake himself. Sorry, we don't have one. I'll take care of it. Good. That sponge crap is above my pay grade. V lifted his curse over his shoulder. Unless you want me to incinerate your basin. Hey, Vishouse. V pivoted away from the sink. Fury had shifted position so he was leaning back against the counter by the gas stove, his arms crossed over his chest, his long legs, both the one that was flesh and the other that was a prosthetic, crossed at the boots. His brows were down low, his multicolored mane of hair flowing over his shoulders like some kind of sunrise. What do you need? V demanded. Whatever it is, I'm in. How about some forgiveness? As V recoiled, Fury said in a low voice, I feel like it's my fault. What is? That your mommin left the species. The brother tilted his head back and seemed to be staring up through the house to the heavens above. I mean, maybe if I hadn't come along and fallen in love with Cormia and released all the Chosen, maybe the scribe virgin would have stuck around. You know? Oh, hell no. V pegged the brother with hard eyes. You don't own shit about any of it. Disappearing was her choice. Nobody put a gun to her head and made her peace out. The bottom line was, she wasn't getting her ass kissed enough, so she decided to fuck off the race she created. That's her failure, not yours, mine, my sister's, or anybody else's. Fury shook his head. Apart from the loss to the species as a whole, I've been worried that I took your mommin away from you in pain. Like I'd betrayed you in some way. It's been killing me. V marched over to the guy, grabbed on to those big shoulders and gave Fury a good shake. Snap out of it. Don't waste one more goddamn thought on it. She isn't worth your time, and the sooner you come over to my side of things, the happier you'll be. And forget the mommin crap. Just because a female births something doesn't mean she's a mommin, and when it came to the scribe virgin, that was true for the race and me and my sister. He shrugged. Ask yourself, if you and Cormia had a young, can you fathom even for a second your mate deserting that kid for any reason, under any circumstance? No, Fury shook his head. Not at all. That's a mommin. How about your sister-in-law? You think Bella's leaving Nala for anything? God, no. No way. Nope. Beth? Layla? Mary? I don't think so. So cut the guilt crap. The race had an overlord who barely functioned quit. That's an opportunity, not a tragedy for any of us to worry about. Fury took a deep, shuddering breath. I guess you're right. Thanks, V. You're welcome. You're a softie. But I love you. The guy laughed, as V had intended him to. But the truth was Fury was one of the brothers that he worried about. Too big a heart, that one. Which was the good news and the bad news. Vishouse stepped back and had little interest in going to his next stop. But he wasn't going to quit until he got an answer from somebody. And at least he had a full roast on board. "If I were you," he said as he went for the back door, "I'd be more worried that someone stole from you." Jane and I were just in the treasury, upstairs. That's where I found her after, well, anyway. There's something missing from one of your cases in there." Fury frowned. "No one's been up to the sanctuary who shouldn't have been. Access is never granted beyond the original bunch of us who are allowed." "Then it's somebody you know." "What's missing?" Vishouse put his hand on the knob. "Looked like a book or something." "A book?" Fury asked. "I dunno. That was our guess. Maybe we're wrong." At that moment, V's phone went off and he took it out. "Shit, trouble downtown. 39. You don't have to do this." As Marisol spoke up from behind the wheel of his Range Rover, Assail shook his head. "I rather think it is an imperative at this point. Your grandmother has cooked for us non-stop, and as much as we adore her food, all her one-sided effort is making us feel unchivalrous." In the glow of the dash, the smile that hit his female's face was lovely, small and private, as if his thoughtfulness, and that of the other males in his household, had touched her grandmother very deeply. "I would have you look like this always," he murmured. "Then all you have to do is be nice to my Vovo." "I intend to." The bridge across the Hudson was lit from above, the illumination strung along its soaring suspension girders such that it appeared as though great wings were swooping over the river. Previously, he had always imagined them as that of a bird of prey. Now he saw them as far more peaceable. A dove's. Or mayhap a seasonal cardinal coming in for a branch landing. "I think it is amazing, the places life brings you." He glanced over at his female once more. "I would never have pictured myself here in Caldwell when I was in the old country." "I know, right? It's all so random, and yet seems inevitable somehow. Tell me of your family, apart from your grandmother." The change in Marisol was immediate, an abrupt tension stiffening her in her seat and furrowing her brow. "What do you want to know?" "You do not have to speak of them if you do not wish." "It's fine. Perhaps another subject would be best?" "Whatever you think." Unsure of what to do, he went quiet, and the awkward silence in the vehicle lasted all the way through their getting on the Northway on the far side of the bridge and progressing several exits up to the first of the suburban areas where the Big Hannaford, as his cousins called it, was located. "I think I've been to this store before," Marisol said as she guided them onto a descending ramp and to a stoplight at a 4-lane road. "Eric tells me this is where we must go," Assail offered. "And I do not argue these things." Although in truth, he didn't believe he'd been to a supermarket and all right, so it had been a very, very long time. With little to no culinary skills of his own, he'd always been an eat-out kind of male, but Marisol was changing this, just as she was changing everything. When they arrived at the grocery, she found a space for them very close to the entrance, and he got out, buttoning up his fine black cashmere overcoat. Underneath, he was in one of his suits, which was a tad overdone for this sort of thing, sartorially speaking, but this was a bit of a date, was it not? "May I give you my arm?" he offered. It was a relief to have her accept the gesture, and as they walked to the garishly lit entrance, he told himself all was well. All was fine. He was going to leave the subject of family well enough alone, and when they returned home, he and his cousins would prepare a nice meal for Mrs. Carvalhone hopefully thereafter. He and Marisol would discreetly retire upstairs for some private enjoyment. And then what? A voice in the back of his head asked. More of the same on the morrow. A housemail living out his hours. "I'm sorry, what?" Marisol asked as the automatic doors parted for them. "Nothing, my love. Shall we get a cart?" She went over and untangled one from the lineup, and then they were in the store proper, surrounded by a surplus of such magnitude. He was momentarily struck stupid. The fact that the interior of the grocery was lit up bright as the outer crust of the sun did not help. And then there was the ocular insult of aisle after aisle after aisle of colorful labels and logos and foodstuffs of incalculable variety. "Don't tell me you've never been in a supermarket," Marisol said. You look like you're facing Mount Everest. It is a bit daunting. You want to do vegetables first? As he just stood there, she laughed softly. Maybe I should rephrase that. Let's do vegetables first. Come with me. Asael followed her to the left, past a floral display where pre-made bouquets were wrapped in cellophane. He grabbed 2 bundles of white roses. She'll love those, Marisol murmured. One is for you. He kissed her as he put them in the cart, and then they were penetrating a forest of fruit and vegetable displays. As Marisol stopped them in the midst of the bins and bushels, and looked at him with expectation, he realized he was going to have to make the decisions and tried to recall recipes from the old country. Mayhap he should have thought this through a bit more. But surely he could remember something. Surely he could think of 1 dish, 1 soup, 1 meat. As it turned out, Asael had to go way back in his memories. To the castle he had grown up in, it had had a kitchen separate from the main living area as a fire preventative, and he could remember being little and staying for hours and hours beneath the rough oak table, watching the dog Jen turning animal carcasses and root vegetables and grains into proper meals. Turnips, onions, potatoes, carrots, he announced. Like a dam released, he connected with what he wished to prepare, and he was aware of a feeling of pride as he led the way now, picking and choosing and filling plastic bags, then taking his female and the cart to the meat counter and securing lamb. After that, they were in the dairy section and he had to pause to ponder how much cream he required. My father was a criminal, Marisol said in a low, tense voice. Instantly, Asael grew quite still and then he swung his eyes to her. Have I shocked you? She said tightly. It's the truth. He died in jail under circumstances that I've never truly gotten to the bottom of. Could have been a fight, or cancer, but I believe he was murdered, although I will never say that in front of my grandmother. Asael blinked. I am so sorry. The way she shrugged and wrapped her arms around herself broke his heart. That was how I got into, my side of things. He taught me how to steal, how to break into places, how to take things without being caught. And all that would have been fine if it had been a case of him teaching the younger generation the family trade, so to speak. But that wasn't why he did it. He discovered that someone cute and disarming could be a great thief, and then he could have more things to sell for the drugs he wanted. It was all for him. Abruptly, she looked at the egg section. We're almost out of these. Vovo prefers the brown ones. Marisol went over, picked out 2 cartons, and flipped open the lids to check for broken shells. As she did, she continued, I actually got good at robbery because I wanted him to be proud of me. Pretty sick. Huh? Become a better immoral deviant so daddy will love me. I think that's why I fell in with Ricardo Benlois. He was older, powerful, and very disapproving. He was someone for me to try to please again. As a vicious claw of jealousy went through Asael, he had to remind his bonded male that he had, in fact, murdered the man. Funny how that could cheer a guy up. Ricardo was so like my father except he was polished, not crude, and he was hella smart. It was a strange dynamic to be sure. They say that people find do-overs in their lives. Folks who are like those who hurt us so we can go through and do the relationship again. Get it right or something. I don't know what I'm talking about. On some level, the idea they were having this intimate conversation in the dairy and egg section, across the aisle from the ice cream freezers, was utterly bizarre. But he certainly wasn't going to stop her from talking. What of your mother? He asked. Marisol shrugged and seemed to lose track of her shell-checking duty. But then she continued, both with the inspection and the talking. She died when I was young. Thank God my grandmother stepped in when I was little and never left. She leaned over the lip of the cart and placed the eggs down with care. That's why I will always take care of her. Plus, God, she's had a horrible life. She is a true survivor. So are you. That smile, that one he loved so much, came back. I guess I am. Asael stepped in and embraced her against his chest. As he looked over the top of her head, he subconsciously tracked the movements of the human male and the human female down at the far end of the aisle by the pre-cut and shredded cheese displays. Both were in blue jeans and dark parkas and seemed to be arguing the merits of orange versus white cheddar strips. As it occurred to him that that was a rather inane topic to pour so much energy into, That rippling sense of unease returned unto him. "I think we're done shopping," he said as he eased back. "Shall we? Let's blow this popsicle stand." "I beg your pardon?" She laughed. "Just a saying." To pay for their purchases, they went through self-checkout, and they split the duties, her picking things out of the cart, and him sweeping the foodstuffs across the red laser crosshairs of the reader. Every time a barcode was successfully recorded, the machine let out a beep, and a disembodied female voice announced the price and told him to place it in the bag. Every single time. By the end, he was seriously considering taking out his gun and killing the machine. When they re-emerged into the parking lot, his unsettled feeling returned, and as he helped transfer the groceries into the back of the SUV, he pictured an endless succession of nights such as this, toing and froing from the supermarket. There was no challenge here, nothing to conquer or surmount, no tally growing to justify his worth. Just root vegetables, cream in a little box, eggs in 2 cartons. Assail found himself wanting to return to the jubilant glow he'd felt as he had traveled home from the clinic, leaving the psychosis, the medical staff, the patient he had been behind. The world had seemed full of possibilities then. Now he was left wondering where all that had gone. Except nothing about the world had changed, really. And as he and Marisol traveled the stretch of bridge again, he tried to manufacture the optimism and failed. "What about your family?" Marisol asked. "Are they still alive?" "My mommin and my father both died of old age." "I am sorry to hear that. It is what it is. It does not bother me any more as it was some time ago." Which was the truth. What did bother him was the fact that he had found the person he wanted to be with, but he did not know where his place in the world was anymore. For a male who had always been self-directed, this was not a comfortable situation to be in. "Dr. Manello is coming tonight, isn't he?" Marisol asked. Assail looked away from the drop down to the icy cold waters of the Hudson. "I had forgotten. But yes. And he was bringing Gizzle again. God, that was another thing he didn't want to think about. Feeding reminded him of all that he was keeping to himself. Plus, he hated the idea of being close to any female other than Marisol in any manner. Biology trumped everything, though. Or maybe it was more like trampled. It was rather like destiny in that regard. 40. After leaving the great camp in response to that text, this house reformed downtown about 2 blocks away from a techno club that was pumping music so loud, you could hear the shit all the way down the street. Z was already on scene, and so were John, Matthew, and Quinn. There was nothing to fight, however. No lessers were anywhere in sight. None of those shadow things, either. No, this was about the aftermath. His 2 brothers and John Matthew were kneeling around a figure on the ground, and as V came in for the close-up, he cursed. It was a male civilian dressed in good clothes that were getting ruined in the salted slush. Death was coming, V thought as he got down on his haunches. And fast. The male's skin was chalky. His lips curled back from pain, his arms and legs flopping as if he were searching for positional relief that refused to come. "What the fuck happened?" V muttered as he leaned over and picked up a gun that was in the snow. Checking the clip of the autoloader, he found 3 bullets left. "Shot at it," the male was mumbling. "Shot at it, but the bullets did nothing, they did nothing to it." Fucking lessers, V thought. "Hold on," Quinn muttered as he took the male's hand. "Stay with us. We got help coming." A scatter of talk came around the corner, and V stood up. For humans, 3 men and a woman stopped short. "Oh hell, he take that shit Johnny did?" one of them said. "Yo, you need an ambulance? They can't arrest you if you're getting help for an OD." This house approached the group and didn't waste time or oxygen on them. He reached into their minds one at a forfer and shut them all down, wiping their memories clean, so that they would not recall seeing anything at all. He sent them on their drunken way by ringing hunger bells in their brains. They were going to go on a mad search for Dunkin' Donuts, and would recall nothing else. Where the fuck was the medical help? V thought as he refocused on the downed male. Right on cue, the mobile surgical van arrived on scene, and his Jane was behind the wheel. With quick efficiency, she assessed the civilian, and then V helped her get the poor kid up on a stretcher and into the treatment space. "I'll drive," Quinn said as he went forward into the cockpit and got behind the wheel. John, Matthew, and Z are going to search the area. Let me assist you, V said to Jane. Can you have his chest cleared for me so I can monitor his heart? Roger that. As Jane turned away to get equipment out of locked cupboards, Quinn hit the gas and V worked to strip off the kind of clothes that Butch would have worn. Everything was expensive and handmade. Too bad he had to treat the stuff like it was disposable. When he was down to the silk shirt, he didn't bother with the buttons, but jerked the two halves apart and, "Oh fuck," he muttered. Jane wheeled around. Do we have an open injury shit? Shit was right. The male's well-developed chest was lashed with welts, the skin swollen up in strips, just as V's had been when he'd two-stepped with that shadow. V put his face into the civilian's. What was it? What did it look like? The male struggled to focus. Shot at it. I know. V took one of those flailing hands in his own and squeezed, like maybe that would help the kid to focus. Tell me what it was. SHSH shadow eye could see through it. Came out of nowhere, the bullets did nothing, the bullets. Motherfucker. Was there anyone else around? Did you see anybody else? No. Nano knew. He's arresting, Jane said. V spun around and grabbed for the portable defibrillator, unlatching the little table it was on and yanking the machine forward. As the surgical unit lumbered on, bumping over the icy road, Jane leaned in and started chest compressions. She went hands off long enough for Vishouse to slap the electrodes on, and then they both stepped back. Clear, she said. Vishouse hit the button and sent the electricity in, the civilian's chest jerking up off the table, his arms flopping. Jane went in and tested at the jugular. Nothing. Again. He is not coming back, V thought. They did 2 more rounds after that. And when there was still no pulse, Jane continued chest compressions and ordered V to get the standard protocol of drugs. But even after they pumped that kid full of adrenaline and other things, there was still nothing. Some 10 minutes and God only knew how many miles of road later, Jane stood back and shook her head. We lost him, she cursed. He's gone. V looked toward the front of the van. Yo, Q, take us to Havers's. We've got a body, not a patient, back here. Throw watched it all happen from the rooftop of the club. He had taken care with himself this time, for he did not know what to expect, and his previous arrogance, which had been grounded in what he'd assumed was the invincibility of his creation, had been replaced with a far more appropriate caution. No more street clothes. He was dressed in all black, with a knit mask pulled down over his face so that nothing of him showed or could reflect light. He was also heavily armed, with sets of guns and rounds of ammunition strapped to his body. Finally, he had been sure to keep himself downwind of where the attack would take place, and he was not alone. This evening, he had brought with him 2 shadows, one to send down to street level, and a second to wait with him and be a protective backup if necessary. Throw had a feeling that the brothers were going to come quickly onto the scene, and assuming they did, it was critical that they not identify him in any fashion. He was not prepared to come forward, yet, and then there was too much waiting for his taste. The attack took far longer to transpire than he had anticipated, as the intended target was late, which was irritating. But then all went according to plan. The male who had been summoned to meet finally arrived, and Throw sent down one of the shadows and observed keenly what transpired. This was a test on so many levels, including of his entity's ability to fight without conventional weapons. When he had ordered them to kill Nasha's ancient Hellrin, he had provided them with a knife. And he had done the same when he had sent them after those brothers the other evening. But having witnessed that fight and seen what his creations were capable of with their bodies, he realized that weaponizing them may be a waste. And he was right. His shadows were lightning fast with their forms, snapping out tendrils that caused pain without shredding clothes or seeming to break skin. Verily, that aristocrat proved no match for the ferocity of the attack, falling back from his feet, landing upon the ground, and as he fumbled to get out a gun, Throw nearly interceded. But instead of the bullets stopping the shadow, they passed through the form and ricocheted off the buildings behind the entity. Throw had waited for some kind of pain to register as it had done before. Except there had been nothing. The attack didn't even slow, and there had been the temptation to let the final course of the meal be served. Throw needed, however, for there to be a reporting of the incident. Thus, he had called off his dog, so to speak, the shadow returning to a heel, a balloon once again tethered unto him. Down below, on the street, in the snow, there had been much gasping and rolling about, and then the male had done as was predicted. With a sloppy hand, he had gotten out a cell phone and texted something. And like the saviors they preferred to think of themselves as, the brothers had come unto the fallen, confirming what Throw had suspected. Yes, there was an emergency system in place, a method by which endangered citizens could ask for and receive aid from within the species. This was important information to have, and it was going to be managed with strategy. As the heroic arrivals had clustered around the injured male, Throw had been sorely tempted to stay and continue to play witness. But the risk was too great, especially as yet another brother arrived. With an unspoken order, Throw had called his shadows into travel, and returned to home they had gone, arriving now in the snowy yard behind the grand house. Throw paused and considered his options in the cold. There was the prospect of doing another attack this evening, but no. He wanted to see how the natural course of this first one played out. How long it took for the story to percolate and be expressed on social media. How others in the race, especially other aristocrats, responded. What Wrath, the great blind king, did. When one was sowing the seeds of social dissension, one had to proceed with care, lest the bonfire thus started got out of bounds and spread in directions that did not support the larger goal. Originally, he had assumed he needed an army of shadows to attack the Brotherhood and kill the king. But upon further reflection, he decided he did not need such a largesse. Instead, he could use what he had to create social unrest, and that was a far better avenue for him to realize his ambitions. If enough attacks like this occurred in a short enough period of time, it would not take long before Wrath and the Brotherhood would be perceived as weak. Unable to protect their citizens, they would suffer a rightful fall from grace, and the race would be looking for a hero. And vacuums needed to be filled, didn't they? It was one of the laws of physics. Come, he ordered his balloons. Let us get out of the cold. The dominoes have just started to fall, and it will be a while as of yet. Naturally, his shadows did exactly what he told them to. 41. Not long after Sola helped bring the groceries in, and Asael and his cousin started to cook, Dr. Manello came to check on the patient, which was fine, great, whatever Sola thought. It was just well that other nurse in the long robes was with him. And hey, the woman was perfectly professional and solicitous. But Sola had to cop to feeling a spike of that smiman, which was frickin' ridiculous. In lieu of giving herself a timeout, she went downstairs and wasted 10 minutes tidying her already neat guest room. And then she flipped through some TV. And then, unable to settle for some reason, she decided a shower was in order, and she was naked and under the hot spray when Asael came and found her. One moment she was alone and doing a quick wash of things, the next, a dark shape was just outside the shower stall. Jerking the door open, she leaned out into the cold. What did Dr. Manello say? Everything's still okay. Asael didn't respond verbally. Instead, he took off his clothes, letting them fall to the damp tile floor. His sex was totally erect, sticking out straight out from his hips. I need you, he said with a growl. As she stepped back to make room for him, she was aware of a heady scent, some kind of delicious cologne that he had been wearing lately. Damn, the stuff went into her nose and through her body. His hands were rough as he pulled her against him, and his mouth was the same, grinding, taking, demanding. And as she kissed him back, she was aware of a strange taste, as if he had been drinking wine. It was not unpleasant at all. It was just a type of Cabernet she had never had before. When he put one of her hands on his arousal, she started stroking him and he climaxed immediately, coming on her belly, the ejaculations hot and powerful. In the back of her mind, she had a split second of disappointment that he had finished so soon, the session ending before it got started for her. She couldn't have been more wrong. Before she knew what was happening, he was lifting her up and she was grabbing on to the top of the stall's glass panels. Suspending herself at his hip height, he entered her core with a hard shove, the penetration slicing through her with an erotic sharpness. And as he began to move inside of her, An unusual tingling flowed throughout her body, as if her blood had turned to sparkles. So hot, so heavy, so hard. And then his mouth was at her breasts, his dark head moving as wet suction locked on her nipples. How great that his hair was already growing in, she thought in the back of her mind. And then she didn't think about anything at all. Her orgasm was no riplight, it was a roar. A great fireball that incinerated her from the inside out, the sensations wiping everything out of her consciousness except the pleasure. 3 thrusts later, and he came along with her, locking his hips into her pelvis, his sex filling her up. But Asael didn't stop. He kept going, ravishing her, moving his mouth from her breasts to her neck, where he nipped and sucked at her. Gritting her teeth, she tried not to make any sound. This was not upstairs, where there was privacy. No, he had come to her down in the basement, as if he had been too impatient to wait. At least his cousins and Marcus were upstairs cooking, her grandmother supervising them with frustration as the men tried to provide for her. But that could change at any moment. "I want more," Asael said in her ear. "I want more from you." Snaking a hand up the back of his neck, she pulled him closer. "Then take it. Take all of me." A lance of something so pleasurable it stung made her forget herself, and she cried out as she lost her hold on the shower stall. With a squeak, her hand slipped down the glass, shifting her position. Crashing them together, arms, legs, bodies tangling as slippery skin and awkward angles conspired to send her into a fall. Asael scrambled to catch her as his arousal popped free, and then she was down on the floor by the drain. She started to laugh. She couldn't help it. "Okay, that was a traffic accident," she said as she looked up at him. "Good thing I—" She stopped as she realized he wasn't laughing with her. And then his expression registered properly. Pain, dark and torturous, had drawn his face in tightly. "What's wrong?" she asked. That was when she noticed the faint red tinge to the water that was escaping through the drain. Shit, her period. "I'm not hurt," she chided. "It's a woman thing." As he helped her to her feet, he seemed profoundly unsteady. "I am so sorry." "What for? It happens once a month." Asael just shook his head and gathered her close. "I am so very sorry." Sola rolled her eyes as she put her arms around him and gave him a squeeze. "I'm perfectly fine." With gentle brushes, he nuzzled her neck, kissing her softly before hanging his head. They stayed there for so long the water began to lose its temperature, and even then he didn't seem to want to leave. "We have to get out," she told him. "They'll wonder what we're up to, and chances are, at least your cousins will get it right." Making the decision for them, she cut the water off and stepped out. There were 2 towels hanging on the rod, and she took them both off, offering him one. She could have sworn his hand shook as he accepted it. "Did Dr. Manello have anything to say about your—" "It all went fine," he replied roughly. "I'm fine." Asael turned away to dry off, and she watched his muscles shift under his smooth skin. Even though it had been just a few days, she could swear he was regaining some of his bulk already, but probably, as with her thinking that his hair was coming in, that was optimism over accuracy on her part. "Asael, what's wrong?" He stopped, his head dropping as if in defeat. "I just am so sorry. I don't understand what for." She wrapped the towel around herself. "Everything is good. We're good. I'm good. You're good." As she continued on in that vein, she wondered who she was trying to argue that to, him or her. Exactly how the hell did he think this was all going to work? Asael wondered as he left the steamy bathroom and went back up to the first floor. How did he think he was going to be with a human for the rest of their lives? Opening the cellar door, he cleared his throat as all the eyes in the kitchen shifted to him. "Marisol is coming directly. If you all will just excuse me? I'm afraid I slipped and fell in the bathroom. The lie sounded ridiculous to his own ears, and only Marisol's grandmother nodded as if that made perfect sense. Then again, she was incentivized to believe in the virtue of her granddaughter, and at least his cousins and Marcus stayed silent on the subject. With his head in a tangle, Asael strode off for the stairs to his own room, and when he got to the 2nd floor, he stripped everything off and went into his loo. Willing the lights on, he looked at himself in the mirror. Under the illumination coming from the ceiling, he appeared downright evil, great shadows where his deep-set eyes sat within his skull. His body as yet unsated even by the intense session in Marisol's shower, the chosen's vein he had just taken powering him up. The loginess that came with feeding had yet to kick in, and he prayed it would soon. He was dangerous like this, a bonded male so close to his female and yet unable to have her fully. And by that, he meant more than just her sex. Putting his head into his hands, he ran his tongue over the sharp points of his descended fangs. He hadn't meant to bite Marisol. Or rather, when he had told her he needed more and she had answered for him to have all of her, there had been no proper context for her consent. He had taken her vein with love. He had had her in the way he so desperately wanted, but in doing so he had violated her. Marisol had had no idea what he'd been asking for, and thus he had done the unforgivable. After she had slipped and the contact at her throat had been broken, he had immediately realized what he'd done in his feeding-crazed state. Licking the wound closed in a clandestine manner, he had been too horrified with himself to tell her everything, and now he was up here with a pit in his stomach and a pain in his heart. Why in hell had he thought they could go on without her knowing? Fates, why had he assumed all would be well? For one, he was going to live centuries longer than her. How could he explain his not aging as she grew older? Indeed, he was going to look as though he were in his late 20s until about a decade before he died, and the same would be true of his cousins. And then there was the feeding issue. He would have to take the vein of a female vampire on a regular basis, and now that he was healthy, he was liable to react like this. He wanted Marisol, not anyone else. So he was bound to come at her as he had tonight, starved, demanding, and taking her vein. Oh, and as for daylight, it was fine for him to play that bullshit night owl card up to a point. But how about when the seasons changed and there were over 14 hours of daylight? 16? What was he going to do when, on some nice summer afternoon, his female wanted to go for a picnic? How was he going to handle that? Other than bursting into flames in front of her, that was a sail. Closing his eyes, his entire body stooped at the sound of her voice. Marisol, me love, I think you need to tell me what's going on here. After the longest time, when he could see no other way about things, he said in a hoarse voice, I agree. Unfortunately. 42. As the mobile surgical unit rumbled through the streets of downtown, heading for the bridge to Caldwell's other side, Jane went into one of the overhead compartments and took out a clean sheet. Flipping the soft white fabric free of its folds, she laid it across the body and then pulled things up so that the civilian's face and head were covered. Then she took a seat next to Vishouse. When he reached over and clasped her hand, she looked at him. I didn't know how to bring him back. His heart couldn't take it. There was nothing else you could have done. I know. Come here. V pulled her into him and she leaned on his strength, his big body catching her. In her head, she reviewed everything in sequence, from her arriving and making the assessment to the transfer onto the tableto, the chest compression, the defibrillator, the drug protocol. Did he have any identification on him? She asked. Q. V called out. Did you find ID? Yeah, I got it, Quinn said from behind the wheel. No one I recognized, so I texted it to Saxton. Jane spoke up. I want to talk to the family. When they're found, I want to be the one who's there for them. You got it, V said. Quinn glanced over his shoulder. ETA at Havers's is about 20 minutes. I texted them we were on the way, Jane muttered. But should we call, too? V shook his head. Let's just take a breather. They know we're coming. All right. She exhaled her sadness. God, that's someone's son. Maybe mate. I really hate to lose a patient. That's why you're such an amazing doctor. As she stared at the body, she started to frame what she was going to tell the next of kin, trying out a couple of different approaches. Typically, family members needed to know two things. Namely, that everything possible had been done, and that the suffering had been kept to a minimum. V's fingertip under her chin brought her eyes to his. You know how tight I am with Butch, right? He said. How that cop is like. You are brothers, the two of you. She smiled a little. You couldn't be closer. When we were in that alley the other night, and Butch was injured, V cleared his throat, and I couldn't get to him, I was terrified that he was dying. And then you were there, and as I watched you take off to go treat him, I thought." There was a long pause, those diamond eyes searching her face. "I thought there was no one else in the world, and that included myself, who I would rather have taken care of him. I trust you that much. I believe in you that much." Jane found herself blinking away tears. "You have the best ways of saying I love you." "Nah." He stroked her face with his gloved hand. "I speak 16 languages, true. And even with all those words, sometimes I don't know how to put what's in here." He touched the center of his chest. "Out to you, right? I think you do just fine." Out of the corner of her eye, something moved and she glanced over to the treatment table. Probably just a shift from the surgical unit hitting a bump. She refocused on V. "When we arrive at Havers's, we need to go with the body to the morgue. I think it's important to just I don't know. I want to see him there safely." On that note, she leaned around her mate. "Hey, Quinn? Has Saxton gotten back to you?" The sound that percolated through the RV was like that of a pneumonia patient gasping for oxygen. The rattling a combination of loose fluid in the lungs and bronchial tubes that were clogged. And then the dead body sat up with the sheet over its face. "He's alive!" she barked as she jumped forward and went to pull the cloth away. "You're awake." Everything went into slow motion. Her hand reaching out to the sheet and pulling it back, the cover dropping, the face the gruesome, distorted face exposed, and swiveling toward her like that of an owl, the neck vertebrae snapping one by one. Jane screamed. As the dead patient sat up and looked over at his mate, Vicious's brain, great and powerful though it was, took a second or two to catch the fuck up with reality. 1. That thing wasn't alive. Whatever it was still dead. 2. This wasn't no weekend at Bernie's, chillin' with the stiff comedy sketch. What might have once been a stand-up guy now had pupil-less white eyes and fangs that were dropping down like it was ready to attack. And 3. There were oxygen tanks in here and the engine ran on diesel. So V couldn't use a gun, not unless he wanted to run the risk of blowing them all sky high. "Quinn! Stop!" V shouted. But the brother was already stomping on the brakes because of Jane's scream, everything jerking forward for momentum, and that included the dead male. As the corpse's torso slammed back down to the exam table, Vishouse put himself in front of Jane, shoving her away. "Get out of here," V hissed. "I don't want to worry about you. You don't have to, remember?" The patient had been tied down at the waist and the ankles for transport, the chest band having been left free so they could work on him. And this was a Bene. That dead son of a bitch made like he was going to come at Vonley to find that he was stuck. An unholy screech came out of that throat, and then the thing was tearing at the binds that kept it in place. Just as Quinn jumped into the back with his guns drawn. "No bullets!" he yelled. "No fucking bullets! Oxygen!" Before Vishouse could marshal an attack, those heavy nylon straps got torn off and that corpse came at him like something out of Evil Dead, head shaking back and forth a million times a second, the body moving all wrong as if its joints were frozen. As V got pile-driven toward the back doors, he wrenched around and caught the latch, releasing the lever so that he and the patient fell out of the surgical unit onto the snow together. The thing landed on top of him, and talk about strong. The kid had been built okay when he'd been alive, but whatever the shit was had given him superhero powers. V couldn't hold off the attack long enough to get his daggers out or a gun, now that they were free of the van. That snarling face was way too close for comfort. Those jaws snapping, the teeth clapping together like in its head, it was already tasting V's brains after it made an egg cup of his skull. And goddamn, a foul stench came out of its mouth, as if it were already rotting from the inside out, the digestive tract spoiling, the organs liquefying, the bones the only thing that stayed. Enter Quinn the Magnificent. All at once, V got a reprieve, and for a split second he had no fucking clue why. But then he saw Quinn's arms around the chest, the brother's face grimacing as he hauled back with all of his strength. The dead guy went crazy, letting out another of those howls, and he thrashed that head around, trying to bite at Quinn's face. V instantly knew that was a bad idea. Don't let him get you with his teeth. Quinn shifted his grip, slapping one of his palms on the patient's forehead and pulling back to expose the throat. Fucking perfect. Except as V went to unholster both his daggers, something entered his head and would not leave. He bit off his lead-lined glove, unleashing his curse. "Release!" he ordered Quinn. When the brother didn't comply, V nearly slapped the guy. "Fucking let him go!" Quinn caught the gist and still hesitated. But then the thing nearly got him as it jerked its head and teeth forward to bite. "On 3, Quinn hollered over the snarling and the screeching. 1, 2, 3. The brother went hands-free, jumping out of range. And Vishouse hit the chest of the patient with a nuclear defibrillator, his glowing palm going right on the sternum. The shrill noise was so loud, V went deaf. And talk about your shakedowns. The body of the patient slapped, flapped, kicked, bucked, and took Vishouse along for the ride, the energy exchange forming a lock between the body and V's palm. Just when he thought his arm was going to be ripped out of its socket, there was a pop like a balloon, and the patient was no more, a soft rain of particles falling on V. But that wasn't what he focused on. An entity seemed to escape into the night, and it was a shadow, or a part of one of those entities. Something had transferred to the civilian during the earlier attack. And either it killed the kid, or was harbored within him to be released when the second death came. In the silence that followed, there was nothing but his and Quinn's harsh breathing in the cold air. "What the fuck was that?" Quinn asked. As Jane appeared beside them, Vishouse stripped off his leather jacket, his movements jerky and uncoordinated. The second his left sleeve was down, he wrenched his arm around, and his heart started to beat hard. Looking at his skin, he measured the angry red stripe that the shadow he'd fought before had left in his flesh. Had the wound faded? It seemed like it had faded. Did that mean he was safe? Or had some of that gotten into him? Jane knew exactly what was going through his mind, even if Quinn didn't. She leaned down and discreetly inspected things. "It's definitely improved," she whispered. "I can tell. I remember exactly what it looked like." A cell phone went off. Ringer, not a text. With his brain jammed up, Vishouse looked around in confusion, but then Quinn took out his own phone and answered it. "Hey Sax, you did okay. His brothers with Havers at the clinic? Right, well, we're on the far side of the bridge." The brothers' mismatched blue and green eyes swung around and locked on V's. "But we've had a little there's been, let's call it a complication." 43. "Did you use again?" As Marisol asked the question, Assail's brain couldn't understand what she was asking, and as if she recognized this, she came a little farther into the bathroom and lowered her voice. "Is that what you need to tell me?" If only that was it, he thought. "I am not what you think I am. I am other from you. I look as though I am a human, and you have loved me as though I am, but I—" "Oi! Assail! Marisol!" The urgent voice shouting up the stairs was not the kind of thing you ignored. It was Eric, and there was fear behind that tone. Instantly, Assail reached into the nearest cupboard and took out a loaded gun. "What?" "Mrs. Carvalho. She fainted." Marisol bolted for the stairs, and Assail did likewise until he was halfway down and realized he was naked. Doubling back, he took a robe and pulled it on out of habit. He kept his gun in his palm. When he got down to the kitchen, the first thing he saw by the table were the plastic soles of Mrs. Carvalho's house slippers. The bottoms had a pattern of daisies to give grip, and they were scuffed and a little dirty. She would not like for them to be showing, he thought stupidly, as he came around and got on his knees. Marisol was already down beside her grandmother and speaking urgently to the woman. "Vovo." She switched in and out of Spanish, her words tripping and falling over each other, a terrified stampede escaping and trampling those who were weak in the pack. "What happened?" Assail demanded. Eric shook his head. "We were cooking at the stove. She was sitting here. We heard her make a sound, and then she fell from the chair. Call Dr. Manello." Eric ripped out his phone and backed away, and Assail touched Marisol on the shoulder. When she looked at him, he said softly, "We shall have the doctor come. Right away." Marisol blinked back tears. "We can't take her to the hospital. Not a normal hospital. We can't, she's not here legally. I can't run the risk of her getting deported." "Do not worry. I will take care of everything." As Marisol refocused on her grandmother, Eric approached and spoke into Assail's ear. Dr. Manello is sending the nurse immediately. He is going to have to drive to the house as Doc Jane is evidently tied up. The knock on the back door was sharp, and a female voice called out, "It's Elena." Avail and Marcus both lunged forward to let her in, and the nurse didn't waste time. She came around the far side of the table and put a duffel bag down. "Hi, Marisol," she said. "What is your grandmother's name?" "Mrs. Carvalho." Marisol patted the hand she was holding so tightly. "Right, Vovo, that is your name. Does she have any medical conditions I need to know about?" The nurse asked as she took out a blood pressure cuff and a stethoscope. "No, none," Marisol replied. "Is she on any medication?" When Marisol shook her head, the nurse said, "Has she been sick lately?" "No. She's very healthy." Assail stepped back and stood with his cousins and Marcus. The nurse worked efficiently, but she didn't give a lot away. Her face remained composed as she continued to ask questions, and Marisol had to sit back to give her room to work. "You're saying she was recently in a car for a long time?" Elena said. "Does she have a history of blood clots?" Sola was trying to stay present and respond appropriately to the medical questions and support her grandmother, but she kept slipping back to the pasto, finding her mother drunk on various floors. Some had been carpeted. Others had had tile. One had wood. No, two had had wood. She remembered them in a series of snapshots, and they came with smells, all of which were bad. Alcoholics did not generally smell good, whether it was vomit, body odor, or breath that reflected not only the last quart of tequila consumed, but also their body's decomposition and malfunctioning. Her grandmother had never once been drunk, had never not showed up when she'd said she would be somewhere, had never raised a hand in anger or cursed a young girl for her mere existence. She had never tried to commit suicide only to have Sola knock pills from her hand, had never disappeared for days at a time, leaving no money behind for food, had never even overslept. So seeing her grandmother down like this was stringing Sola between the two extremes she had grown up with, and it was hard not to break down and pray through her tears. On that note, she looked over the table at Avala because his were the first eyes she happened to meet. "Go to her bedroom. Her rosary is on her Bible. Will you bring it up here?" "What is a rosary?" the guy asked even as he started for the cellar door. "A necklace of beads with a cross. You'll see it there." She refocused on her grandmother. The nurse was flashing a penlight into first the right then the left eye. "What do you think is going on?" Sola asked. "Can you tell me anything?" "Dr. Manello is on his way. I'm just triaging at this point. Her pulse is weak, her pressure is low, and I think we're going to want to do some blood work. He's better with humans than I am." Sola shook her head at that last one. "So you don't know what's caused this?" "We need more information." Elena smiled at her patient. "But you're awake, and that's a really good sign. Does anything hurt, Mrs. Carvalho? Do you have a headache? Any pains in your calves?" The shake of the head for no was slow in coming, but it was firm. "Can you squeeze my fingers?" the nurse said as she put two against one palm. "You can? Good. How about on this side? Good. How many fingers am I holding up? 3? Perfect. You're passing all my tests, Mrs. Carvalho. Here is the rotisserie." As Avail held out the chain with its well-worn beads, Sola didn't bother to correct him. "Thank you. Thank you so much." An alarm sounded, shrill and painful to the ear, and everybody jumped. "The stove, damn it." Assail ran across and turned off something that had started to burn on the cooktop. "Ericopin, the door. We have to get the heat and smoke out." From the corner of her eye, Sola watched the men get dish towels and wave them under the alarm, and the silence, when it came, was a relief, but not an improvement on the real situation. That was only happening if her grandmother sat up, got herself to her feet, and started yelling at people for leaving those potatoes on way too long. Elena got to her feet. "I'm just going to call Dr. Manello's coming as fast as he can. Will you excuse me?" Sola nodded at the nurse, who went over in the corner, put a cell phone to her ear, and spoke quietly. Leaning down to her grandmother, Sola put the rosary in her Vovo's hand and spoke in Spanish. "Do not leave me. You marry that man, her Vovo said in a weak voice. You marry him. Okay, Vovo. I will. Promise me. You're not dying. That is God's will, not mine. I am happy to go home to him now that I know you have someone to love you. Sola swiped her eyes. You're not going anywhere, grandmother. You are safe with him. He stares at you like you are his whole world. This makes me happy. I can die now happy. Stop talking like that. Right now. Child, her grandmother seemed to struggle to focus. But then she reached up and touched Sola's face. I am old. It is my time. I can't live forever. But now I don't have to worry. He will take care of you. I am at peace as long as you swear to me now, you will marry him. Sola had to wipe her eyes again. This wasn't happening, she told herself. This couldn't possibly be happening. She did not bring her grandmother all this way back north just to have her die. Oh God, I've killed her, she thought. Marisol, swear to me. The voice was weak. The demand was not. Or I cannot be at peace. I swear to you I will marry him. 44. The hardest part of any doctor's job was talking to the families of patients who had died. To look a grieving spouse, child, father, mother, brother, sister in the eye and have to tell them that, in spite of everything you had learned and all that was at your disposal, you had not been able to keep their loved one alive was a nightmare. But what the hell did you say about something like this? Jane thought as she stared at the mobile surgical unit's empty exam table. As the RV slowed and made a fat turn, she sat back down beside Vishouse and tried to put the series of events into perspective, into a rational framework, into something that could be explained without the use of the word zombie. God in heaven above, she thought. Not for the first time. They didn't even have a body anymore. Almost there, Quinn said from up front. Leaning around V, Jane looked down the surgical unit's interior and through the front windshield. She couldn't see much but evergreens and skeleton trees all covered in snow. No, wait. There was the farmhouse. Havers's underground medical facility was located on the far side of the Hudson, deep in a forest, and it was accessible through various entry points, all separated by plenty of distance. The one they were going to use was the Faker homestead with the barn out back, the one that appeared to be where peaceable humans resided, the ruse to hide the rest. This was where deliveries came in and also, when sadly applicable, bodies. After Quinn turned them around in the drive and parked them butt into the barn, Jane got out of the RV and took a series of deep breaths. She still had no idea what she was going to say to the civilians next of kin. Cause of death: cardiac failure due to traumatic injury. Cause of reanimation: no clue. Secondary cause of death: incineration by my mate's hand. Come on, V said as he put an arm around her shoulders. She hadn't been aware of just standing there in the cold, but Quinn had already opened the side door of the barn and was waiting. Getting with the program, she was all in her head as they checked in with the security monitor, were granted access to the elevator, and descended down to the clinic. As they got off, it was into a warm, well-lit, utterly undecorated corridor that looked exactly like all the ones in human hospitals. Damn it, I always forget which way to go, she muttered. Yup, just like St. Francis. Lost and there was no signage. This way, V said. After a bunch of turns that she didn't track, they came around a corner and found what looked like almost all of the Brotherhood standing in a clutch. Havers, the race's physician and Marissa's estranged brother, was by them, all college professor-like with his tortoiseshell glasses and his bow tie. Everyone got good and quiet as Jane and her two escorts approached, and she hung back as V and Quinn answered a lot of very difficult questions, and answered some more, and, excuse me, she cut in, but where is the next of kin? I want to go see him now. Havers cleared his throat. What are you going to tell him? What I know to be true. Are you certain that is wise? Jane frowned, and before she knew what she was doing, she stepped in tight to the healer. Even though he was taller than she was, she glared right up into those glasses. I'm not going to lie to him, if that's what you're suggesting, she snapped. He has a right to know everything we do, and if I can't explain something, I'm going to let him know that. There could be larger consequences, Havers hedged. This could be a threat to the species at large, and one wouldn't want to cause a panic. As the healer looked around, seeking backup from the brothers. She was done. Not my problem. I'm a physician first, the rest of you can worry about politics. Now where is my dead patient's brother? The fact that everyone just stared at Vishouse pissed her off. Like she was a problem to be managed by him? She's 100% correct, Vishouse said. She should tell him what she knows and what she doesn't. It's up to us to put it in context. But there will be no lying or subterfuge, and I'm going to make sure no one interferes with what she has to say. Anyone have a problem with that? That last one was not phrased like a question, and he was pegging Havers with hard eyes as he laid it out there. The healer looked to the floor and nodded. But of course. Right this way. Havers led them down the hall even farther and then into a waiting area that was half full with lots of chairs. As they passed through, Jane noted the patients and families who were milling around, or sitting watching the TV, or standing in line at the reception desk. Many of them waved to the healer, smiled at him, greeted him with respect, and he was gracious in return. It was a reminder of Havers's complicated nature. He was good to the people who came to him for help, he truly was. It was just outside of that sphere that made you want to smack him sometimes. Now there was signage, the overhead plaques with arrows directing people this way and that to things like radiology, outpatient surgery, obstetrics, wellness care. Eventually, Havers took them down a short hall that had 4 closed doors, 2 on each side. Beside them, discreet labels read family counseling. "He is in here," Havers announced as he went to knock on one of the panels. "He is Aaron, son of Stanilas." V caught the healer's arm. "She goes in alone. You and I are waiting out here. Actually, Vishouse, why don't you and I go in together?" Jane pivoted toward him. "You were there. You might offer some insight I cannot." "You got it." Jane was the one who knocked, and when there was a quiet "come in," she opened things up. A very well-dressed young male with blonde hair and pale eyes was sitting in one of 6 chairs. He was obviously nervous, his palms stroking up and down his thighs, his shoulders braced. "Hello, Aaron," Jane said as she entered. "I'm Dr. Jane Whitcomb, and this is my mate, Vishouse, who has medical training. I'm here to speak with you about your brother." "Half-brother." The male looked at Vishouse, looked back. "He's my half-brother, but we're very close. What's going on?" "I got this phone call and I came here, but no one's telling Mice Winnig okay." The words came out in a rush, his anxiety clearly overcoming him. "May I have your permission to speak with Vishouse present?" When the male nodded, she approached him. "Is it all right for me to sit down next to you?" "Yes, of course." Aaron got to his feet and offered his palm for a shake. "Forgive my manners." Jane took a seat and waited until he'd resettled and those pale eyes came back to her. And then she spoke. "I'm so sorry, your brother has gone unto the fade." She used the traditional vampire way of communicating death out of respect, and the reaction was immediate. The male began to tremble, his eyes glassing over with tears. "What, how? He was perfectly healthy. I just had first meal with him a couple of hours ago. How did this happen?" Jane handled the sad business like a total professional, and as Vishouse stood with his back against the door in case Havers got any bright idea, she could only respect his mate even more. She told the male what happened event by event, with a calm, firm voice. And as for the parts that couldn't be explained, she owned up to them and fielded the questions as best she could. And then the male looked across at V. "You don't know what it was that attacked him?" "I don't understand." Vishouse cleared his throat. "The only conclusion we can draw at this time is that the Omega is changing its strategy and sending something new out into the field. Even though those entities had not read as part of the Evil One, what else could be behind them? We will get to the bottom of this, though, I promise you." The young male burst up and paced around in the tight quarters. "And meanwhile, I have no body to bury. Just a nightmare story and a whole lot of I don't knows." "I'm sorry," Vishouse said remotely. Jane handled the anger better than he did. "I realize this is very hard. I lost a sibling myself, and frankly, I'm still not over it. I really wish we had more for you. I truly do." The male stopped and faced her. "How do I know that Winnig made it unto the fade? Was he a kind male? A just and kind male?" Those tears, the ones that had come before the anger, re-emerged. Winnig was the best. He was my closest friend. We went everywhere together. We have always been inseparable, especially after all of our parents were. They didn't make it through the raids. V closed his eyes in commiseration. So much fucking loss. He fucking hated the Omega, he really did. This house flipped his lids back open. Tell me something. Did your brother mention where he was going tonight? If they were inseparable, where had Aaron been? He was meeting someone. I don't know who, though. The male looked over. He never had anything to do with the lessening society, if that's where you're going with this. Not at all. I was just wondering. At least they had the cell phone that had been used to call for help. V was gonna go through that as soon as he could. Look for numbers. Contacts. Although come on, like the Omega was gonna reach out and touch people through a goddamn phone call? And it's such bad luck, what with that will? Aaron said. What will? V asked. The young male dragged a hand through his hair. We had different mommen, Winnig and I. He was born first and his mommen died on the birthing bed. We found out, like a week ago, that his uncle on that side of his family had recently died and left him this huge estate. My brother and Iaru are well off, it is true. But he invited me to go to celebrate this windfall with him. We were going to travel, get out of Caldwell during this winter weather, but that is not going to happen anymore. V measured the male again. The clothes were fine, that cashmere coat and those fancy loafers, the kind of thing that required cash and taste to afford. And the accent was straight up Glimmer all the way. Who was the uncle? V said. The name given didn't ring any bells. But then the aristocracy shit was not something he had ever much bothered with. Jane spoke up. I'd like to suggest you speak with a counselor, Aaron. The clinic here has a number of them on staff. They can really help with grief. I don't want to talk to anyone. Just keep it in mind. And if you have any questions, or you want to speak with me again, all you have to do is ask and I'll be here. There was an awkward pause. Do you have someone who can pick you up? Help you get home? More with the hair dragging. My girlfriend is at my house. It's our 2-year anniversary. She's supposed to be getting something ready for us. And that's the only reason I didn't go out with Winnig tonight. Bad timing, huh? How about we call her and ask her to come get you? Jane offered. I'm fine. Jane got to her feet and put her hand on the male's shoulder. I think it would be best for you not to be alone right now. This is a bad shock made so much worse with everything we don't know. After a moment, the male stared up at Jane. Was it a brother or a sister? The one you lost. It was my little sister, Hannah. She died when she was young. But I remember everything. And you're not over it. Jane shook her head. No. But that doesn't mean I'm not living my life. Either. We take our dead with us through our lives. And that's the way it should be. And again, if you believe the good and the just go to the fade, then your brother is there. Believe in that. How he died doesn't change who he was, do you understand? No matter what happened, it was not his fault, and it will not change his afterlife. There was another pause, and then the male got to his feet and threw his arms around Jane. As the pair of them stood together, V looked down at the floor out of respect. And thought of his mommen for no good reason. 45. As Sola stood outside her grandmother's patient room, which was just 2 doors down from where a sale had been, she decided she never, ever wanted to see the inside of this facility again. Between her experience after the abduction, coming here for a sale, and now this, she was beyond done and praying that the 3 strikes and you're out rule applied. He's been in there for so long. She looked over at a sale who was beside her. I mean, what are they doing to her? Dr. Manello had been amazing, getting them here in record time, running more tests, checking everything. But it had been hell. Sola hated limbos when they didn't matter. When it was something like this, having no firm footing was flat out unbearable. As she stared at the closed door, she tried to see through the panel. When the whole X-ray vision thing didn't work, she gave mind reading a shot and also got nowhere. Finally, in desperation, she attempted to see into the future. Total no-go. So much for superpowers. No matter what it is, Assail said softly. We will deal with it. You are not alone. She refocused on him. He was staring at the ground, his face grim, his eyes unblinking. His profile was, as always, so striking. The angles of his cheekbones and his jaw so perfect. His jet black hair a striking contrast to his skin. His brows an elegant slash. Standing shoulder to shoulder with him, she realized that up until now she had always felt alone. Her grandmother was someone to take care of, someone to watch over, not a partner. And Sola's biggest fear, when she had been on the wrong side of the law, had always been what would happen to her Vovo if something happened to her. She was all the woman had. Sola's own health and safety had been a burden for that reason. But now, in the midst of whatever crisis this was, she found that she had backup, and not in the gunfight kind of way. No, she had someone at her six to process decision-making with, to share grief with, to collapse against when she needed a fall apart before she could keep going. She reached over and took his hand. "I'm so glad you're here." His eyes, as sad as her own, lifted. "I will not desert you in this." If that was not a vow, she didn't know what was. Leaning in, she put her hand on the side of his face and brushed his lips with her own. "Thank you." As the door to the patient room opened, she stiffened and tried to read the features of the doctor. "What?" she demanded. But Dr. Manello didn't seem offended by the rudeness. "We're looking good. We're looking real good." "Wait, what?" She shook her head. "What are you wait, what?" He smiled. "Her heart's good. Her blood works fine. There's no evidence of a blood clot or stroke. Her pressure's still a little on the low side, but she hasn't been eating or drinking much, so she's dehydrated, and she needs to get some rest. No more cooking." Sola stamped her foot. "She's been at that goddamn stove since we got out of the car. IV told her to sit down and let us wait on her. She's so stubborn." In spite of its quick onset, her burst of anger burned out quick, and in its wake came a shaky relief that made Sola sag against the sail. Dr. Manello nodded his head. "She is a little set in her ways from what I've seen. And listen, going forward, use me. Tell her that she has to behave better, or you're calling her doctor in to read the riot act to her." Sola put her hand over her pounding heart. "She scared the crap out of us. I think she scared herself, and I want to keep her here for a day or two, just to make sure we're not missing anything." "That's a great idea. Keep her as long as you like. Just so you know, she is not happy with this plan." "I don't think she would be," Sola muttered. "But it's not her call." Dr. Manello gave her shoulder a squeeze. "Go on in there. You guys are welcome to visit any time, and call me if you have questions. Don't be alarmed at the 4. We're just running fluids into her and some electrolytes, and the monitors are simply there to keep track of things. I'm going to repeat some tests tomorrow at nightfall and we'll see where we're at. But again, a couple of days of observation here would be great for me. Then that is what we're going to do. Thanks. Document. You are so welcome." Sola glanced at Asael. "I'd like to have a moment alone with her, so I can yell at her." He bowed low. "But of course, I shall wait here." After she kissed him again, she went for the door like an avenger, opening it wide with every intent to yell. But then she had a sudden wobble as she saw her grandmother so small in the big bed. And she was really glad the doctor had given her a heads up on the 4 and the equipment. If she hadn't known better, she would have been alarmed. "Vovo, you're staying here," Sola said before the woman opened her mouth. "Stop with that right now. It's doctor's orders and we are going to do what they say." Talk about a glower. Her grandmother's eyebrows dropped so low, she looked like she was peering through Venetian blinds. But there was no argument, which told Sola she wasn't the only one spooked by what had happened. Sola went in and pulled a chair over to the bedside. Taking her Vovo's hand, she smiled a little. "I'm really glad you're okay." There was a grunt, but then her grandmother sighed. "I am older than I think I am. I pushed you pretty hard with that car ride. In this, I am sorry. I am glad we are here. It was all worth it." They sat in silence for a little while, and then her grandmother closed her eyes. "If you don't marry him, I'm going to die." "Vovo, what are you saying?" Her grandmother opened one lid. "That if you do not marry him, it will kill me and my death will be on your conscience for the rest of your life." That is what I'm saying. Just as Sola was about to absolutely not fare that one, her grandmother winked at her. Gotcha. That is not okay, Vovo. And you know it. I will use anything I can. Listen, your message has been received. Okay. There's no need to press anymore. Your job, if you want to look at it like that, is to live long enough to see the ceremony. How's that sound? But then you will never go down the aisle. Just to keep me here. We'll see about that. Where is he? Waiting outside. Bring him in. I want to see my grandson-in-law. We aren't married yet, Vovo, Sola said dryly. Not my fault, is it? Asael stayed outside of that patient room, mired in a skittish, annoying energy that made him want to run laps up and down the training center. Indeed, this whole growing a conscience thing for him was full of angst. After a lifetime of not caring about anyone over himself, to be this concerned with Mrs. Carvalho was a change on top of the guilt he was now carrying about. When Marisol opened the door abruptly, he stiffened. Is she okay? Shall I summon the healer? Marisol shook her head and smiled. She wants to see you. Asael straightened the loose cashmere sweater he had pulled on before leaving the house and found himself wishing that instead of casual slacks, he were in a tuxedo, as if formality would somehow increase the older woman's chances of survival. Entering the patient room, he had a brief hiccup of dissociation as his brain connected the dots, and came to the realization that Marisol's grandmother was in an identical room to the one he had spent all that time in. But before memories could tackle him and render him useless, he snapped out of it and told himself to smile. Mrs. Carvalho, he said as he approached the bed. You are looking very well indeed. The elderly lady interrupted him with a weak voice. If you do no marry my granddaughter, I will die. Vovo, Marisol snapped. Are you even serious right now? The woman put her arm over her forehead. I am feeling faint. I feel no good. Alarmed, Asael all but lunged for the door. Madam, I must summon. Baloney, Marisol said as she put her hands on her hips. Why aren't any of those machines going off? Mrs. Carvalho dropped her arm and appeared irked by the logic. They no work. Pieces of junk. You need to stop this right now. Marisol's grandmother looked at Asael. I must have my granddaughter taken care of and I choose you. Okay. That's it. Marisol threw her hands up. We're leaving. Asael approached the bedside and took the old woman's hand. Staring deeply into her eyes, he lowered his voice. I do not deserve her. You must realize this. Mrs. Carvalho smiled so deeply. She glowed with the beauty she must have had when she was young. And that is why I choose you. You recognize she is best. She is everything. She is the whole world. You make me happy. I sleep now. You a good man. As those eyes began to close, Asael rubbed his thumb back and forth on that gnarled hand. The bones were too close to the surface for his comfort. A reminder that this fixture in Marisol's life, and now his own indeed, did not have an eternity in front of her. I am not a good man, he found himself whispering. Not even close. God sees what man does not, Mrs. Carvalho murmured. As the woman reached out her free hand, a clear beckoning to Marisol, it was a little while before the granddaughter answered the call of her elder. But then Marisol too was holding on, the pair of them united by the frail, fierce spirit on the bed. In the thick silence that followed, Asael looked across at Marisol with dread. She was staring at her grandmother, her face sad and serious. What the hell am I going to do now, he thought. 46. Quinn barely got them all back to the Brotherhood's mansion before dawn's early. Ass-kicking light rained down out of the sky. The second the brother hit the brakes on the mobile surgical unit, this house opened the side door and hopped out, reaching up to help his Jane. As she accepted his hand, even though she didn't need it, it felt so good to aid her in some small way. Shutting things, the three of them jogged over to the entrance and went into the vestibule. As soon as he put his face in the camera, the inner door opened, and Beth let them in. You guys just made it, the Queen said. We were worried. Come on in and eat. The other brothers who had been out at the clinic had dematerialized home, but V had wanted to be on backup for Quinn on the drive back. and he hadn't minded the decompression time. Some nights were longer than others, and some were outright hell. As Beth and Quinn headed off for the crowded dining room, V hung back. "You want to eat something?" Jane looked through the elegant archway to the packed, fancy table and squared her shoulders. "Sure." When she started in that direction, he caught her hand and stared into her forest green eyes. "Tell me what you really want to do. Be honest." "I'm exhausted," she sagged. "But I'm afraid to tell you that because, well, I just don't want you to think it's going back to the way it was." This house swooped down and picked her up. "I'm taking you to the pit, and I'm going to feed you soy packets and ketchup. And it's going to be the best meal you've never had." She laughed. "You know, my MSG levels are running a little low. Actually, I lied about the soy sauce. I'm going to call Fritz and have them walk some food over, 'kay?" Jane relaxed in his arms, and he loved the loose feel of her body. "That sounds perfect. I love everybody, but I can't chit-chat right now and I don't want to be rude." "I got you, true?" Feeling strong as a mountain with his female in his arms, V strode off through the majestic, multicolored foyer to the hidden door underneath the grand staircase. As he took them down into the underground tunnel, his bonded male was front and fucking center, and that protective instinct and purpose was a grounding he hadn't had for a very long time. His shit-kickers literally landed differently on the concrete beneath his feet, and his brain was sharp in a way that made him feel like a laser. "I love this," he thought. "So much it scares me." But he could trust Jane. He knew that in his soul. She would never abuse this power she had over him. Hell, she probably wasn't even aware she had it. "Why are you smiling?" she said softly. He stopped as they arrived at the door to the pit. "Do you know what is even more important to me than love?" "What's that?" V shifted her around so he could look her in the face. "Trust is more important to me, and I realize that you got my back." Jane reached up and stroked his face. Then she ran her fingertips over the symbols that had been tattooed into his temple. "Trust," she said, "is just another word for love." Her smile was so radiant that he had to kiss her. And at first it was a communion kind of thing, a brush of mouths that was reverent and non-sexual. That did not last. Before he knew what was happening, he was licking his way into her, dropping her to her feet, holding her against his hardening body. His hands smoothed down her shoulders to her waist, her hips, her ass, and as he curled his greater height around her, his head started to spin. "Jane." "Yes," she whispered. He was tempted to do it right where the hell they were, but he was worried that Fritz might come and check on them to get a food order. That poor dog Jen had seen a lot in his centuries of service, but a brother banging his mate in the brightly lit tunnel was pushing the bounds. "Come on, let's hurry," V said. "I need to be inside you." They scrambled their way up the shallow steps, burst into the little hall, and started taking their clothes off before they hit their bedroom. With a sloppy kick, V shut the door behind them, and then they were doing a whole lot of strip kissing. "I love you naked," he gritted out against his mate's mouth as they finally stood against each other with no barriers. The whole vertical shit did not last. Next thing he knew, thank fuck was on top of Jane on the bed. And even though there were so many other things he wanted to do, so many places he wanted his mouth, his tongue, his hands, he really needed to be inside of her. For a male who existed separately from everyone, even his brothers, he had to have this unity with his female, with Jane. She and she alone was the one who he could be both strong and vulnerable with. His brilliant, beautiful, full of compassion female. She was right. At the end of the day, absolute trust was the working definition of true love. As Jane looked up at Vishouse, she tilted her pelvis so he could go in deep, and she braced herself for a wild onslaught of passion. Not this time. Instead of pounding into her, which she would have been totally fine with, V moved in a slow wave. His erection sliding in and out, the passion more like lighting a lovely candle instead of burning the house down. And he stared at her the entire time. Those diamond eyes, those wonderful, cynical, often chilly but never cruel, diamond eyes with their navy blue rims boring into her own. For some reason, just before she began to climax, she found herself reaching up to his face once again. "You're going to be okay," she heard herself say. "That shadow is not in you. You're not that civilian, I promise you." That is not going to happen to you. Vishouse froze, his eyes growing wide. What? It's all right. Look at your arm. Go on. He blinked quick a number of times. And then instead of checking the wound, he said in a voice that cracked, "How did you know? Why wouldn't you wonder?" She shrugged. "How could you not? If I were you, that's what would go through my mind. You were wounded in the same way that Civilian was, just to a much lesser extent. I would be worried it might spread or something might be harbored inside of me. But that is not what's going on." As he shifted and looked at his arm muscle, his stare narrowed. "It is getting better. I agree. And even though we don't know for sure, it is logical to assume that is a favorable sign. Also, you have been acting no different, and honestly, that Civilian's wounds were over half his body, more than half." V refocused on her eyes. "I want it gone. I don't want that shit in my skin anymore. Those shadows are so much more dangerous than we thought. The fucking Omega has to go." "I agree." After a moment, he dropped his head and started to kiss her again, and she kissed him right back, giving him everything she had, trying to reassure him not just about his own injury, but the very future of the race. Which was maybe nuts. But sometimes that was all you could do, just pour your hope and love into your partner because they needed the support, even though it arguably wasn't going to change or improve what was really going on. With a luscious sigh, Jane arched into her release, the tide cresting in a quiet, profound way, the warmth, the tightening around his arousal, the sweet, sweet relief cleansing her, wiping out, at least for the time being, all the ugliness that she had seen tonight. "Oh God," Jane V groaned as he, too, found his orgasm. The pleasure seemed to last forever, and then they were spooning in a warm cocoon, the duvet yanked over their bodies, his head on his pillow, hers on the inside of his arm. As they lay there in the dark, Jane closed her eyes. "What about food?" she mumbled as she started to fall asleep. "This is all I need," V replied. "Me too." Her last thought before she drifted off was that no. In fact, this was not like it had been previously when she'd come back exhausted from work. She was tired, it was true, and it was from her job. But instead of being in here alone, she was very much in this together. With the one she loved. 47. Detective de la Cruz. "How nice to see you again." As Vittoria came forward across the gallery space, she offered the man her hand. "I didn't expect you so soon. It's not even 10 in the morning. Traffic was light." He was dressed in a version of what he'd had been in the day before. The blazer dark brown this time, the pants black, the shoes slush-worthy and streaked with dried salt stains. He had something in his hand, but not a notebook. A clipboard? No, it was a thin laptop. "Would you like to go somewhere to talk?" he said. "But of course. This way." As she led him over to the stairs to Ricardo's office, she was aware of a curling anxiety. She hid it by reminding herself that if she couldn't handle this kind of heat, she had no business thinking that she could run her brother's illegal empire. And no, she was not going down to the station to meet de la Cruz. He had given her a choice of that or him coming to her. Not a tough decision. When they were in her brother's expansive bowling alley of an office, she walked forward to the desk but stopped halfway there and turned on her heel. "Here I am again, being rude. I've forgotten to offer you something to drink once more." "I'm good. Thanks." "As you do." She went the rest of the way, noting that she'd left that chair she'd sat in the previous day still out of place, and turned around. Ricardo would not have approved, and she had to resettle it back where it belonged. Smoothing her pink and black Chanel suit, she faced him. "So tell me, detective, have you found something on the security tapes?" "Yes, I have." As she stared at him, she trained her face to slowly disintegrate into an expression that approximated fear and worry. "Are my brothers okay? Do you mind if I bring that other chair around so we can sit together?" "No, not at all." Feigning like she had to take a seat or she would fall down, she swept her hair over her shoulder, lowered herself into the chair she'd rearranged, and crossed her legs. Beneath that show of femininity, she was all calculation. De la Cruz joined her on the right side and put the laptop on his knees. "So we were able to gain access to the security footage thanks to the laptop you allowed us to take from that security room." We were very surprised how far back the recordings went. How far did they? Over a year. A year. She made a show of tracing his face with her eyes, as if she were attempting to read his features. So what did you find? She asked in a weak voice. We thought that isolating the relevant footage would be a challenge, but your brother was very regimented. Every morning right about this time actually walked the gallery space below. We discovered this when we started watching the footage, and because of this habit, we were able to zero in on the night in question with some efficiency. What happened to him? She asked in a flat voice. His brown eyes became grave. These images are going to be difficult for you to watch, but I have to ask you if you recognize anyone in them. Bracing her palms on her knees, she pulled her skirt down a number of times and made a show of swallowing hard, which was in truth not an act. She was suddenly quite emotional. I find I am nervous. I'm sorry, I really am, but if we're going to catch your brother's killers, we need to pursue every avenue we have. And you are one of them. I don't know anything about their business, though. I understand that, but sometimes things get jogged. The detective touched himself on the head. The mind can recall things that we're not aware of knowing. Show me. He flipped open the cover of the laptop. After typing some commands, he swiveled the thing around so it faced her. The relevant images have been copied and merged from the various cameras. You'll see the time counter and feed number change in the lower right-hand corner as a result of this. But just concentrate on what's happening. Okay? Victoria leaned in. There was a video box in the center of the screen, showing a black and white depiction of the outside stoop of the back entrance of the gallery. Just as De La Cruz had said, there was a time counter in white with a Roman numeral I next to it off to the side. You ready? Yes. He hit something, and the counter started to move. You'll note that. Sure, she said as two figures came into view. Men, tall and big, with one of them dressed nicely in a fine overcoat. The other was wearing a leather jacket of sorts. It was difficult to see their faces as both were looking downward, and they stood before the closed door for just a moment before it was opened for them. They paused, evidently to converse with someone, and then they were inside and the camera view changed, switching to out in the gallery space proper. A man without any outerwear on walked them into where the art was and must have told them to stop where they were, as he went alone to the door to Ricardo's office. There were two guards on either side, and after a momentary discussion, the first guard disappeared, clearly to take a message upstairs. Thereafter, the man in the high-quality overcoat spoke to the pair of sentries as his associate in the leather jacket went on a stroll around the pieces that had been installed. And then the first man took something out of his Coata cigar. He motioned to it and spoke as though he were asking the guard's permission to smoke. The guard on the left pointed to a sign and shook his head. The overcoat man asked something else. After a second, the guard on the right shrugged open the door to the staircase. The attack was so swift, Victoria's eyes couldn't track it. The overcoat man was suddenly on the other guard and snapping his neck while the one in leather came over and stabbed the other one. Twice. Oh, God, she said in Spanish. It was not hard to figure out where this was heading. There was some quick conversation between the two men, and then Overcoat's henchman dragged the guard who had been stabbed behind one of the exhibits, and they both disappeared into the stairwell to Ricardo's office. There are no cameras in your brother's office or its staircase, the detective said quietly, so we don't know what transpired exactly. The end result was obvious, however. Within minutes, the two men emerged and the henchman had someone over his shoulder. We believe that is your brother, the detective said. Ricardo. Yes, she thought as tears came to her eyes. She could recognize the suit, the shoes, the back of the head. There was a pause as the men looked around, as if to ascertain whether their presence had been noted or an alarm was sounding. And then they were moving fast, entering the staff area. There are no cameras in that back area. The detective cleared his throat. But you'll see them come out. And there they were, emerging from the rear door and disappearing out of camera range. Victoria sat back and did not have to pretend the upset. Putting her hand over her mouth, she closed her eyes. When she had gone to that bolt hole up on Iroquois Mountain and found her brother's remains in that basement, she had had the end of the story. The detective had just provided her the beginning. When she could speak, she said in a rough way, "What of Eduardo? Have you found anything of him?" "No, we have not." "Why would anyone hurt them?" she asked, partially to have it look good, but also as an expression of her true sorrow. They had been children once. They had all been children once. How had it come to this? Then again, given how hard and horrible their youngest years had been, and the means by which Ricardo had lifted them out of that poverty, how else could it have ended? Why, she breathed. "Ms. Benlois, do you really want me to answer that?" She pulled herself out of the past. "Yes. If you notice the timestamp, you'll see that it's well after business hours. And yet there are 3 guards on the premises as your brother works late, and the security cameras watch only the back door and gallery space, not either of your brother's offices or the entire rear portion of this building. And the reality is, when we continued to view the footage, there were a number of other people who came and went, all after hours, all to see your brother upstairs. You've got to ask yourself, what kind of legitimate business could he possibly be doing? 2 don't know." She looked into the man's kind brown eyes. "What of the bodies, though? There were dead guards when they left. One of the men came back. It was just before dawn. He worked fast and took them out. They must have gotten access to the security code or a key somehow. By the time the staff returned in at 9 a.m., everything was cleaned up." Vittoria sat back and stared straight ahead. "My question to you is," the detective said, "do you recognize either of those men who took your brother?" "Let me watch again." She reviewed the footage 2 more times, leaning in as close as she could get to the screen. When she sat back again, she did not have to lie. "No, I do not. I've never seen them before." But she would recognize them in the future, for sure. That was why she had watched again and then 1 more time. De la Cruz cleared his throat. "This should not surprise you, but that was not the first time that man in the overcoat came to see your brother." "No. He had been there before that night. We have the footage a good month or so prior to that attack, and he had been to the gallery a number of times." Vittoria made a non-committal noise and stared ahead, summoning in her mind the features she had seen on both of those killers. "Ms. Benlois, you told me that you were staying in your brother's West Point house." "Yes," she heard herself say. "I am. Would you mind if we searched those premises and got access to any video monitoring equipment there is on that property?" Vittoria tried to marshal her thoughts, and after a moment, she nodded. "Certainly. Help yourself." It was naive of her to think that no other people would have shown up on the footage, people who might be arrested in conjunction with illegal activity thanks to what she had allowed the police to see. Was she doing herself and her ambitions harm in granting further access? What if the business she had come to take over got decimated by all this evidence? Then again, the police undoubtedly knew far more than they were letting on. And if she had to start everything from scratch, then she would. The detective started to talk again, but she wasn't paying him any attention. She was too busy trying to chess move this evolving situation. And in the end, she knew she didn't really have a choice with regard to the West Point house. If she didn't give them permission, it would be as it had been here at the gallery. They would very certainly get a court to clear any obstacles she might put up. Besides, it was critical that those 2 attackers be stopped, whether she did it behind the scenes or the police did it in front. If she wanted to be in business, she might well be a target, as Ricardo and Eduardo's sister kill or be killed had never been more applicable. Although that was assuming those men were still alive. Perhaps their fates had already been served by someone else? "I want to help you in any way I can," she intoned, whether or not that was appropriate to whatever he was saying. "We appreciate that." There was a pause. "I just have one more question for you. What were you doing here the night you came after hours?" Vittoria shook herself. "I'm sorry. The security footage from 3 nights ago shows you arriving at the rear door and being let into the gallery by a man. Can you please explain what you were doing?" She cleared her throat and projected upset. "As I hadn't heard from my brothers, I called a number they had given me long before all this. A man answered. He told me to come to the gallery as soon as it was convenient, and so I did." "Does that man work for the gallery?" "I believe he does security. He made me feel very uncomfortable. He threatened May was scared, so I departed as soon as I could. And it was odd. Margot and I, when she came to see me before she left the night she was killed. You know, I never put this together." She looked up in alarm at the detective. "But she brought him up. She told Mesh said he had made a pass at her. But she had turned him down, Andy mean. She seemed scared." "What is the man's name?" "Streeter. His name is Streeter. I didn't mention this before because where I am from, we do not speak of such things. But it is all different now. Everything just different now. Would you be willing to come down to headquarters and give a statement? Is there any way I could do it tomorrow? I want to go lie down. I'm not feeling well." "Absolutely." She stared into his eyes. "I want you to catch those evil men, Detective de la Cruz. They need to be in jail for the rest of their lives for what they did to Ricardo and what they must have done to my other brother." De la Cruz nodded. "That's my job, Ms. Benlois, and I'm very good at it." 48. As night fell and Jane continued to sleep in their bed, Vishouse went out naked to his computers and sat in his Captain Kirk chair. He had taken his leather jacket with him as he'd left their room, and after he lit up a hand-rolled, he went fishing in its pockets. The civilian Winnig's gun was your garden variety poodle shooter, a nothing special Smith & Wesson 9mm, and as he kicked out the clip, he checked the bullets. There were 3 left, and he freed them of their confines, rolling them around in his palm. Why hadn't they worked against that entity? V had shot the shit out of the shadow that had gone after him and had wounded it. But Winnig had said that his bullets had gone right through without effect, and his injuries had certainly been consistent with an undeterred attack from a strong enemy. Maybe the report was false. After all, the kid who had died and come back, Hello hadn't been combat trained. But, Jesus, how trained did you have to be to notice whether or not you were wounding the thing trying to kill you? Sitting forward, he lined up the 3 bullets in a little row, their flat bottoms and copper-colored hats exactly what you'd expect to see from the kind of civilian ammo you could get in a Dick's Sporting Goods store. The thing V worried about was whether the Omega was improving on a prototype, shoring up weaknesses in a creation to make it a more effective weapon. The vampire race's enemy was soulless, evil, and a scourge on the fucking planet, but it was far from stupid. And a weapon that couldn't withstand getting shot at was less effective than one that could. V sat back and smoked for a while, his brain cranking along on the variables. When his mental calculator kept showing him zeros, he got frustrated and decided to check in with some of the Facebook groups to see if anything was out in the species yet about the attack. The brother, Aaron, had gone home and was undoubtedly talking to people in the Glimmera. Nope, nothing yet. Then again, the aristocracy did consider themselves above social media. As his cell phone went off with a text, he threw out a hand and grabbed the thing. When he saw who it was from and what it was about, he cursed and got to his feet. Heading back to the bedroom, he snuck in, not wanting to disturb Janer, Butch, and Marissa, who were sleeping next door. And he was doing okay on the whole getting dressed thing until he slammed his bare foot into the corner of the dresser. Sure, he managed to keep the holy fucking what the fuck bichas fucking piece of shit was that to himself. But the thunderous toe-to-wood contact sound was nothing he could control. V, Jane said in a sleepy way. Hey! MOTHRFUCKINGOWFUCKOWHE rubbed his foot. Sorry. Didn't want to wake you. Of course, now that you're up, honey, can you amputate my lower leg on this side? That'd be great. Thanks. You okay? Perfect. Fishing through the dresser, he grabbed and yanked on the first pair of pants like anything he came to. Then he pulled on a t-shirt. I gotta leave for a second before the Brotherhood meeting. Love you. I'm gonna go down to the clinic. What time is it? 6 p.m. You have another 20 minutes. Love you too. Closing his eyes, he concentrated. And after a tilt-a-whirl, came out on the other side, in the sanctuary. Without missing a beat, he strode across the cropped astroturf, but it was real lawn toward the treasury. As he closed in on the building, Fury stepped out of its entryway and lifted a hand. Hey, my brother, he called over. Thanks for coming. No problem. V slowed as the guy gave him a strange look. What? Why are you staring at me like that? Interesting pants. Ho-ho, fuck. As V checked out his lower half, his only thought was thank God it was Fury and not anyone else. He had on Jane's pink flannel PJ bottoms. The ones that had my little cocksucking pony all over them. The ones that had been given to all the females in the house by Lassiter, not because he liked my little motherfucking pony, but because the fallen angel knew when the ladies wore them, their hellwrens were going to have to see Applejack and Rainbow Dash in their nightmares. And now V was sporting a set like he was a fan. Oh, and P.S., they were high waters because he was 10 inches taller than his Shellin. That is the last time I get dressed in the dark, true? He muttered. Hey, it could be worse. Yeah? How? You could have put the top on, too. Will you be offended if I just take them off? Do you have boxer shorts on? Fuck no. Then let's keep those puppies where they are, shall we? Fury gave him a condescending smile. Just in case any of the chosen are up here. Modesty, you know? Personally, I'd pick my one bald wonder routine over this. But yeah, sure. Whatever you want. V nodded toward the treasury's interior. So what we got, Premail? It's bad. Fury's glowing yellow eyes narrowed. Epic bad, actually. The two of them went inside. The bins of sparkling gems like fires banked. The wealth at once extraordinary and an as-you-do. The brother went over to the display case with the burn mark. So guess what was in here? Fritz's cookbook, and he finally got it back. V patted around for a hand-rolled and realized he hadn't brought any with him. Damn it. I wouldn't let you smoke in here anyway. Fury opened the case's glass lid. And this was a cookbook, actually. But it's the kind you don't want in anyone's hands, which was why it was here. I'd like to remind you we can't get lung cancer, V muttered. And everything is perfect up here, remember? I'll bet if I exhaled, rose petals would come out of my mouth, but I digress. Cookbook? What are you talking about? It's a book of conjuring spells. Whoever has it can bring bad things to life. V ditched the levity quick. The shadow entities. That's what I'm thinking. Those things just started showing up, didn't they? But why would the Omega need a book? If he knows how to. You were right that first night. I don't think it's the Omega, which is only one of a whole host of problems we've got. The brother passed his hand over the burned spot. Because check this out, the other reason the book was stored here was because it can't be destroyed if you burn it or try to rip up the pages. You release all of the spells at once. So this was deemed the only safe place. No one was supposed to get to it. Where the fuck did it come from? I don't know about its origins. I'm just passing on what Amalia, the directrix, told me. She's really upset not just because of the book being gone, but because we're both wondering who got access to the sanctuary when they weren't supposed to be here. Let me ask you, when were you and Jane up here that you noticed it was gone? I told you the night after, when I saw you at the Great Camp. Jane and I were just well. She ended up here after she was shot. He thought about Lassiter. And I came to her. She pointed it out to me. Fury cursed. I'm going to have to talk to Wrath about this. V stared at the doors that were open, and decided that if there were ever a moment in his life to be diplomatic, now was it. Listen, my man. I don't know how to say this nicely. He tried to pick his words carefully. But is there any chance one of your chosen might be doing an end run on this thing? Or he could just put the shit out there? Absolutely not. Fury glared at him. Those females are out in the world, making connections, forging relationships with people they meet at the audience house online while they work. How do you know that one of them didn't take it, either for their own use or someone else's? Fury crossed his thick arms over his chest, and V was pretty damn sure that if the brother wasn't a gentle male, he'd have been throwing the kind of punches that knocked out teeth. My chosen would never do anything to endanger the race. But think this through. V put his palms up. All let's chill. No one else is allowed here without permission. So either one of two things happened. Someone who does have access took the book, or someone who has access took the book for somebody else. There are no other logical explanations. At 8 o'clock that night, Vittoria pulled her brother's Bentley into a parking space about 7 blocks down from the gallery. It was a legal space, although there was no reason to put anything in the meter because it was after 6 p.m. The snow that had been forecasted had arrived, and before she opened the driver's side door, she pulled the hood of her black sweatshirt into place and zipped up the parka she had used to keep warm while climbing the mountain. After a pause to check her phone, She got out and kept her head down as the wind blew flakes into her face. As she walked away from the Bentley, she left that door open and the key fob on the center console. Pity that she did not have someone to bet with concerning how long it would take for somebody to steal the flying spur. The weather was bad, it was true, and that could decrease foot traffic and therefore the number of thieves. But it was a $250,000 sedan. Some junkie or another would take advantage of good fortune. It was the way of the human race. Vittoria kept up a brisk pace as she went along, hands in the pockets of that parka that added to her bulk, head still down, her face obscured by the hood. She went deeper and deeper into downtown until, some number of blocks later, she got to the bridge that spanned the river. Courtesy of the many on- and off-ramps that fed the 4 lanes across the waterway, there was a vast, dark netherworld underneath the great elevated stretches of pavement, and she kept her pace as she proceeded into the sheltered area. Here, the wind gusts lessened and the snow was blocked from falling to the rock-hard, frozen dirt. Cocoons of homeless people dotted the barren landscape, their bodies curled up in filthy blankets such that they became boulders on the face of poverty's moon. And all around, loose newspapers danced about countless abandoned bottles empty of booze, like children showing inappropriate levity. Overhead, traffic was a steady stream of ambient noise, the heavy weights of cars and trucks bumping along, coughing out the occasional horn or siren. Vittoria walked all the way to the far side, to the place where the highway began its elevation from the earth, the parting of 2 plains creating an especially private area. And there he was. Streeter was precisely where they had agreed to meet, his tall body likewise in the same clothes he had been wearing during their Arctic trip. As she approached, he flicked his cigarette away and exhaled. "Hey, what's going on?" She shot him twice, both times in the chest. The suppressor did its job beautifully. The loudest sound was of him falling to the ground and landing face up in a flop. 2 steps forward brought her to him. As he gasped, he lifted one hand up as if to ward her off while the other grabbed onto his chest. She put a bullet into his forehead and a final one through the front of his throat. Then Vittoria retucked the weapon into the waistband of her snow pants and walked away, head down, hands in pockets. As she went, she noted the warmth of the barrel as it rested against her body, and thought, oddly, about the last time she had had sex. It had been a while since she had had something hot, round, and hard against her lower belly. Too long, although part of that was because it was difficult to be discreet back home. She would not have that problem here. But that was a concern for another time. Now she had to continue with her plan for the evening. She would much have preferred to catch a bus or a subway back to the gallery. A taxi would be even better. But she couldn't risk anyone seeing her or interacting with her. So she walked out from under the bridge and hooked up with a city street. Now the snowflakes fell upon her once more, and her breath came out in puffs, like smoke from a locomotive's engine. It was nearly 45 minutes of trudging before the gallery came into view, and she avoided entirely the rear entrance. Instead, she went in through the front, just as though she were a legitimate customer. Thanks to De La Cruz, she knew that, for some reason, her brother had no monitoring cameras on what was the primary entry. Then again, his illegal associates had come and gone through the back one, and Ricardo certainly had never had any intention of turning security footage over to the police. No, upon further reflection, Vittoria was willing to bet that he had kept it for his own records, as an insurance policy in case anyone got any bright ideas. She'd left through the front, too, and had not engaged the security alarm. That way, there would be no record of her having left the premises and returned. And to that end, she was careful to circumvent the camera field that monitored the gallery space and the doorway up to Ricardo's office. One other advantage to her having watched the footage De La Cruz had showed her so many times was that she had figured out where the blind spots were. Accordingly, she went into a dark corner that had no security coverage and changed back into the office clothes she'd left there. Then she stashed the parka, snow pants, hoodie, and gun in the hollow 3-dimensional representation of a toadstool. After that, she took a circuitous route around so that she could go into the staff area unseen, only to make a show of striding out of there with her coat and bag. Certain she was being watched and recorded by the cameras, She walked through the gallery space and checked the front door even though she was out of frame for that. Then she re-entered the camera's eye and walked to the rear exit. After engaging the alarm, she stepped out and locked up. Then she looked left, looked right, frowned. Walking out of frame, she waited for as long as she guessed it would take for her check around and see where the Bentley should have been. With hands that deliberately fumbled the keys, she let herself back in and disengaged the alarm, making sure to relock the door. Then she got out her phone, dropped it, picked it up and pushed her hair out of the way. With hands that she made shake, she dialed a number and put the cell up to her ear. When the call was answered on the third ring, she made sure her voice was panicky. "Detective de la Cruz? I'm so sorry to bother you, but you told me to call you if anything strange happened? Well, my car appears to have been stolen." 49. On the heels of a nightmare about being chased, Assail woke up with a jerk that flopped all his 4 limbs. For a split second, he had no idea where he was. Was he still in an alley with slayers behind him? Was Marisol screaming for him to help her, except he knew if he went to her, he was bringing death along with him? But then he looked around the training center's break room and reality's most recent sequence came back to him. He and Marisol bringing her grandmother into the Brotherhood's clinic. Them receiving the good news that everything was essentially fine. The two of them coming to the decision that he and Marisol would stay through the day in case they were needed. And then him sitting in this chair and clearly passing out. "Are you okay?" He looked across the room. Over at the counter where the food was served, Marisol was putting things on a tray. 2 mugs that steamed, eggs, hash browns. Yes, of course." He sat up and rubbed his eyes. "I didn't mean to fall asleep. We're both exhausted." She came over and pulled another chair close. "So I guess they like breakfast for dinner here and that works for me. I got enough for 2. He wasn't hungry, although that was not because he'd eaten any time soon. "Here." She sat down and put the tray on her knees. "Drink this." He took the mug she offered so he wasn't rude, but a couple of sips in, he decided it wasn't a good idea. He was jumpy enough. "Eggs?" she offered. "Not at the moment. Thank you, though. Like I said, I got plenty for both of us." "Thank you." He sat back and concentrated on the warmth that was transferred through the mug to his palms. "You are very kind." As Marisol proceeded to eat, he wasn't aware of there being any strained silence. But then she exhaled and stopped chewing. "Look, I'm so sorry," she said. "But you know she doesn't mean it, right?" Assail frowned. "Forgive me, what?" Marisol put her fork down and wiped her mouth with a paper napkin. "That stuff my grandmother was telling you about marrying me or she'll die. That's all a bunch of bullcraps just playing with us. Not that that is an excuse. She has done nothing to make me feel uncomfortable." "You sure about that? Because ever since she laid that on you, I've sensed the distance and strain, and I don't blame you. Nobody needs pressure like that. I just want you to know that I do not expect anything. I'm happy to know, however we are is okay with me." Assail closed his eyes, tried to speak, failed. "Wow," she said dryly. "That bad, huh?" He lifted his lids. "I am sorry, what?" "Whatever you were trying to tell me back at your house. Before she collapsed." As she got to her feet, he sat forward. "Marisol." When he couldn't finish things, she walked over to the refrigerator unit, where the Gatorades and the Cokes were. Staring into the display without taking anything out of it, she murmured, "It's all right if you've changed your mind. About us, I haven't." Marisol turned back around to him. "Yes, you have. I can see it in your eyes. It's in your voice. It's all around you. Something has changed. So which is it, whether you want me or whether you want out of the life?" As he stayed silent, she shook her head. "Just so you know, either way I'm going to be okay. I will be perfectly fine without you, not because I'm not in love with you, but because I'll be goddamned if I let anything other than a bullet take me down." While she was speaking, Assail focused on the side of her neck, the place where he'd bitten her. "Will you please look me in the eye?" she muttered as she put her hand to her throat. "What the hell are you staring at?" Assail wanted there to be another way. Prayed once again for some solution to come to him. Begged fate for a different path. In the end, however, there was not one, and he simply could not keep going with the lie. No matter that it would cost him his female, or that there had to be a better time, she had a right to know. What? She snapped. Just say it. As Asael put his coffee mug down on the floor, he was very aware that it was going to be the last thing she ever gave him. Shifting his weight, he rose from the chair and began to undo the buttons of his fine silk shirt, one by one. What are you doing? She demanded. I am not interested in sex right now, FYI. Pulling the shirt tails free, he went all the way to the bottom and then removed his cuff links, putting them in the pocket of his slacks. Opening the two halves of the shirt, he let it fall from his shoulders to the ground. Tell me what you see, Marisol, he commanded. What? Impatience had her shaking her head. What the hell is this about? Look at me. Look at me closely. What do you see? Her eyes made a cursory pass over his chest and his stomach. I see a man. I see you. I mean, what? Do you remember what I looked like the first night you came unto me here? Her wince told him she did. Remember what my body looked like? You were sick. Enough so that you thought I was dying, yes? It's why I made the damn trip. And what do I look like now? How have I changed? That last one was not a question. It was a challenge. She shrugged. You're a lot healthier, stronger, more yourself. How many days has it been, Marisol? Now she frowned. I don't know. 3, 4. What about my hair? He pulled at the lengths that were easily 2 or 3 times as long as they had been. How is it different? As he continued to push her, the change in her was minute, but powerful. Instead of being animated by anger, she stilled and seemed to barely breathe. Think about where I was compared to what I am as I stand before you now, he said roughly. And admit to yourself that you've noticed these things over the past couple of days and questioned how it was possible. You've seen how much weight I'm putting on so quickly, how fast I've rebounded. I know you've seen the difference, but you've put it to the back of your mind, haven't you? You've wondered, but then been so grateful I was okay that you just... He made a poofing motion next to his head. Didn't dwell on it. Marisol crossed her arms around her torso. So, you're better. Ask yourself how. Ask yourself why. And the answer will not add up. There's too much improvement too quickly, and you know I've hidden nothing because you've seen me without my clothes. You know something doesn't seem right about me. You've sensed it for a very long time, since the first moment I confronted you when you were tracking me. It's always been there in the background, but there were too many reasons not to look too closely into it. The fact that she took a step back from him broke his heart. But he reminded himself that this was the inevitable end and he would bear the burden, not her. He would tell her the truth and then, given that her grandmother would soon be free to leave the clinic, he would strike both their memories. Yes, he could have just done the latter without revealing himself, but his love for Marisol meant that he had to come clean and feel her disgust and anger because he deserved both. And there was another reason to do it. He was soon to feed from Gizzle again, and at least this way, he would not run the risk of a sexual liaison with Marisol where she could be hurt, or have something taken from her without her knowing what was happening. As a bonded male, he was just too dangerous. Isn't that right, Marisol? You have wondered about things you can't understand and can't explain. Yes, she whispered, her brown eyes wide. Your hand is on your neck. Is it? Yes. When you looked in the mirror in the bathroom, and you saw the bruises there, what did you tell yourself? Her voice became very quiet. Nothing. Did you get your period? When you were in the shower, there was blood in the drain. Did you get your period? Marisol's eyes shifted away. Ah, no. No, I didn't. He had to wait for that stare to return to him. I am not like you, Marisol. I am so sorry. But I am not one of you. Abruptly, he saw her chest begin to pump up and down, faster and faster. You're scaring me. I'm sorry. I am more sorry than you will ever know. With that, he curled his upper lip from his fangs and descended his canines, releasing a growl. Sola could hear nothing but the thunderous beat of her heart as the man she had thought she'd known stood before her, revealing fangs. Fangs that she would have argued were cosmetic except for the fact that they moved. They grew longer in front of her very eyes. I am so sorry, Marisol. Or at least that was what Asael must have said. She couldn't hear a goddamn thing. Her eyes traveled over his face, his neck, his pecs, those abs. And she saw clearly what she had, in fact, wondered about without acknowledging. In the last 48 hours especially, he had appeared to put on 50 pounds of muscle, his skin no longer loose, his body beginning to return to its previous condition. In quick succession, other things filtered through her mind. She had never seen him out in the daylight. His glass house was shrouded in strange drapes she had assumed were for privacy. But now? Then there were the lights that went on and off. The people that... Dizziness swept through her. His cousins. Everyone here in this facility. Doc Jane coming and going from his house even though, now that she thought about it, there hadn't been any cars on the drive to drop her off or pick her up. The same had been true of Rage, Eric and Avail. Then Sola remembered the blood around the drain in the shower and the bruises at her throat. Over her jugular. Oh God! Without conscious thought, she turned and bolted out of the room, running as fast and as hard as she could, pounding down that corridor with no destination in mind, just high-octane panic energizing her body. Except then a bright glow became her goal, as if it were the horizon, as if it were freedom, and as she closed in on it, she tore open a glass door and shot through into. It was a pool, an Olympic-sized pool. Just as everything registered, a sail appeared directly in front of her. Out of thin air, he was suddenly there. Sola screamed, the sound echoing around the vast domed area of tile, and she tripped as she tried to turn and run once again. Landing with a hard slap, she whipped around onto her back and crab-walked away from him. Horror and her mind's inability to process what he was showing, telling her, turning this into a nightmare. This could not possibly be real. Asael stayed right where he was. And eventually, the fact that he wasn't crowding her or being aggressive in any way broke through her terror. Sola stopped paddling with her hands and feet and lowered her butt to the tile. Her breath was still exploding from her lungs, her fear a roar in her chest, and yet he was heartbroken. As Asael stood there, shirtless and shaken, there was such a depth of pain in his eyes that, under any other circumstances, she would have wept for him. Hey, we good in here, folks? Need anything? Sola spun her body toward the male voice. That big blonde man, Rage, had poked his head in and was looking like he was prepared to intervene if necessary. He is not a man, she thought. He is a vampire. She was surrounded by them. Dear God, her grandmother was in a hospital bed and, as Sola started to throw up, she caught sight of a stack of towels and crawled over to them. Her palms and shoes squeaking on the damp tile, her stomach evacuating those eggs just as she grabbed something to catch them in. From out of the corner of her eye, she saw the two men vampire stalking. Rage was shaking his head like he didn't approve, but Asael had put his body in between her and the other man, as if he weren't going to stand for any interference. That cologne of Asael's, that heady, dark spice, abruptly canceled out the chlorine in the air. You fix this, Rage said. You need to fix this, my man, or I will. Asael replied something and the man fucking vampire left. Are you going to kill me? She croaked out. No. No harm will befall either of you here. Asael nodded toward the exit. And as soon as your grandmother is medically cleared, you can both go. You never have to. Do not ever have to see me or any of us again. You will not even remember. I will remember everything, she bit out. I will. No, you will not. That dizziness came back as she extrapolated what that meant. What are you going to do to me? I will make it so that you will not recall any of this. It will all be gone. This moment here and all that came before it as it pertains to me will not exist for you. You will be free of this as you return to your life. I don't believe you. It's true. You've lied to me how many times now? Marisol, as his voice cracked, he cleared his throat. Marisol, you have never been hurt around me, and I will not permit anything to give you worry or pain. That's not true, she said roughly. You have betrayed me. I am in pain now. He closed his eyes and lowered his head. I am so sorry. Get away from me, she demanded. And I don't want you anywhere near my grandmother. And know this, if any one of you does anything to her, I will fucking kill all of you. I don't care what you are, and I want her off those drugs or whatever the hell you're pumping into her this goddamn minute. She and I are leaving right fucking now. We are getting the fuck out of here. 50. Fury left the sanctuary first, and V had every intention of following in the brothers' shitkicker steps. Not surprisingly, however, the guy didn't really want him around, considering the shade he'd just thrown on all the chosen. So after they closed up the treasury, V found himself giving the brothers some space by going on a wander. Wander, he meant, although the former was probably more what this was, he thought as he closed in on the scribe virgin's private quarters. With every step he took, he intended to stop and ghost out so he could make it to the Brotherhood meeting. With each increment of forward motion, he truly meant to rear out. With all the one-step, two-step, three-step, for had another destination in mind. Instead of going the peace-out route, though, he ended up entering his mother's quarters through the retracting panel and standing in that courtyard. The songbirds silenced as his presence registered on them, and the longer he stayed there, the more those brightly colored wings fluttered and the little grip feet shifted the wee things up and down on their branches, the aviary equivalent of nervous pacing, he decided. V kept thinking about what Jane had said about her little sister, how the loss never went away. Put in that kind of context, he felt like his mommin had died at his birth. If he were honest with himself, and he hated to be when it came to shit like Tishi had been missing what had never been, as if it were more like a something that was. And now that the scribe virgin was actually gone, he somehow had the space to realize he was mourning that which he'd never had. And FFS, this struck him as a colossal waste of introspection. As much as he respected Mary and her whole talk-it-out deal, he'd never found any relief in dropping the proverbial true on his weaknesses, whether it was in private or in front of somebody with anime eyes and a master's in social work. Way too many people cloaked themselves in the mantle of victimhood, creating a vacuum of identity that they expected the world to rush in and fill with compassion that was undeserved. Although that being said, maybe he was just a defensive, judgmental piece of shit. Probably. God, he didn't know what the fuck to do with himself anymore. He'd been really all over the place lately. As he crossed over the white marble, he stopped in front of the water fountain, then sat on its hard stone outer rim. The water came out of its spigot and fell in crystal droplets that were always in exactly the same place, the spray like a pattern in cloth, fixed within its arching descent and utterly symmetrical as opposed to how it would have been down below, all random twinkles and somehow more beautiful because of that. He thought of the scribe virgin's regimentation of the race. Her mandates that covered the way her chosen had to live and worship her breeding program, the rules and regulations of the classes. She had even forbidden questions being asked of her. Like, literally no one, not even Wrath, had been allowed to ask her anything. Okay, fine, she had kind of let Butch get away with it. But that was it. As memories of her tangled him up, he reached down to the water for no particular reason, trailing the fingertips of his curse in the depths. A strange flushing warmth hit his upper arm and he looked down. The wound that the shadow had made in his flesh shriveled and disappeared, as if chased away, no remnant of its red flush remaining. What the fuck? V breathed. And then it dawned on him. My bullets, he announced to the songbirds. That's why my fucking bullets worked. Back down at the Brotherhood's training center, Sola burst into her grandmother's hospital room. We have to go, she said as she went to the shallow closet. We need to go. We're leaving right now. Her vovo sat up in the bed. What you speaking of? We're leaving. She got her grandmother's clothes and wheeled around. We need to get you dressed. I'll help you. I am not leaving. Yes, you are. Sola pulled the covers back. We're. Marisol. What is wrong? The sharp tone was exactly what had always worked on her as a child, and her inner 10-year-old overrode her adult impulses, freezing her in place. But she was not about to vampire the poor old woman. For God's sakes, they are bad people, Sola choked out. They are not good people, Vovo. We need to escape. What do you say? Her grandmother made a dismissive sound in the back of her throat. They treat us good. They treat us. I'm not arguing with you about this. Good. Then we are no going. Sola closed her eyes. Yes, we are. You have always trusted me when it comes to our safety. Always. That is the way it works with us. And I'm telling you right now, we have to get out of here. Her grandmother crossed her arms over her bosom and glared. Not good people? The night of your abduction? Who freed you? I freed myself. Who got you back to Caldwell? Who took care of you when you injured? We're not going to talk about this. When I was sick last night, who came for me? Who stayed with you? Who care for me now? Sola looked in a panic at the four-line. We don't know what they're giving you. You lost your mind. I feel better. I not going. You leave you want. I stay. You are coming with me. As Sola reached out a hand, her grandmother slapped it away. You know boss of me. You want to be idiot, go leave. But I stay here and you no make me do anything. Those eyes were fierce as a tiger's. I know bad men. I know bad people. I lived through more than you. I seen cruelty. It has been done to me. These people are no bad. They protect us. They help us. They heal using that man. He love you. He love you all his heart and you are stupid girl. Stupid. The English train ran out at that point. What came out next was a fury of Spanish that nearly blew Sola off her boots. When her grandmother finally took a breath, Sola cut in. You don't know what you're dealing with. And neither do you if you think they bad. Her grandmother made hand motions toward the door. Go. I no want to talk to you. Go. I kick you out. You no good. All at once, alarms started to go off, the shrill alerts adding another layer of panic onto Sola's already stratospheric base. Vovo? She said as her grandmother stopped talking and seemed to struggle for breath. Vovo. 51. V beelined his shit out of the sanctuary, reforming in the mansion's foyer. Taking the grand staircase two at a time, he all but flew up to the second story and burst into Wrath's pale blue study. The Brotherhood had already started to gather for the meeting, everybody talking over everyone, all those male voices like a wall he had to break through. Fortunately, they all went silent as he crashed into the room. I figured it out, he panted. I got it. There was some generalized throat clearing, and then someone muttered, You're ready to come out as a My Little Pony fan? What? V said. No offense, somebody else chimed in. But you have seriously rainbowed that dash of yours. Rage put his palms up. Which is cool. Hey, whatever you like. My best friend is an Applejack. See what I have to live with? Butch said mournfully. I don't care about the color. It's the cut that kills me. Showing that much ankle. In winter. V looked down at himself for the second time, and the view hadn't improved in the slightest. Still high waters. Still pink. Still flannel. Still fuck me pony. Wrath spoke up from behind his father's grand desk. Can someone tell me what the hell he's wearing? This house ripped those fucking PJ bottoms off so fast, he nearly split the seams and he would have thrown them in the fire, but for all he knew, Jane liked them. We done? He asked his brothers as he met them in the eye one by one. We fucking done now? So we can talk about what's killing civilians? Or do you bunch of ass-eaters want to waste more time, while people are dying? From over in the corner by the fire, someone said, Oak away. Let's not humor shame. And that started the deluge. I'm feeling very shamed right now. Completely shamed. And I was just expressing myself. Can someone bubble wrap me and give me a puppy to hold? 'Cause my work-life balance has seriously suffered. What happened to your other nut? Was one of those ponies hungry? That last one came out of Lassiter's mouth. And V seriously thought about marching over and punching that angel in the junk. But for all V knew, the Fidiot was wearing a solid gold jockstrap. Behind his desk, the king was smiling. You know, normally I don't miss my sight. This is not one of those fucking times. He's naked, Rage supplied helpfully. Well, half naked, and it's the business half that's out in the breeze if you get my drift. And can I just say, it's so good not to be on the receiving end of My Little Mermaid. How's your water hose? Harpooner you, Hollywood? Okay. What does that even mean? Rage muttered. And all of you are motherfuckers every single one. All right, Wrath said. Enough. V, what you got? One meat, one veg, and a side of pissed off, someone cracked. And a knitting addiction he refuses to come clean about. The king put an end to it by throwing his fist into his desk, but he was still smiling. V, what? Before V launched into the report, he thought about telling them all to kiss his ass. But considering he had both his buck and that ass exposed, he was worried someone might take him up on the offer and then he'd have to kill them, which would get messy. After all, he was willing to do Fritz a solid, but there were more effective ways to create work for that doggen and his staff. Besides, George, the king's golden retriever, got worried when people yelled too much and got rowdy. The dog was already leaning into his master's leg. Real violence broke out around him, and they were liable to have to send him to counseling. V got serious. The civilian who was attacked last night stated that when he shot at the shadow, his bullets were ineffective. That was not my experience. When I shot at the one that came at me, my bullets caused damage. I couldn't reconcile this until I was up at the sanctuary just now. I put my hand into the water, and the remnants of my wound healed like that. He snapped his fingers. And that's when it dawned on me. Our bullets have water from the sanctuary in them. Those hollow tips that I fill for all of you, that's the difference. And it's a material one, evidently. Because without that little booster shot of the holy holy, those fucking entities can't be slowed down, and if they get you, you're Norman Reedus with the bad things in the afterlife. The Brotherhood had always treated their bullets in such a way, going back for 100 years. It had helped against the Slayer Sand. Clearly it did the same with the shadows. I'm going to see about increasing our ammo supply, he said. I want all of us to be prepared. The aftermath of those attacks, I don't want any of you like that. I don't want me like that. There was a grumbling of agreement, and then Wrath spoke up. Where can we buy hollow tips in bulk without the humans getting up in our asses? I got this, V concluded. Don't worry, my lord. I'll take care of everything. Good. And Fury, let's talk about that little book problem. The king looked around. I think we know now where the shadows came from, but we don't know who the fuck was up there when they shouldn't have been. Down in the training center, Jane was just coming out of the office's glass doors when she heard a patient alarm start going off. Falling into a jog, she burst into one of the inpatient rooms and was surprised to see Sola standing next to her grandmother, who was in the bed. Well, hello, Jane said as she went around and checked the monitors while silencing them. How are we doing? Mrs. Carvalho, Jane thought. Manny had texted her about the admit. Jane smiled at Sola and then refocused on the patient. Looks like you've had an episode of elevated heart rate. How are you feeling? Dizzy? Nauseated? Mrs. Carvalho lifted her chin. Tell her out. I now had is word no consent to her here. Tell her go. Right now. Jane looked back and forth between the two women. Sola was every bit as stone-faced as her grandmother. The younger woman's eyes locked on the floor, her arms crossed over her chest. When nothing but a boatload of awkward silence followed, Jane cleared her throat. Even though I may have intruded on something personal here, I'd like to examine you, Mrs. Carvalho. You're due for. That is fine. She leaves, though. Go. Go. Stupid girl. There was a further commentary in Spanish, and Jane was glad she couldn't translate it. She was pretty sure there were some very private things in there, things that had nothing to do with medical situations, and therefore had nothing to do with her. Listen, Jane hedged. I'm just going to go get my stethoscope and give you two a brief moment. When I get back, though, if this is not resolved, she glanced at Sola. I'm going to have to ask you to leave, unfortunately. Do it now, the grandmother ordered. I'll be right back, Jane murmured. As she stepped out of the room, she jumped. Assail was coming out of the break room and buttoning his shirt up at the same time. Is she okay? He asked frantically. Marisol's grandmother? Jane thought. Maybe the couple had been caught in flagranti? I think so. I just need to check her out. After he finished tucking in his shirt tails, he seemed at a loss. I hope all is okay. Why don't you go in there? Jane smiled. I think there might have been a family argument or something. Maybe you can help smooth it over. I doubt that, the male said with sadness. I seriously doubt that. Jane frowned. Hey, after I'm finished in there, assuming nothing is going south, how about I do our exam? And Gizzle is coming down to feed Luches. I'm sure she'll oblige for you. I'm fine. But thank you. That wasn't really an offer, she said gently. More like a plan we're going to work on together. You're still my patient, even if you're doing great. When he just shook his head and disappeared back through the break room door, Jane decided that it was a full moon even if the calendar didn't know it. People be cray tonight. As she went to re-enter Mrs. Carvalho's room with her stethoscope, somehow she was not surprised that Sola was marching out like she had lost an argument. And the woman was so upset. She didn't seem to be aware of what was in front of her, so they ran into each other. Oops, sorry, Jane said as she reached out to steady Sola. My fault. The other woman jumped back so fast and so far, she nearly put herself through the concrete wall across the corridor. In fact, she shrank back in fear, her eyes panicked, her face pasty as hell, her body shaking. Okay, Jane thought. Sola's grandmother was elderly and had had a fainting spell of some kind, but she had no acute issues that Manny had been able to isolate, so this high emotion was completely out of place. And considering what Sola had already been through coming here and standing by a sale when he'd been so compromised, there was really only one explanation, wasn't there? He told you, Jane murmured, about what he is, didn't he? One of Sola's hands dove into the open collar of her fleece, and she outed a small gold cross. Stay away from me. Just stay away. That doesn't work, FYI. Jane gave the woman a sad smile. Makes for great scenes in movies and books, though. They're not soulless, godless, or immortal. Trust me. I've seen more love here in this world, more devotion and tragically, more death than I ever did on the human side. Sola blinked. Wait, what? I'm not a vampire. Jane flashed her flat canines. See? No points. Never had M. Never will. Of course, it was best to keep quiet about the whole ghost thing. That was not going to be helpful information to share at this moment. What, how are you here? Jane shrugged. I fell in love with one, and he fell in love with me. And then I died and his mother brought me back to life. It's great to have demigods as in-laws. I live here now. Sola put her hands to her face, as if she were trying to reassure herself that she hadn't lost her mind. I don't understand any of this. I don't understand how. It's a hard transition. I'm not going to lie. It was hard on me. But I'm not the only human here. Manny's one. Dr. Manello? He's my brother-in-law, actually. Mated to Vicious's sister, Payne. Manny's just as human as you and I. And then Rage's mate, Mary. Rage. The big blonde man. Male. They go by the word male, not man. Jane glanced at the closed door they were in front of. Look. Let me make sure your grandmother is stable. And then how would you like to go for a little stroll with me? We can just talk. She put her hands up. You can trust me. I took the Hippocratic oath. I am sworn to do no harm. Okay? It was a long, long while before Sola answered. And when the woman did, it was with a short nod of the head. Stay right here. Jane took her phone out of her white coat pocket. I'm going to text Manny and tell him we'll be back in a bit, assuming your grandmother is all right. Then I'm going to break protocol and try to tell you what's going on down here. 52. No. Fury was saying up in Wrath's study. I don't know the book's origins. I've spoken to Amalia and she told me she would look into it further. Now, what is clear is that, as Fury continued to talk about the missing tome, Vishouse went to get a hand rolled and cursed as he patted his muscle shirt. And then the heating came on and he caught a cold draft on his ass cheeks that turned him into a grower, not a shower. Just as he was eyeing the exit, and wondering if he maybe could go grab a throw rug from the hall and use it as a kilt, Butch sidled over and took off his fleece. Here, my man. Use this. Thanks, True. The cop nodded and leaned back against the pale blue wall. Welcome. V tied it around his waist, using the body to cover his cheeks, and the long sleeves to hang in front of his heinannies. So we find the book, Wrath announced, like that was going to be as easy as locating a can of Franks and beans in a supermarket's shit through a goose aisle. If it tells you how to manifest these things, it probably has a way to get rid of them, right? Not a question. More as if the king had decided how this was going to go. And Vishouse liked that in a leader. He just had a feeling they weren't going to get lucky on this one. Then again, he was the only asshole without pants on in the room, so. Last item, Wrath announced. Turns out there was a complication with that civilian who was killed last night. Other than the fact that he woke the fuck up after he died and tried to eat Vishouse? Someone piped in. Is that where your bottoms went? Not the complication I'm talking about, Wrath said sharply. Saxton, how about you tell the group what's doing? The king's solicitor stepped out of the crowd. Saxton was dressed not in the garb of the sword, but that of the pen, the male's trim figure sporting a tweed suit the color of the Highland Moors, a cravat at his throat. Given that everyone else, except for V, was in black leather and weapons, he was like a GQ model walking into an MMA fight. Thank you, my lord. Saxton bowed to the assembled, his blonde head dropping low. The civilian who died last evening was named Winnig, son of Stanilas. He and his bloodlines on both sides are members of the Glimera, his mammon having passed at his birth. May she rest unto the fade. Although the attack was clearly random, it has created a trusts and estates issue. Winnig had been recently named the sole heir of Grouchy, his mammon's brother. I was in the process of settling things, having run into conflict with Grouch's second mate, Nasha. The one who had the blood slave, Wrath interjected. Who died? Saxton cleared his throat. The house, as you recall, was burned down that evening. As the solicitor quieted so that the others could fill in the blanks, namely that Asael and Zadist had gone in there and not just lit the fire, but settled the score with that female for what she had done to Marcus. The poor kid V wondered why the hell this mattered. They were talking about the war here, not domestic issues among the upper classes. The estate is very sizable, Saxton continued. And again, Grouchy had provided for Winnig in favor of his mate, Nasha. She had been prepared to contest the will given her long association with the deceased. V cracked his neck and decided if the damn attorney didn't get to the point, he was going to have to sneak out for a cig. And pants. She was aided in this endeavor by her paramour at the time, Thro. Muttered curses paused the solicitor. Her own death, however, superseded these ambitions. Where did that piece of shit Thro end up? Vishouse asked. Other than coincidentally in that alley next to the first shadow attack? Saxton cleared his throat. We believe he is residing as the paramour of another member of the Glimera. It is not a dissimilar arrangement to that which he had with Grouchy and Nasha, namely. An elderly Helrin with a younger Shellin who is not getting adequate attention, shall we say, in some regards. Saxton did not need to mince words in this crowd, V thought. The guy should just lay it out that Thro was a banger of trophy wives, true. So he moved on when that funding stream dried up, somebody muttered. Or, put another way, another chimed in. Whatever his faults, at least he's not into necrophilia. Anyway, Saxton gently re-steered. With the death of Winnig, Grouch's estate will go to his secondary heir. A strange ripple went through V, his tuning fork struck, and he braced himself for a portent. All at once, a vision of a gracious southern mansion, the kind with plenty of porches and live oaks with Spanish moss hanging off of them, barged into V's mind. Who's his next heir? He heard himself demand. Saxton cleared his throat again. It is Murder, formerly of the Black Dagger Brotherhood. Absolute. Fucking. Silence. For once, no one made any cracks. But there were also no curses. No one even moved or breathed. Finally, Vishouse closed his eyes and shook his head. Son of a bitch. Saxton took the comment as the cue to drop the other shoe. Legally, I am required to give Murder notice of his inheritance. And as I have no phone numbers or email addresses for him, it appears as though I will have to go down and see him in person. You do not want to have contact with him, Rage said grimly. That's a bad idea. I love the brother, but he's completely insane. There was no levity in Hollywood's voice, and nor should there be. In the history of the Black Dagger Brotherhood, only one male had ever been removed from the roster for losing his mind, and Murder held that illustrious distinction. V shifted his stare to another side of the study. John Matthew was listening intently, but it seemed to be out of professional duty. Did the guy have any idea that they were talking about Shex's ex? Shit. Things were so about to get complicated. You don't go alone, V said. Some of us will go with you. No, Wrath shook his head. If any brothers show up down there, he'll think we're hunting him and he could attack. Saxton and Rune will go and speak to him. Send a letter to the Addy first and then go so he's got some warning. Besides, it's good fucking news. Who doesn't want to be rich? Someone who's clinically goddamn insane. V headed for the door. Excuse me, but if I don't go have a smoke, my head is going to explode. Put some pants on, somebody called out. Vishouse flipped whoever it was the bird as he marched the fuck out of that study and dematerialized down to the foyer. Stepping through the vestibule, he walked right out into the snow, with only Butch's fleece and a muscle shirt on. He didn't even feel the cold, which was what too many pieces of WTF news did to a guy. Passing by the winterized fountain, and then the lineup of cars, he went to the pit's front entrance and let himself in. Before the heavy wait even closed, he was at his desk, lighting a hand-rolled, and then he was leathered up, shit-kickered, and gun-gathered. He was almost back out the door with plenty of cigs in his pockets, when his phone went off with a text. As he saw what it was about, he muttered, "Motherfucker." As Sola stood in that concrete corridor, she wasn't sure she wanted to go anywhere with the doctor. All she knew was that she couldn't stand being where she was. Her grandmother wouldn't let her in that room, and she couldn't leave the facility without the older woman. Screw thinking this facility was the government's. These people weren't just outside of the law didn't even apply to them. Vampires? As the word ricocheted around her head, Doc Jane came out. Everything looks good right now, but that spike means we want to watch her a little longer. We need to make sure she's stable before we release her. Sola stared at the woman's face, tracing everything from her hairline to her nose, her eyelashes to her chin. She wasn't sure what she was looking for, but she knew one of the problems she now had was why the hell she hadn't known that a sale was a. "Come on," Jane said quietly. "Let's take a walk. You need to get out of here for a minute. I know exactly where your head is at, and it is a really tough place." It was the understanding and the compassion being offered that set Sola's feet into motion. She was so confused right now, and the idea that anyone, had walked this absolutely fucking bizarre path her life had veered off onto was, well, not a relief exactly, because her situation was still the same. But at least she wasn't totally alone. Jane took them down into an office that looked, well, perfectly normal. Like the kind you'd see in a school, a business, a home when the person worked out of their house. There was a chair, a desk, cabinets, a phone and a lamp, an overhead fixture with fluorescent lights in it. As Jane opened the door to what appeared to be a supply closet, Sola shook her head at all the essentially average and decided it was just like a sale. On the surface, nothing seemed different or unusual, but the underlying purpose, the truth beneath the appearance of usual, was a wormhole from which there was no escape. Vampires. In Caldwell. Shit, they had to be other places, too. All over the world. "Through here, Sola," Jane prompted. Sola followed the command on autopilot. Her higher reasoning too engaged on the extent and implications of everything to concern itself with why she was walking into a shallow space of shelves full of pads, pens, and printer cartridges. But then the back wall, which certainly looked to be solid, opened to reveal a dark space. "Nothing will hurt you," Jane said. "Come on." Sola stepped through and found herself in a tunnel. A tremendous tunnel that was big enough to drive two SUVs side by side through, and long enough so she had absolutely no sense of where it ended in either direction. "I'm not supposed to do this, but I don't care." Jane started walking off to the left. "It's not going to hurt anyone." Sola fell into stride with the woman and put her hands in her fleece's pockets. She looked around incessantly even though the walls were smooth and unadorned. The floor was concrete and nothing else, and the rows upon rows of ceiling lights were just the identical boxes of fluorescence over and over again. "The species has existed for as long as humans have been on the planet," Jane said. "They're an evolutionary offshoot of user, depending on who you ask. They were created by the scribe virgin as a superior species. For me, as a scientist, I reconcile the two creation theories by believing that the mother of the race probably interjected a little of herself at a certain time in human history, introducing a variation to our double helix that took things in her direction." "The scribe virgin?" Sola asked weakly. "My mate's mother, actually. But that's a story for another time. They came up to a shallow set of stairs that led to a steel door with a passcode pad next to it, but Jane just kept going. The thing is, the woman continued, you've got to ask yourself why all the vampire myths? Everything has a basis in truth, and the two species have been coexisting and interacting for eons. Vampires, however, don't want to be known. They have no interest in courting notice. They have enough to worry about with the lessening society. Sola glanced over at the woman. Lessening? It's the enemy. The Omega has been trying to eliminate the vampire race for centuries. It's a family thing again. Long story. Jane shrugged. I found it all hard to believe too, trust me. It's also very scary to learn that something you thought was only a Halloween joke is in fact just like you and me. Except with fangs, of course. As they came up to a second set of shallow steps, Jane paused. The thing you have to remember is that they only want to live their lives in peace. They're like all of us in that regard. They want to grow up and fall in love and settle down, have a family. Deal with the ups and downs of life. They keep themselves separate because, let's face it, as much as the human race tries to pretend otherwise, at its core we are self-interested, dangerous, and unreliable. We can't even treat each other with respect and tolerance, and vampires are a micro-minority. Jane turned away, did something, and a bolt shifted free with a clunk. Then they were leaving the tunnel for a small stairwell that opened up into a. Sola recoiled. It was a wood-paneled hallway that was full of clothes. No, really, she thought. She was looking at racks of what seemed to base. They were men's clothes, and the suits and slacks, shirts and jackets, were hanging on a series of metal department store racks that ran the distance of the tall, thin space. Don't mind Butch's wardrobe. He tries to keep it in his and Marissa's room, but it's just gotten to be too big. We've learned to live with his shopping addiction. Jane went to the left again, and Sola hurried to catch up, although it wasn't like there was far to go. It also wasn't as if she were walking into a Vincent Price-worthy Gothic mansion or anything. Nope. This was just a simple house. A perfectly normal single-story kind of cabinish place with an open space and a galley kitchen in the front, and what was clearly a couple of bedrooms in the back. A foosball table? Sola murmured. Butch V. and Rage love to play. Jane went into the little cooking area. How'd you like some non-caffeinated herbal tea? I think you've had enough jolts for this evening. Don't you agree? Sola didn't answer, but went over to check out a desk full of computers, and then the black leather sofa, the rug, the lamps, the coffee table with copies of the New England Journal of Medicine, Sports Illustrated, and the Sharper Image catalog on it. I'll take that as a yes, the woman said as she started filling up a kettle. May I sit down? I think that would be a wise idea, my friend. Sola was careful as she put her weight down on the sofa, but as it felt like a normal couch under her, but she realized she was being weird. So normal, she thought. It was all so just average and everyday. She must have sat there for a while, because suddenly a steaming mug of something that smelled divine was in front of her. Try this. Lavender and rose hips and wonderful things. As she glanced over, Jane sat down and took a sip from her own mug. It's very calming. Sola took the thing and drank from it, and as the warmth hit her belly, she worried for a second she was ingesting some kind of brew. But when, 10 minutes later, she was perfectly fine, she felt foolish. Sola turned and faced the doctor. The ghost peppers. God, now it makes sense. I'm sorry. Sola stared into her tea. Eric and Avalathi. They were able to eat ghost peppers like they were just potato chips. You remember? I couldn't understand why they didn't end up doubled over and drooling from the pain. They are anatomically very different from us. They have 6-chambered hearts, for example. Their pregnancies last 18 months. They need to feed. Feed, Sola said. A vampire has to take the blood of the opposite sex on a regular basis to stay strong. So yeah, they do have fangs for a reason, but not because they are trying to kill innocent virgins or convert people. You can't get turned into one. You either are a vampire or you aren't. Well, that's not entirely true. Half-breeds do happen, but they are rare and the rules are even stranger for them. They tend to have a hodgepodge of characteristics from both species. Sola reached up and touched the side of her throat. Is that why a sale? Did he try and take your vein? When she nodded, Jane said, It's an instinct in the bonded male. He must be horrified, but he no doubt couldn't help it, especially if he was aroused at the time. Wait bonded. When a male finds his mate, he bonds. It's very different than the whole fall-in-love thing humans do. Vampire males kind of click into place with a particular female, and when that happens, they're like that for life. They emit a bonding scent which fortunately smells fantastic and they want to take your vein. It's their instinct. Oh, and God help anyone who screws with their female. They will kill without hesitation and with very little provocation. They can be dangerous. Abruptly, Sola thought back to her getting free from Benloy's kidnapping. Asael had stayed behind and then somehow magically met them all at that rest stop on the highway later. And yes, when he had gotten in the car, there had been blood dripping from his chin. He had killed to protect her, she thought. To protect what he thought was his. I'm not going to lie to you and tell you that living on this side is easy, Jane said. I mean, it's a violent, war-filled life, what between the lessening society and now, well, there's a new threat, we think. And even if you can get past all of that, you still have to handle the normal stuff in a marriage. The woman laughed softly. Trust me, there are all kinds of things that people have to work out and love each other through, and that's true whether you're human or vampire. But I can tell you, I'm happier now than I've ever been. And I'm with the right male. V's not perfect, and neither am I, but we love each other, and at the end of the day, the souls need to connect is what it is. I can't believe I didn't know. Sola sat back. I mean, now that I think about it, there were so many clues. The brain has a way of confirming its own hypotheses. It's how we function in our world. That which fits within our definition and perspective of our existence is retained, if not amplified. That which does not is either rationalized or cast aside until an event so great or profound occurs that we must rethink everything. Like your boyfriend coming out as Dracula, Sola thought. And then she frowned. Wait, so that other nurse Gizzle? Asael has taken her vein as he's recovered, yes. She's a chosen, so her blood is especially pure and powerful. It's why he was able to rebound so fast. Oh, great, Sola muttered. So he cheated on me as well. He didn't have sex with her. Absolutely not. Feeding in those contexts is just like a blood transfusion. It's a medical event, not an intimate one. This house has to do it with someone of his own species. Rage 2. Pain because she can't get the strength she needs from Manny. It's necessary, but unpleasant for them, because they would always rather be with their mate. With us. There is no us for me, Sola thought. She sat forward and put her mug on the coffee table. Well, it doesn't matter. Are you sure about that? Sola stared straight ahead without seeing anything. Asael's going to wipe my memories, he said. Make it so all this, she motioned around the room, doesn't exist. Assuming that is possible. It is. At the sad tone in the woman's voice, Sola refocused on the doctor. How do you know? This house did that to me. He took me memories from me. But fate had other plans for the two of us, thank God. The other woman frowned. The amnesia thing is the standard procedure if a human gets too close. It's the reason vampires have been able to lay low as successfully as they have. But it doesn't have to be like that. When it comes to me, it does. Sola shook her head. I'm out of here. In fact, I would leave now if my grandmother would let us. I can take care of myself and my own. I don't need this and I don't need him. As she laid that out there, she meant each and every word. This whole thing was so far and away more than she could handle. It was on a whole different planet. She was going to get gone the second she was able, and she was never going to look back. And hey, if Asael did what he said he was going to, she wouldn't remember any of it. So she wasn't going to have to worry about all this confusion, panic, and scrambling sense that reality was not nearly as concrete and settled as she had always thought it was. She also didn't have to worry about missing him. Not that she would have anyway. Nope, not at all. 53. As this house materialized downtown with rage, he knew what he was riding up on before he was even fully present. Yup, there was a civilian down in the dirty snow, writhing in pain, with no visible marks or tears on his clothes and no scent of blood in the air. The new twist was there was another male with him who looked as though he had seen a ghost. We were just walking along, heading for the club. The guy who was on his feet said. It came from out of nowhere. It was like a shadow it was, and then it was just gone. After it attacked him, it just disappeared. V knelt by the injured male and captured the pinwheeling arm. We're going to help you, buddy. We've got help coming. He looked around as Rage stepped in close to the witness and tried to calm things down. The alley was not off the beaten path at all. It was a pass-through between clubs, and there were pedestrians of the human and nosy variety walking by just out there on the 4-lane street proper. Please, I'm dying. V refocused on the civilian who had been attacked. I got you. You're going to be fine. That last one was a lie he feared. I'm dying, I can't see anymore. Fuck. If this kid turned out like the last one did, how in the hell were they going to isolate that? A scattering of laughter had V glancing over his shoulder. For human women came around the alley's corner, the drunken bunch walking in an intertwined lineup, as if they were functioning as their own crutches. As their sloppy feet tripped and slid in the snow, their giggles were the kind of thing that made V want to outlaw drinking for the human race. Oh, someone had too much, one of them said, pointing to the civilian. Tipsy, tipsy. Giggling. More giggling and pointing. More stupid fucking comments from the Instagramming set about someone who just happened to be dying. This house nearly got up and yelled, #that, you bitches. What kept him quiet was the fact that, for once in their Snapchat lives, they didn't get a phone out to document the scene. They were just too drunk and high, and as much as he really wanted to tell them off, he wasn't about to waste his time on non-critical thought at sunrise. When he lay his little fucking head to sleep, he was going to put some curses on them. 5-pound unexplained weight gain in the left but cheek only. Accidentally deleted social media accounts. Spray tans that turned into raging cases of dermatitis. He'd wish them all an STD, but they were probably going to have that covered by the end of the night on their own nickel. V turned back to the patient and prayed like hell Manny's driving skills held up. Just hang with me. I can't breathe, I'm not breathing. The civilian's chest began to pump up and down, the inhales and exhales so congested that they were like whistles. Rage, V hissed. When his brother looked down, V nodded his head toward the civilian. Give us some space. Now. What's happening? The male asked. Is he dying? What's going on? Thank fuck Hollywood took the direction and ran with it. With quiet reassurances, he drew the friend out of the alley and around the corner, which was going to spare the male what happened next. Or what V worried was coming. I don't feel right, the injured guy was saying. Something happening. V released the hand he'd been holding and discreetly unholstered his gun. With efficiency, and without having to look because he'd done it so many times, he took a suppressor off his belt and fitted on to the muzzle. He did not take his eyes off the male as the last breath was exhaled. You're okay, buddy, he said roughly. You're going to be just fine. Even though death had come, he wanted to reassure the poor son of a bitch. And as he promised, this house was ready with the gun when, some 10 minutes later, the body jerked once a twissy and woke the fuck up as a demon. Before the undead could get its groove on, V put the gun to its temple and squeezed off 3 rounds right into the brain. There was no noise, other than the flopping of the arms, and only he, with his vampire sense of smell, caught the whiff of the gunpowder and fresh blood in the cold, cold wind. Praying for stillness was not what you usually went for with a corpse. But as V waited to see what happened next, he was hoping like fuck that nothing moved. That there were no twitches, no jerks, no jiggles. When 2 good solid minutes of statue passed, he put his weapon away with the suppressor still in place, and then snagged a knit cap that he kept on him. He put the thing on the kid's head to hide the bullet wounds and then whistled. Just as Rage and the friend came back into the alley, Manny pulled the mobile surgical unit around at the far end and trundled down. Is he dead? The civilian asked. Oh God, is he dead? 5 stories directly above the scene, Throw stepped away from the lip of the roof and addressed his shadow. You did very well. Now off you go. As he made a waving motion, the entity disappeared into thin air, leaving nothing in its wake, and Throw once again peered over the edge of the building to the alley down below. A large RV had shown up, and Vishuzis, the brother with the goatee, was named Vishouse, if he recalled, gathered up the body and carried it quickly into the belly of the vehicle. Rage, the blonde brother, put his arm around the shoulders of the weeping civilian. and then the pair of them dematerialized. Thro stayed where he was as the Brotherhood's presence rumbled off. They had to be on to his plan, he thought. Why else would Vishouse have killed the injured civilian? The brother had drilled 3 bullets into that head, and then Rage had left with the other one, as if he were going to strangle, stab, or shoot the male. They were controlling the situation through elimination, making sure no one could talk about the attacks, hindering Thro's progress toward social disruption. Damn it, he muttered. And what if they know of his identity? Filled with frustration, he paced around the ductwork and mechanicals, trying to think if he'd done anything to give himself away. Then again, if the Brotherhood knew or suspected it was him, they would come and find him. It wasn't as if he were hiding himself at that mansion he'd taken over. Of course, that could create a problem considering he'd murdered the owner and his 2 young Shellen. Sooner or later, he was going to have to account for their whereabouts, but he had a plan in place for that. Tropical vacations, especially given that the couple had a geriatric half whose bones ached in the cold. Not a foolproof explanation, but it would buy Thro enough time to create sufficient chaos in the race that the last thing anyone would be worried about was the whereabouts of the mismatched pair. Assuming the Brotherhood didn't continue to contain that chaos. Anger rose in the back of his throat, tightening his airways such that he wanted to scream it free. But then he calmed himself and refocused on the positives. The brothers would not be able to make this all go away if they killed enough members of the aristocracy. Sooner or later they would be discovered, and that would work well in Thro's plans. Further, he had made an important refinement in this attack, one that had been an inspired tweak if he did say so himself. It was better to target one of a pair. That way, there was a witness uncompromised by injury, with a clear recollection of events and a voice that was going to require expression. Unless the Brotherhood eliminated them. Then again maybe they would not. Wrath seemed to have standards for behavior now. Well, Thro would find out either way, and perhaps it would be to his advantage. After the previous night's exercise, he had waited for testimony of the attack to appear, but the only thing that had come was a statement of the death from a half-brother he had been unaware of Winnig possessing. All he had known about the son of Stanilas was that he had managed to walk off with Grosh's money, which should have been Thro's for all he had done to service Nasha's endless demands. Yet there had been no details about the shadows shared. Just a listing on one of the race's Facebook pages that the family was requesting privacy during this time of grief. Stupid fucking discretion. Well, he'd fixed Thader tried to. No Glimmera this time. Just 2 regular civilians that he'd had to wait to go by. Sure as a deer hunter in a stand had to be patient. And then they had arrived and he had sent his shadow down to do what it did. At least his entities were functioning well. They had no sense of self or purpose other than the commands he gave to them, so there was no disgruntlement or disagreement as Thro sent his shadow to kill the male on the right, but not the left. And when he'd been comfortable with how much injury had been meted out, he called the thing back with every confidence the order would be followed at the instant the mental thought was sent in its direction. And it had been. If only the rest were going so obligingly. As he felt his impatience ramping up, he knew he had to gather himself. This was no good, this agitation. Besides, these one-on-one attacks, although important, were not the bigger step he was going to take. No, that would come soon. Closing his eyes, he pictured his book and was instantly calmed, sure as a young to its comfort blanket. All would be well, he told himself, and it wasn't going to take that long. He was setting in motion a civil war, and in this era of viral social media and polarized extreme emotion, he had the wind at his back. Wrath and the Brotherhood did not stand a chance against him, and they were soon going to find that out. He just needed a couple more of these random attacks, and then he was going to stage his finale. It was so perfect, he impressed even himself, he thought as he disappeared into the night. 54. As Assail sat in the training center's break room, he contemplated all of the evil things he had ever done or thought. He started from the very beginning when he'd stolen from his cousins the sweets made for them by his parents' staff, and continued all the way up until he had murdered that female Nasha, who had kept Marcus chained in her basement as a blood slave. Oh wait, he had burned down that house too, with Zodist's help. That brother, as a former blood slave, had had an abiding reason to participate in the destruction, although Assail had been the one to kill the female as she had sat in her beauty chair, prepared to be pampered. After which the flames had been ignited, and Asael had resolved to stay in the midst of the blaze. At that time, with Marisol gone from his life, incineration had seemed a very reasonable end to the pain of missing her. The brother had been determined upon another course, however, and had dragged him out of there. And so he was here again, he thought as he stared across at the Coke machine. Missing Marisol as if she had died even though she was well enough and very much breathing. Sitting forward in his chair, he put his head in his hands. 2 hours had passed since he had told her, since she had run from him, since the truth he had not wished to share had shattered them as glass beneath the head of a hammer. As the door opened, he sat up to attention and felt a bolt of something like hope light the cold meat locker behind his sternum. "Oh, 'tis you, Vishouse," he muttered as he sank back in the chair. "You're about as cheerful as I am." The brother took out a hand-rolled, lit it, and grabbed an ashtray off a table. "Listen. Jane told me what's going on with you and your girl. I don't want to talk about it." "Good. Because that's not why I'm here." As V settled into the chair next door and crossed his legs ankle to knee, Asael realized there had been a further reason why he'd come clean instead of just wiping away Marisol's memories of him. There had been a treacherous optimism, deep down inside of him, rooted in the place where his love for her had grown from, that she would somehow understand and accept him, that she would rise above the surprise, fear, and disgust, and see him not for his species, but as one who loved her to his very soul. He should have known better. "So we've got a problem," the brother said as he put his ashtray on his knee and tapped his hand-rolled. "Don't talk to me about problems, you son of a bitch. I'm bleeding out over here," Asael thought. "Yes," he intoned. "The species is facing a new threat and I need hollow-tip bullets. I believe they are sold at all gun outlets. I need $250,000 worth of them." Asael blinked. "I beg your pardon?" "You heard me," V exhaled. "A bulk sale of that size? No way, the human authorities won't get their panties in a wad. So I want you to make it happen, just like you did for those guns you—" "I'm out of that business, I'm afraid." Asael waved a dismissive hand. "I am retired." "So unretire." Asael sat forward again and rubbed the back of his neck as it began to ache. "Forgive me, but as much as I respect the Black Dagger Brotherhood, I am fairly certain I have not been conscripted into your ranks. Neither you nor Wrath may order me to do aught. I just put 3 bullets into the skull of an innocent kid to keep him from turning into a monster after he died. So you can get off your sanctimonious high horse and help us out, true?" Asael frowned. "Has the Omega endeavored to wield a new weapon? As far as we can tell, that's what's up. And hollow tips stop them? If they're dipped in the fountain of my mom's private quarters and sealed up, they do. Or at least they do a better job than conventional bullets. I want to offer them to the civilian population. Fury and the Chosen have agreed to help me, and even though I hate the idea of those females touching anything that's part of this war, if it'll help people stay alive, I'ma do that shit." Asael thought of the phone call he'd received on the burner he'd previously used to conduct business with, that female who had inquired as to whether he was satisfied with his shipment. He hadn't thought much of it at the time, but clearly after Benloy's demise, a new supplier had found a way to get into contact. "All right," Asael said, "but I'd prefer, if you don't mind, to put you in touch with the distributor directly. That way you can get what you want and I can stay out of it." V took a drag and spoke through the exhale. "Kind of a change for you and your capitalistic mores. Money means little to me now." Vishouse frowned, his dark brows sinking low over his bright white eyes, those tattoos at his temple shifting shape. "Yeah, I know that feeling. It sucks when you lose your female. I told you, I'm not talking about it." The brother got to his feet. "I need you to do what you have to in order to set things up for me and your supplier, but move quick. These attacks are happening regularly. I shall have to get home to arrange things, however. The phone that I use is there. I'll have someone drive you out. Actually, just send someone to the house, will you? Tell my cousins that the burner is in the left top drawer of my desk." "Roger that. Thanks." As Vishouse strode to the door, his heavy boots marking the path with hard strikes, Asael envied the brother his purpose, but it was rather in the way one might view an artifact from an ancient civilization, a leftover from a period in history long, long ago. An anachronism that was naught but a curiosity without current relevance. Before this house opened the way out, the brother looked across the break room. You know, you don't have to strike her memories. You can keep her if you want. Wrath's a lot more lenient about that shit'n't he should be, considering his queen is a half-breed. Asael thought about brushing the conversation point off, but instead he shrugged. A fine piece of advice and much appreciated. However, my female is summarily horrified by me, so I'm afraid that will not be a course of action which will be available to me now or in the future. That sucks. You know, I find you have put together two most salient words on the subject. When this house left without any expression of heartfelt emotion or deep, male-tinted commiseration, Asael began to truly like and appreciate the brother. And as for this new threat to the species, there was a time when it would have at least moderately intrigued him insofar as it might possibly have affected his ability to garner income. Now, he was providing an introduction only out of a lukewarm obligation to. Hell, he didn't know why he was bothering at all. The idea some innocent had been killed by the Omega was not a newsflash, and he certainly wasn't scared of the Brotherhood retaliating against him if he chose not to honor his word. That fear, after all, would have required some interest in staying alive, and he had none. As the door opened again, he didn't bother to look up. More advice? Or another demand? Neither, Marisol said. Asael whipped his head up. Marisol. She frowned at that, and he guessed she didn't want her name rolling off his lips ever again. But instead of setting that boundary, she cleared her throat. I need to go to your house at some point. I want to get my things and the car. There's no hurry, though. At least not until my grandmother is released. She was so beautiful as she stood there in her casual clothes of winter, the black fleece bringing out that blonde hair she'd given herself, her blue jeans loose and comfortable, her shoes practical for the season. To him, she might as well have been in a ball gown and draped in jewels. Abruptly, her weight went back and forth, and she crossed her arms around herself as if the way he were looking at her made her uncomfortable. As you wish, he said, lowering his eyes. Whenever you want to go, just let me know, and if you don't feel comfortable with me coming along, then you may of course go with whomever you wish. Except during the day, she said bitterly. Isn't that right? After a moment, he replied, that is correct. You know, Sola thought it would be so much easier to be angry if the guy didn't look so hollowed out and defeated. Across the break room, Asael sat in a chair that, under different circumstances, she would have said was far beneath his standards. For all the time she had known him, he had had the air of a wealthy man. No, it was more than just wealthy. It was rich for all of his life. The arrogance and intelligence he had worn along with his handmade clothes, the kind of thing that she suspected came only when generation after generation of a family had had tremendous assets. The kind of thing, for example, that Ricardo Benlois had tried to approximate but had never quite gotten right. I should go, she muttered. Yet for some reason she just stood there, as opposed to retreating out into the corridor and, well, just standing out there. She and Jane had talked for only a little bit longer after she had laid down the law about leaving, and then, whether it was that tea or just exhaustion, Sola had leaned back and crashed for a good hour and a half. When she'd woken up, Jane had been texting on her phone and looking worried, and the woman had seemed relieved to be able to come back to the clinic and return to work. Or maybe it was something else. Who knew? And Sola most certainly hadn't asked. She already had too much banging around in her brain. Is there anything else you require? Asael said without lifting his head. Yeah, actually, can we go back to when you were just a recovering cocaine addict who had given up a life of crime and the two of us were going to off into the horizon together to live happily ever after with my grandmother? I can't decide whether I wish you had told me sooner or not at all, she heard herself say. I can answer that. He moved his head back and forth as if his neck were sore. Not at all would have been better. So you like being a liar. When it comes to you, his moonlight-colored eyes looked up at her. I do not. Which was how you and I have come unto this estrangement. No, I say that rather because you looking at me as if I am a dangerous stranger is a far, far worse reality than even my deepest stretch of paranoia. Don't guilt-trip me. 'Tis a statement of fact. And besides, there is no guilting you about anything. I know you far too well for that. You don't know me at all. Indeed? That is an incorrect statement. I believe the correct one is that you wish I didn't know you. His eyes shifted away and yet did not seem to light on any concrete object. I want to throw things at you, she blurted. I want to curse you and punch you, and if I had a gun, I would shoot you. I can get you a weapon, and there is a gun range down here. Do not mock me. I am not. Trust me. Death is preferable to this state I am currently in. As he rubbed his palms together, she couldn't tell whether he was trying to warm that which was cold or was regarding with glee the prospect of a grave. Do you have any idea how hard this is? She said abruptly, tears forming in her eyes. To be here once again. Asael looked up in alarm, and she spoke before he could ask anything. My father, she brushed her cheeks impatiently. My father was everything to me when I was young. He was my hero, he was my protector, he was me world. He worked outside of the home my grandmother and I lived in, and I didn't see him very often, but when he came to stay with us from time to time and brought us money for food and blankets and clothes, I idolized him. Well, shit, she thought as her eyes refused to get with the program and dry the fuck up. I was 12 years old when I found out what he was doing, what his work was, what he was. He was a thief. He stole things from people and for people, and worse than, he was a druggie. The shit he gave us? He didn't buy any of it. I found out later it was always handouts he got from shelters or churches. He never took care of us, just wanted it to seem like that was the case. Her tears were coming so hard now, she stopped bothering to try to mop them up. When he got arrested and was put in jail the first time, he sent word to my grandmother in the village we stayed in. He had a stash of money he kept in the walls of our shitty house, and she got it out and gave it to me. She told me to take it to the jail and bribe the officials to let him out. Sola sniffled hard and then marched off to a napkin dispenser, snapping a bunch free and cleaning herself up. When she felt like she could continue, she turned back around. I was 12 years old, walking 25 miles on my own with more money than I had ever seen in my life. My grandmother regularly went hungry to make sure I had food, and yet there was all that cash in the fucking walls of that fucking house. And it was for him. She blew her nose again. I made the trip. I gave the money over. My father got out, and as we were leaving the jail, I remember him stopping and staring at me. Sola closed her eyes. I can still see us, clear as day, standing there together, in the hot sun. I was thinking he was going to break down in front of me and apologize for being what he was. And stupid me, I was ready to forgive him. I was ready to tell him, Papa, I love you. I don't care what you are. You are my papa. The scene played out in her mind, and all she could do was shake her head. You know what he said? Tell me, came Asael's rough reply. He said he could use me if I wanted to earn some money, to take care of my grandmother. Sola popped open her lids, got another napkin or two, and pressed them into her eyes so hard. Her sockets hurt. Like that wasn't his job. Like that woman who had stood by him all her life was my problem if I wanted her to be. And if I didn't man up and she starved or got ill as she aged, then that was an oh well. I am so sorry, Asael said softly. I am so sorry. Eventually, she let her arms fall to her sides and pivoted to face him. I decided to become the very best thief I could be. 'Cause that's what 12-year-olds who are scared and alone and need someone, anyone, to help them in the world do. I learned how to steal and break and enter, how to lie and cajole, how to evade the authorities and get jobs done. It was a hell of an education, and I guess I should be grateful that he never tried to sell me as a prostitute. The growl that percolated up out of Asael's chest was such a sound of warning. It pulled her out of her emotions for a moment. Forgive me, he said as he lowered his head once more. I cannot help but be protective. It is my nature. She stared across at him for the longest time. And that's why I want to hurt you. You were another everything to me. You were my world, up and walking around on 2 feet. But it was a lie. It was all a lie. So here I am again, reeling from a truth that is too ugly to understand or accept. The only difference is that I'm not 12, and I'm done with trying to contort myself into someone else's reality. I refuse to do that ever again. I understand. Asael nodded his head. I accept all responsibility, and I will not implore you for a forgiveness you should never have to give. As a profound silence ushered out all sound in the room, she wished he would fight with her, argue with her, give her something to rail against. This stoic sadness of his was so much harder to handle, because it suggested, as much as she wanted to feel to the contrary, that this Mano vampire might actually truly, deeply love her. 55. The following morning, Vittoria was sitting across from Detective de la Cruz down at Caldwell Police Headquarters when her burner phone went off in her purse. "Would you like to answer that?" he asked her. "Oh no, Detective. This is all so much more important. It's probably just gallery business." He nodded and put a folder on the table between them. "So you understand that you are not a suspect in any of this. You are not even a person of interest." "That is correct. That is what you've told me." The man pointed up to the corner of the shallow, utterly unadorned room. "And this is all being videotaped." She made a show of looking up to the camera and then nodded. "Yes, that's what you told me was going to happen. And you have declined to have a lawyer present." "Why would I need one? My car was stolen. I am a victim." Detective de la Cruz opened the folder, which turned out to only have a pad of white-lined paper in it. "So I'd like to go over a couple of things again, if you don't mind." As he paused to collect his thoughts, or perhaps to pretend he was, she glanced around the room. It was in dismal shape, the egg carton soundproofing worn away where the back of his chair hit the wall, the brown carpet pitted and stained, the ceiling tiles yellowed with age. Even the wood top of the table was fake, the grain pattern repeating over and over across its surface. It was vaguely insulting to think that people who worked in this environment were armed with laws that could send her to jail. If she were going to be threatened like that, it would have been more apt for the police to be housed in a military installation with bulletproof windows, tactical vests, and flamethrowers. But no, these folks were more like data processors in a company that was about to go under. "Have you found my car?" she prompted. "The Bentley was your brother's, wasn't it?" He looked up. "Correct." In her head, she cursed the man in Spanish, and then said calmly, "Yes, of course. It was Ricardo's. Forgive me. I totally understand." The detective smiled. "So last evening, around what time did you come out and discover that the Bentley was gone?" "It was right when I called you. 9 o'clock, perhaps? 10? And you stated the key was in the vehicle." "I'm afraid I'm a little forgetful. Women drivers, you know. Actually, my wife is a better driver than I am. So is my daughter. But that's neither here nor there." He lifted up the pad. "So we did locate the vehicle. Unfortunately, it was involved in a hit and run down on 20th Street. A police cruiser found it and towed it in." He took out 2 color photos, both of which provided different angles of the beautiful car smashed grille first into a concrete median that went around some sort of road repair work. "Oh dear," she murmured. "At this time, we have no suspects in the theft." "No, but we're concerned the vehicle might have been used in the commission of a crime." Vittoria made a point of lifting her eyebrows in alarm. "What kind of crime? Do you recall mentioning a man by the name of Michael Streeter?" She nodded. "Of course. You and I spoke of him. He was the security guard I met after I arrived here in Caldwell. He was found dead at dawn." At this point, Vittoria slowed everything down and made sure she chose her response and words well. The detective, she noted, was giving away no details in an attempt to trip her up. "Where? What happened to him?" She leaned in. "Do you think he might have taken my brother's car?" "Why would he do that?" Vittoria shrugged. "I don't know. He just seemed, well, as I told you, he made me very uncomfortable, and I wasn't the only one. Margot Fortescue also found him worrisome. Well, the car is being carefully dusted for prints. The CSI team is going over it with a fine-tooth comb." "CSI? Like the old TV show?" "Exactly." The detective sat back. "I imagine we'll find lots of prints of yours." "Yes, you will." She fanned her hands out. "I drove it for an entire day. Perhaps two. I don't blame you. It's a work of art on wheels or was. There was a long pause. Do you have any reason to think somebody would want Streeter dead? I am not familiar with him at all, so I can't really say. We spoke to his girlfriend. She told us that he dabbled in drug dealing. Well, there you go. MMM. The detective sat forward. I've been either a policeman or a homicide detective for a lot of years. I mean, we're talking decades. And I've developed a sense about things. I imagine you would. I guess I just think it's a little curious. What is? He shrugged and pulled the lapels of his sport coat in closer. The jacket was dark gray this time and didn't really go well with his coloring, in her opinion. Well, your two brothers disappear, and you show up in Caldwell. And suddenly, I've got bodies in different places. 2 deaths in the same gallery in how many days? With the only real change that I can see being your arrival. Victoria put her hands up to her heart. I am a woman, Detective de la Cruz. Where I come from, we are not capable of any such things. How can you insinuate I could possibly kill anyone? Much less a security guard who was so much bigger than I am. He was shot multiple times at point-blank range. Execution style. Guns are a great equalizer for height and weight discrepancies. He made a steeple out of his fingertips. And here in the States, women are equals, or at least I treat them as such. So it means they can drive well and they can stand up for themselves and they live their own lives. They can also decide to take over a drug ring for themselves, kill off family members, and make people who ask too many questions or get in their way wake up dead. How about that? Which card to play, she thought. There were a couple of choices. After a moment, she lifted her chin. Detective, I have been nothing but accommodating. Your officers are at the West Point house now, as we speak, getting security footage. Well, see, there's a rub on that one. You did let them in, it's true, and we thank you for that. But it turns out the cameras were off and have been for quite some time. So if you're using that as an example of accommodation, it would go further if there was anything for us to use. She already knew all this, of course. It was the first thing she had checked when she had gotten back there last night. When were they turned off? She asked. We're looking into that. I'm sure you'll let me know what you find. You can bet your life on it. Victoria drew her long hair back and clasped her hands primly in front of herself. Is there anything else for me? Not right now, no. But something tells me there will be more. And I'm never wrong about these things. There's a first time for everything, Detective. She got to her feet. I also want you to know that I realize you are just doing your job here. I shouldn't take things personally, and I won't. You don't have any suspects for either of those deaths, no solid ones. At any rate, or you wouldn't be throwing baseless accusations at me. My conscience is clear. I do not need a lawyer. And you may feel free to call me back down here anytime you like. So you think you're leaving, huh? Are you making me a suspect? Or how did you say it? A person of interest. When there was a pause, she smiled at him. Then I'm free to go, aren't I? Do you mind if we fingerprint you before you take off on us? It took everything in her not to narrow her eyes and glare at him. Of course not, Detective. Provided you give me something to wash my hands off with afterward. 56. This house had a plan and not a lot of time. As he sent himself up to the scribe virgin's private quarters, he was fully armed and sporting 2 empty 2-liter plastic bottles of what had been Mountain Dew. Evidently, there had been a Saved by the Bell marathon on during the day and Lassiter had had to keep himself awake for it. As V penetrated the marble walls, he went right over to the fountain. Yes, he could have used a pair of sterling silver water pitchers from the dining room, or crystal flower vases from the second-story sitting area, or gold urns from the foyer. But hey, he had rinsed these bitches out in the billiards room before he'd made the trip, and what he needed were containers that held water. There was no reason to turn this into a ceremonial thing. Getting on his knees, he unscrewed one of the green lids and pushed the open bottle under the surface of the water. The fill-up went well, air bubbles coughing out as the level rose inside the dew. When things were done, he outed it, capped, and put the thing aside. Repeat. The plan was to take this water back to the Brotherhood mansion and get an assembly line going down in the cellar, in the room where he made his daggers. The chosen who were willing to eyedropper hollow-tipped bullets for him so he could seal them with lead caps would undoubtedly be more physically comfortable up here. But he didn't like the idea of the war invading this sacred space. The hairs on the back of his neck prickled, sure as if a hand brushed his nape. Stiffening, he sent his instincts out and knew that there was someone right behind him. Knew instantly who it was, too. Closing his eyes, he shook his head and sagged with defeat. It's you, isn't it? She picked you. As the second bottle finished filling up, he took the thing out of the fountain and slowly turned around. Lassiter, the fallen angel, stood with his feet planted on the white marble floor. His entire body was lit from within, and stretching out on either side of his torso was a magnificent pair of iridescent wings. Glowing as he was one of the most beautiful sights this house had ever seen, as awe-inspiring as a mountain range, as arresting as a perfect sunset, as broad as the ocean, as high as the heavens. He was too much to be contained in any kind of form, and V blinked, not because things were necessarily that bright, but because the signals that his optic nerves were sending to his brain were too strong, too many, too resonant. Lassiter's voice echoed throughout the sanctuary even though he did not speak out loud. I bring greetings from your Mamen. Rise, and know that you are blessed in this life as you are her son and you are worthy. V got to his feet with a mind of shutting those blessings down. Fuck him very much. But then he thought of Jane and canned the anger. Still, he felt compelled to say, I don't believe in my mother. Belief is not required. For some reason, that unsettled him. Maybe because it meant someone else was driving Destiny's bus, but like he hadn't already figured that out. She doesn't exist anymore. She's out. That which is not alive cannot die. It is as time, extant and all around whether acknowledged or not. Abruptly, and against his will, the shit came out. The fucking shit that he didn't want to admit. Even to himself, the cocksucking shit that had been bothering him ever since he had come up here and found that dumbass, emo missive she'd left for him and him alone. Why wasn't it me? He heard himself ask. If I am her son, why didn't she pick me to succeed her? It was the height of narcissism to even wonder such a goddamn thing in passing. To admit it to anyone, much less Lassiter, FFS, made V feel like a candidate for a bitch slap across the crybaby. Lassiter reached out a hand, but he didn't touch V. He stopped about 2 inches in front of Vicious's chest. Even though there was no direct contact between them, a warm feeling lit off inside V's chest and grew in intensity until it suffused his entire being, and him, being him, he thought, man, it was gonna suck to come down from this high. Except then realized that the warmth had a pitch like a song would, a hum that was specific to one and only one entity he had ever been around. This was his Mamen, he realized. This sense of love enveloping him washer. She has not disappeared. She is still with us and with you. Lassiter lowered his hand. And she did not pick you not because she didn't love you, but because she did. Even though Lassiter wasn't rocking the glow-motional connection anymore, this house could still feel the sensation deep in his bones. And as he pictured the scribe virgin's diminutive figure in her black robes, with that white light shining out from under her hem, the warmth re-intensified. She is in all of us. She missed her creation up here, and when she freed herself, she was able to re-enter us. She is not gone, she is back where she started and happiest for it. At that moment, a movement out of the corner of V's eyes drew his attention to the colonnade in front of his mother's bedroom suite, and when he saw what it was, he was both utterly astonished and completely unsurprised. It was a black cat, but not just any black cat. It was Beth, the Queen's black cat, the one she had brought with her to the mansion all those years ago. As V's stare met its glowing green one, a sacred aura surrounded the feline, and he realized she had been with them all along. From the very beginning, she had been with them right in their midst without them even knowing it. With a feeling of inevitability and peace, the last of V's puzzle pieces fell into place. The hole that had been vacant filled with an answer to a question he hadn't been aware of asking for all these years. Yes, Lassiter said. In spite of her faults, she always loved you and your sister, and now she can show you. And she always loved her creation, too, and now she can show that as well. Therefore, close your eyes and see what is to come as only you can. You must guide the end, do you understand? You shall guide the end. This house? V, wake up, sweetheart. V bolted upright in the dark, sweat pouring off his face, chest screaming in suffocation, heart pounding. Only Jane's voice and scent were able to reach him through his panic, and even then, he wasn't sure what in the hell was going on. Throwing out a hand, he grabbed onto her and held her close, and as he felt her arms tighten on him, he started to shake. But it was only a dream, he told himself. What he'd just seen was only a dream, a weird, fucked up contortion of him having had a late day, and Lassiter binge-watching TV in the billiards room, and finally the carbonara served at last meal. "I'm okay," he said into Jane's soft, fragrant neck. "I'm all right. You're just fine." Shoo. She stroked his hair and his shoulders, soothing him until he released the tension in his body. When he finally went limp, he collapsed back onto the pillows and urged her on top of him. "What were you dreaming about?" she asked. The images that came to him were too disturbing, so he shook his head. "I don't know. I can't think about it." "Okay, that's all right. What time is it?" There was the sound of covers rustling as she twisted around to see the clock by her side of the bed. "Almost 6 p.m. We'll both be late if we don't get up soon. Can we just lie here for a little bit?" "Absolutely." V tried to close his eyes, but that was not a good idea as it just brought the strangeness back. Then again, open and in the pitch black didn't work either. Willing the lights in their bedroom on, he was instantly calmed further. Everything was just so prosaic, and as it should be, that context came easily and in the right direction. All was well and normal. Just a dream. He looked at Jane. "I love your face. I love yours too." She smiled. "And you're most handsome when you just wake up." V leaned and kissed her, and the next thing he knew he was mounting her and penetrating her sex with his own, which was even better than the lights coming on, he decided as he began to pump, the pleasure wiping away the dregs of whatever that weirdness had been. As he started to orgasm and his female came along with him, he turned his head. Through the open doorway into the bathroom, he saw that there were 2 Mountain Dew bottles sitting by the sinks, both filled to the very top, their labels facing out toward him. "Damn it," he muttered as he squeezed his eyes shut. Sure, that shit about his mom was fine, but Lassiter, it appeared, was the race's new boss. Great. Nothing like putting a 5-year-old behind the wheel of a car and giving the little shit the car keys. Big ol' angel wingspans aside, the ride, which had already not been all that smooth, was about to get bumpier than a motherfucker. 57. Solo woke up in total confusion. She couldn't remember where she was, and the remnants of a dream about vampires lingered. Oh wait, that wasn't a nightmare. And yup, she was still in their underground facility, out in the corridor, sitting on the hard floor next to the door to her grandmother's room. Her butt was flat as a pancake, somehow managing to be both numb and painful as a result of cushioning her weight for what time was it? How long had she been asleep? All at once, her thoughts slowed to a halt and she looked across the way. Assail was seated in a mirrored pose, his legs stretched out, his head down, chin on chest, as if he were asleep, too. She hadn't heard him come out to sit with her. Looking around, she found that they were alone together, no medical staff walking about, none of the other people she'd met during her time here in sight, either. Down at the far end of the corridor, she could just barely see the exit that she'd come and gone out of how many times now. She thought back to when Assail had brought her here as a patient. She had been in such rough shape, head injury, shot in the leg, traumatized to all hell and gone. Doc Jane in particular had been so kind to her. Hell, the woman had been kind to her all along. From above, there was a rhythmic sound, like a machine turning over, and then she felt a warm fall of air hit the top of her head. Glancing up, she measured the vent that was some 10 feet overhead. When she lowered her chin, she jumped. Assail had woken up and was looking at her with those sad eyes of his. When he didn't speak, she cleared her throat. "I've wanted to ask you something," she said in a quiet voice. "Why don't you just scrub my memories now? I mean, if you can do it, why not simply make all this go away? That way you won't feel as bad." Why was she worried about where he was at? She wondered. "I will always feel badly and it would hurt you." He motioned to his head. If someone has had their memories stripped, but they're around the very thing that has been taken from them, it is very painful. Oh! At that moment, there was a ringing sound and he took out a cheap-looking cell phone. Pardon me. After she shrugged, he accepted the call. Hello? Yes. How kind of you. Yes. In person. Where? When? There was a pause. How accommodating of you. Fine. I will be there, yes. He hung up and stared at the phone. I am going to be putting the Brotherhood in touch with a distributor for arms. I must go and meet with her in person. You mentioned you would like to collect your things. Perhaps we can depart soon and get you ready to go? I do not believe the Brotherhood will allow you to bring your car onto the premises. However, we can drive it out from my house and pack it somewhere safe, such that you will not have to return to my property ever again. Asael looked over at her. You will be free to go as soon as your grandmother is released, just as you wish, and I promise not to interfere with any of your I will not get in your way. Will you be coming back here with me? His chest, which was even larger now, it seemed expanded as he inhaled. I should be the one to rid you of your memories. I will do the most thorough job because I have been there for so many of your experiences. Oh, okay. So would you like to leave with me now? I should speak to my grandmother first. Assuming the old woman would grant her an audience without trying to hit her with a bedpan. But yes, thank you. I shall arrange for transport. Excuse me. As he got to his feet, there were several cracks as if his spine were realigning itself, and then he walked slowly and stiffly toward the office she had gone through with Doc Jane. Sola watched him go, and was surprised to find that, like him, she was very sad. Trying not to dwell on that, she dragged herself off the floor and stretched until things resettled into a more functional order. And then she knocked politely on the closed door she had been sitting vigil next to. Vovo, she said softly. May I please come in? As Asael emerged from the office, he was grateful for Vishouse being so accommodating. The brother had just woken up, and yet he was willing to skip first meal and come down immediately to get Marisol to the glass house for her things. Asael had also contacted Eric and explained what had happened and why Marisol needed some privacy on the property. Thus his cousins were going to take Marcus out for the evening. Asael didn't want her to have to see all of those males. She'd been through enough. Although now his cousins were heartbroken, too. It was funny how those two females turned that mansion into a home. Without them, it was just glass walls and a view that mostly couldn't be seen because of the drapes he kept down all the time. In the end, Asael had decided not to mention the meetup with the arms dealer to his cousins or to Vicious because he wasn't sure exactly who he was communicating with. He didn't want to waste Vicious's time if this was an underling or worse, members of the human law enforcement agencies on a fishing expedition. And his cousins were frustrated and trigger-happy on a good night. Finding out that they were going to lose what felt like members of the family was not going to help that. Further, the woman on the other end of the call had requested that he come alone. So fine, he would go meet her after Marisol was taken care of. And he would return to the training center only when his female was ready to leave. It wasn't good for her to be stuck seeing him all the time. And she wasn't his female anymore, anyway. Just as he was coming up to Mrs. Carvalho's room, Marisol stepped out and rubbed her eyes. He wanted to ask her if everything was all right, but he didn't think she would tell him, and besides, he knew that answer already. He cleared his throat so she would realize he was there. We're just waiting for. I'm here, Vishouse announced as the brother came out of the office. Let's do this. The Mercedes is down here for a wash. We'll take that car. Vishouse nodded at the two of them and then strode by, heading for the exit. Asael indicated the way forward for Marisol. After you. Thank you. As the three of them walked along, Asael guessed the formality between Marisol and him was better than anger or sorrow. Fates, when she had cried in front of him and told him the story of her father, he had never felt so small in his life. To have taken her back to that terrible moment because he had done something similar was to put a curse upon her. When their trio came to the heavy steel door at the end of the corridor, Vishouse held things open, and then they proceeded across the parking area to a black S600 that sparkled in the fluorescent lights. You're both in the back, V informed them. Asael opened one of the rear doors for Marisol, and then he went around and got in himself. The sedan was so long It felt as though the brother was in a different zip code, and the heat came on quickly, which was a benefit as no one was wearing a coat. It was quite an ascent until they got up to ground level, and Marisol stared out of the tinted windows even though there was nothing to see. "So no one knows where you are here?" she murmured. "No one can find you?" "That's the idea," V said from in front. "Humans leave you all alone then. Or we make them." Asael cursed and wanted to tell the brother to ease up on the aggression. Then again, good luck with that. It would be like trying to get a German shepherd to greet hat-wearing strangers with a rollover rub my belly. "We'd just be hunted," V tacked on. "So it's a case of survival for the likes of us." "You don't think you'd be accepted?" Marisol asked. "How's that immigration policy of yours working out?" When she didn't reply, the brother muttered, "Exactly. Perhaps we should speak of something else," Asael offered. "Like the weather, sports. Anyone read any good books lately?" He thought to himself. "So," Marisol said as she turned to him, "are you two going to that meeting alone?" "What meeting?" Vishouse asked as he looked into the rear view. "It's nothing," Asael informed the brother. Marisol spoke up. "He's meeting with an arms dealer. I thought to put you in touch directly with the supplier?" Her eyes narrowed. "Unless that isn't the case. That's what he's supposed to be doing," V cut in. "I just didn't know it was happening tonight. Or that he was going on his own. Do you trust these people?" "No, but of course," Asael muttered. The Mercedes slowed and then stopped. After the brother put the sedan in park, he twisted around. "You're going to get yourself killed." "I most certainly will not." "Who are these people?" Marisol asked. "Wait, did you meet them through Benloy's?" Asael put both his palms up. "I would like to table these discussions for a more appropriate time." "I'm going with you," V announced. "I don't give a fuck whether you live or die. What I can't do is lose that connection. You get popped, and I won't get my ammo." "Are you armed?" Marisol demanded. "Do you even have a knife on you?" Asael rolled his eyes. "I will get something at the house." "You sure about that?" she countered. "Yes." There was a very long, disapproving silence. And then she blurted, "I'm going too. I'm going with both of you." Asael glared in her direction. "Absolutely not. I'm not putting you in any kind of harm's way. But you're more than willing to go to a meeting like that unarmed, guarded by someone who doesn't give a shit about you? Are you insane?" "I was until you showed up, remember?" he said dryly. "And then things got worse after I returned to mental health." She looked at Vishouse. "Do you have any extra guns I can borrow?" The brother started to smile. "You know, I like you, but can you shoot?" "Only to kill," she said grimly. "No, I take that back. If someone doesn't respect me properly, I can get pretty goddamn trigger happy, and I like places that take a while to heal." The brother smiled, flashing his fangs. "Fair enough. You want to assume the risk on his behalf, that's on you. Plus, frankly, my other brothers are all out in the field. With those attacks happening every night, it's all hands on deck. If I don't have to pull one of them in on this, that would be great." The pair of them nodded at each other and then stared at Asael. Asael was tempted to point out to Marisol that she didn't want to have anything to do with him. Except yes, he was pathetic enough to beg for a little more time in her company, even if it was in this context. And no, he knew better than to try to dissuade her from the danger. No one was going to do that, even though the idea of her getting shot at made him considering the merits of insanity with an open mind. There was just one rub. The woman won't meet with me if I don't come alone. So this is all a moot point. "It's a female?" Marisol said. "Aye." He shrugged. "And now that I think about it, that means both of you will be waiting safely in this car, which I believe is bulletproof, is it not? Funny. Now I'm not as worried about this brilliant idea." Marisol sat forward in her seat. "Where is this meeting supposed to take place?" "A warehouse down on 30th Street. Benloy's had one there." "What's the address?" 4409. "That's it. That's the one he owned." "You're not going inside, Marisol." Asael looked away to the blacked-out window and measured the dim reflection of her in it. "And I'll be fine. Actually, he didn't care one way or the other what happened to him. But at least this house would keep her safe. That was the important thing. That was all Asael cared about. "Let us proceed to my house," he said, "so that we may collect her things. And then let's go to the warehouse and get this over with." 58. As Sola came up from the basement with her grandmother's suitcase in one hand and her own duffel over her shoulder, she took a last look around Asael's kitchen. There was a stainless steel saucepan that her vovo had used sitting on the stove. The thing was perfectly clean, and the lone standout in the otherwise tidy put-it-all-away neatness. Almost as if the thing had been left out as a shrine, and not just to the food. Eric and Avail, and that young mammal were nowhere to be found, and she had a feeling that Asael had told them to go. She missed them. She wanted to say goodbye to them. In such a short time, the 6 of them had formed a little family unit, a ragtag bunch of unrelateds who had bonded in quick order. And as she thought about them living here together under this roof, the strangest sensation hit her in the chest. She didn't want to acknowledge what it was. She really didn't. But this felt like home. "May I help you with your things?" Asael asked politely. "No," she looked back at him. "Thank you. I've got them." "As you wish." He bowed solemnly. "We will leave your car at a secure place downtown so that you may retrieve it. And worry not. Our staff can go out during the day even though we cannot. So you may depart at dawn should you wish to." "All right." Unease rippled through her, but she hiked her duffel higher on her shoulder and shoved the anxiety away. "I guess we go?" "Yes." At that moment, this house came in from the front of the house. "I gotta give you credit, Asael. You got good toys, true?" Without warning, he tossed something at her. "I think the lady'll like this one." She caught the gun by the grip and brought it up for a look-see. It was a very nice S&W, actually. 9mm. "If you want a holster," she interrupted this house. "I have one in my bag." "Good deal." As Asael took no weapons and was given nothing, she assumed he had armed himself. And yet she hesitated. She wanted him to have a rocket launcher on his back. Bulletproof everything. A crash helmet. "We gonna do this or what?" This house said sharply. "Let's go." Sola headed for the door. "I'll follow you in my car." The Menmals fell in behind her, and she heard this house ask if Asael was going to ride with her. Before she could answer, he replied, "I believe she would rather be alone." "Thank you." Getting into her cold car, she wasn't so sure of that, which was a surprise. But it was so emotional, this idea that she really was leaving here. Leaving him. Leaving this whole strange episode in her life. Okay, she totally needed to let all that go. The engine was slow to crank over, and the heater started blowing an Arctic blast at her feet, so she cut the fan off quick. As she plugged in her seatbelt, she looked over her shoulder at the glass house and remembered coming here for the first time on her skis. She had hidden in and among the trees and tried to get a bead on what was doing inside. And that was when she had noticed the illusion drapes. The furnace coming on inside had ruffled them ever so slightly, causing a disturbance in that which should have been static. Little could she have guessed what pulling them back would reveal. Snapping herself to attention, she put the engine in gear and fell in line behind the Mercedes, leaving the house and the peninsula in her wake. As she took a left to get onto the bridge, she told herself to take a good look at the glowing cityscape up ahead. She had always loved this view at night, the skyscrapers so majestic, their random lights like stars in a fallen sky, and then down below, the river's dark and slow mystery. She was never coming back to Caldwell. And God, even though it made no sense, she wanted to cry. Refocusing once again, she stuck on the Mercedes's tail. They had agreed to leave her car in an open-air lot that this house had a pass card to. And as they came up on it, something started to ring in her mind. A warning. Shaking her head, she pulled up to the gate and realized she hadn't gotten the card. Before she could put her window down, Asael was on it, coming over and swiping things so that the arm lifted up. It was as she took a spot right in front that the math added up, and she all but leapt out from behind the wheel without putting things in park. "Ben Lois has a sister," she said urgently. "Vittoria." Asael shrugged. "I did not know that. You can't go into that meeting alone." She could be coming for you. I don't know if she's who I'm meeting. And besides, why would it matter? You killed Ricardo. Sola stared him straight in the eye. I know you did. I never asked you, but I know you did. And Eduardo too. Didn't you? Didn't you? Asael really wanted to get Marisol back into the Mercedes. He didn't like how exposed they were, and he also wanted to cut off this conversation. But clearly, his female was not budging until they were finished with this subject. Not that she was his female. Marisol, he indicated the nice, warm, fucking bulletproof Mercedes. Perhaps we may continue this discussion in a more suitable environment? What if she knows? What if she's calling to set you up? Then I will defend myself. Let us get in the car. There are security cameras at the gallery. At the West Point house. We were careful with the ladder, he muttered. So that's where you killed him? Or was it at the gallery? It doesn't matter. I told you the address you're going to is Benloy's warehouse. I worked for him. I know what he owns. Why are you meeting the supplier on his property if the man is dead? Because that is what I've been instructed to do. You can't go in there. Enough, he cut in sharply. This is not your concern, Marisol. Now get in the goddamn car before we're spotted by lessers. You may be human and of no interest to them, but they will sense me and I do not want you to get hurt. I'm not going to let you get yourself killed. But at least she was moving as she muttered this, getting her things out from the back of her car and walking them over to the popped trunk of the Mercedes. And as she put the suitcase and the duffel in, she was speaking in a barrage of Spanish, but he didn't care if she was cursing every bone in his body as long as she go tint the fucking settin'. When they were finally back in the back, so to speak, she didn't turn to him. She pulled herself forward using one of the headrests in front. He's going to die, she announced to Vishouse. She's going to kill him. Your grandmother? The brother said. I've heard about her and yeah, I can feel that. Even if she's in a hospital bed. This is a setup. Marisol, Asael interrupted. There is no way, even if this is Benloy's sister, that she will know it is me. No way. This is a business interaction through proper channels, and besides, even if it is his sister, she will not be of his nature. She's a female after all. The glare that swung around to him was enough to make him consider cupping his sex in protection. Do I look weak to you? It was not a question. Do I look like I can't handle my shit to you? Okawe, Asael thought. He was probably going to have to recast his rather old-school opinion of the weaker sex, wasn't he? His Marisol was certainly not, and never had been, a fainting flower to be insulated from the most minute of inconveniences. And P.S. he was getting seriously aroused right now, even though that wasn't fair to her. Well? She demanded. No, you are not weak. As his voice deepened, he cleared his throat. You are the most magnificent, powerful force I have ever seen. You can bring me to my knees as no one ever could or ever will again. She blinked, then looked away. In the awkward silence, he studied her profile and wished there was another way for them. Then he dragged himself out of that black hole of disappointment. And as I was saying, even if it is his sister, I doubt she will know what transpired. Benloy's remains are well disposed of, and Eduardo's? They were consumed by coyotes, given where we left him. So all is well. I hope you're right, she said tightly. He wanted to tell her that was kind of her, but he kept that to himself. Instead, he switched to the old language so she would not understand what he was saying as he spoke to Vishouse. Pray, if I fall and cannot be revived in this, I ask that you see her safely unto her grandmother and then back out into her world. Strike her memories with care and send her off with a pleasant recollection of all this, something that shall not cause her to suffer any pain. I request this with the utmost respect unto you, and as her bonded male. Behind the wheel, the brother looked up into the rearview mirror. With a single nod, he replied, It shall be done. Appeased, Asael eased back into the seat. The windows were tinted so darkly, he could barely see out, although the street lamps were light enough to glow as if through fog. At least he knew she would be okay. Vittoria looks like Ricardo, Marisol said tightly. You'll see it in the eyes and the shape of the face. I never met her in person, but there were pictures of her at his house. The two of them were very close. Do us all a favor if it's her, just get out of there. Don't assume she won't recognize you. You never know. Asael turned and stared at the woman, and told himself not to feel any hope given that Marisol seemed so worried about him. All right, I will. 59. Vittoria went to her brother's warehouse in as circuitous a route as she could. She was generally no fan of inefficiency, but she had to make sure that none of Detective de la Cruz's ilk were following her, and it took some time to reassure herself that they were not. When she finally pulled Ricardo's Rolls-Royce into the facility's vacant parking lot, however, she was satisfied she was on her own. That was the only thing she was satisfied by, though, and not just because that detective was proving to be a Latino version of Columbo. Looking at the passenger seat beside her, she frowned at Eduardo's journal. Of all the numbers she had called, the man she was meeting was the only one to respond. This was worrisome. She had expected there to be a great hunger for what her brothers had put out on the streets, but she feared that, in the intervening year, the ecosystem had rerouted itself, found other suppliers, and moved on. Regaining lost business was so much harder than simply stepping into the shoes of a functioning concern. But she was ready to fight to get back to where things had been. As she got out of the Ghost, she approved of this location. She had discovered its existence in paperwork on Eduardo's desk, and she could see why it would be a good place to exchange goods for cash. The building's floor plan took a sharp corner, one whole wing extending out from a base, and that formation, coupled with an adjacent structure that appeared to be garage space or storage units that angled in, meant that a private courtyard was formed. And clearly that had been cultivated. The privacy, at any rate. The security lighting was all trained elsewhere. A dark pit of anonymity enveloping the center area. No one could see from the street who was parking, who was getting out, who was carrying what, who was going inside or emerging from the interior. Quite smart. Proceeding to the door that had a passcode, she entered her mother's birthday and stepped into the dim, damp interior. No light fixtures came on, but as she turned on the flashlight on her cell phone, she located a switch and flicked it. Very smart. All of the windows had been painted black, so there was no way to know anyone was inside. Vittoria left the door open, using a stopper that was left by the jam. As was typical of her brother, the interior was neat as a pin and largely empty, although not completely so. Interspersed within the cavernous space, there were large crates, some big as sofas, others the size of cars, even houses. A forklift sat, with the keys in it, off to the side, and she noted, as she walked around, that there was a garage bay at the end for such ungainly deliveries. So she had been wrong, she thought as she inspected one of the crates and read the address plate. Art for the gallery was actually stored here. This wasn't a place solely for the illegitimate side of things. Then again, her brother had carried on both businesses from the gallery. And speaking of business, with any luck, this would result in an order. The sound of a car pulling up spun her around. She was dressed in her parka and black pants, and she had her gun and her suppressor with her, all of it retrieved earlier in the day from the base of that artwork she'd stashed it in. There was no way she was attending this unarmed. Even though this client was one Eduardo had marked with a star indicating, per his system, that whoever it was paid on time, caused no trouble, and regularly ordered, she could trust no one. Hopefully, however, he was a businessperson just as she was, and there would be no difficulty. As a single car door shut solidly, and footsteps came up the concrete steps, she put her hand into her pocket and gripped her gun, flipping the safety off. She was going to have to find some more help, she thought as the door creaked while it was opened. She was a bit more exposed than she liked. Vittoria recognized the fine coat first, the fine overcoat that was cut to perfection and hanging off a large pair of shoulders. And then she saw the face, that fucking face, of the man who had kidnapped her brother. It was him, from the security footage. She was absolutely positive, and in a quick slideshow, she saw Ricardo's body hanging on the wall, battered, bruised, that throat torn open. Before she had a conscious thought, her rage brought out her gun and she began to shoot. Asael saw the family resemblance at the very instant that the woman's eyes peeled wide as if, somehow, she recognized who he was. There was no time to think further, however, as she took out a gun and started discharging bullets as if she knew he was going to dematerialize out of there at any moment. But he didn't care about himself as he dropped down and rolled out of shooting range. All that mattered was whether Vishouse had hit the gas, and from the flare of headlights that pierced the partially open door a sail had come through. He was willing to bet his life protocol was being followed. He just prayed the brother had the sense to lock Marisol in, or she was liable to come bursting in with her own gun drawn. "I know you!" the woman screamed as she continued to shoot. "I know what you did." Pop, pop, pop. Except it was more than just popping. The slugs of lead were ricocheting around, and thank God for this crate he had found. The scent of his own blood made him curse. Son of a bitch. She'd gotten him in the shoulder off his right arm, his shooting arm, and given the ache in his side, he was pretty sure he'd been hit somewhere else. With a grimace, Assail got out his gun and waited for her to empty her clip. She was coming forward, closing in, and she had switched to Spanish, her fury more like a Wagner symphony than any kind of speech. Then came the pause he was looking for. With a quick shift, he leaned out for a glance into the warehouse proper. She was smart. She had stepped behind another of the large crates that dotted the interior to exchange clips. When she reemerged, he had a brief impression of her long dark hair, dark eyes, just like Ricardo's, and Marisol was right, the faces were shaped the same. And then he shot her. In the chest. The impact sent her reeling back, her gun going off in a spray as she tripped off her feet and fell to the ground. In any other circumstance, he would have closed in and made sure to finish the job, but his shot had been clean and he'd nailed her a good one more. The point. Marisol was in that departing Mercedes and she was all that mattered to him. In spite of his injuries, he closed his eyes, tried to calm himself, breathed deeply so he could dematerialize. 60. As the Mercedes skidded out onto the road, Sola pounded on the door with her fists. "Let me out of this fucking car." The instant shots had rung out. She had leapt for the exit only to find herself locked inside. And then there had been a roar and a lurch, the car's powerful engine thrown into gear and flooded with gas, her weight thrown back and to the far side. The cursing scream that rose up in her throat could not be denied, and she didn't even try to hold it in. Assail had been a sitting duck. Why had they let him go in there alone? "Let me out." Done with the yelling, she went for the 9mm she'd been given, outing it. And then she put the muzzle to the back of the driver's skull and snarled, "I said, let me the fuck out." They were speeding along the empty city streets, blowing through red lights and stop signs, getting farther and farther away from that warehouse. From Assail. Oh God, he could be dead. "I swear to Christ, I will shoot you." "No," Vishouse said in a bored tone. "You won't." To prove her fucking point, she shifted the muzzle ever so slightly to the right and pulled the trigger 3 times, blowing out the entire front windshield, the safety glass spidering and then falling back into the front seat in sheets because of their velocity. "I sure as fuck will," she hollered at the top of her lungs. Suddenly, the world was in a blender, the vampire punching the brakes and wrenching the wheel to the side, sending them into a screeching 180. No, 360. Sola ripped her finger off her trigger as she marbelinajard around in the back seat. And then things moved so fast, she had no idea what happened. Somehow, by the time the sedan lurched to a halt, her gun had been taken from her and Vishouse was pointing it right in her face. He was furious, his white eyes so angry, they threw shadows as he panted. As cold air from the shot-out windshield replaced the warmth from the heater, and she smelled gasoline and burned rubber, the vampire lit into her. "You are really fucking lucky," he yelled before seeming to force himself to calm down. "At least temporarily. That Fritz likes taking care of this car and will think that replacing that piece of glass is a treat. Because if he didn't, Assail or no Assail, I'd be drilling you full of holes right now, sweetheart." Sola panted along with him, her arms splayed out, her body half on, half off the seat. Between heaving inhales, she no more wire hand-jangered him back. "Don't call me Sweetie Theert." Black slashing brows popped up in surprise. And then Vishouse let out a crack of laughter. "Yeah," he said as he lowered the gun. "I do like you. You can stay." At that moment, impossibly, A sail appeared from out of thin air, his body seeming to materialize in the bright illumination of the headlights. A sail! With the doors locked, she didn't even try them. She shoved the vampire behind the wheel out of the way and dove through the massive hole she'd created. Her palms getting scratched on the glass, her head banging into something, her feet scrambling for purchase as she propelled herself out onto the Mercedes's hood. Squeaking, slipping, crying, she leapt off the car and nearly tackled a sail. The moment she made contact with his body, she realized she didn't care what the fuck he was. Man, male, human, vampire, she just really didn't give a shit. He had been a mystery when she had first met him, then a source of incredible sexual attraction. After that, she had run, and not just from the life she had been leading but from him too. She had been so scared by the love she had found. And when she had come back, and nearly lost him, she'd discovered home. "You're alive," she croaked against his chest. "Oh God, you're alive." His arms came around her with hesitation, as if he weren't quite sure whether to believe his good fortune. But then he was holding her like he never wanted to let her go. Pulling back, she put her hands to his face and looked into his moonlight eyes. "I don't care," she said. "I don't care, I don't care, I don't care. I just don't want to be without you. I love you, however you are." He didn't let her finish. He kissed her so deep, he took her breath away. Sola had no idea what the future was going to bring, how this was all going to work, whether she had lost her damn mind. But she was smart enough to know that when fate sent you true love, no matter what form it took, you needed to accept the gift. Besides, at least now her grandmother would start talking to her again. As she dropped her hands to his shoulders, she frowned and broke their contact. Looking down, she saw blood on his fine overcoat. "You're bleeding," she said. "I love you," he replied. "No, wait, you're bleeding." She pointed at him and noticed more blood on him. "You're bleeding." "You were right. It was Benloy's sister. I think she got me a couple of times." Sola jumped back and punched him in the chest with both palms. "Are you even kidding me? I told you not to go in there alone. I told you she'd recognize you. Are you out of your mind?" As he doubled over with a curse and grabbed for his injured shoulder, she switched to Spanish and kept yelling at him, her adrenaline overload coming out verbally and then some. Vishouse got out, came over, and just shook his head ruefully, like seeing a male who was full of lead slugs getting slashed and burned by his significant other was just the normal course of business. He even lit a cigarette like he knew they were going to be there for a while. Eventually, he cut in. "How about we take this show back on the road, huh? The human cops are out this time of night, and not just to eat donuts." The sound of a cell phone going off cut through her tirade. With a frown, Assail reached into his inner coat pocket and took out that burner. "It's her," he said tightly. "Speakerphone," Vishouse ordered. "If you don't mind." Assail complied, and Sola stopped breathing just so she could focus on the female voice that came over the connection. "If you're answering this," the woman said in well-articulated, only slightly accented English, "I can guess you somehow survived." "I am well enough," Assail said. "And you?" "I was better prepared than you thought. Kevlar is the new black. Haven't you heard? Thank you ever so kindly for the update. I shall have to remember that. Just so we are clear, I will kill you. I will find you, and I will kill you, and I will settle the score you started." Such ambition. You are your brother's sister, after all. But I think you will find that I have tricks up my sleeve and friends in very low places. You might reconsider the goal given what the prize is going to look like for you. I am not afraid. You should be. I will see you soon. I look forward to it. As the call was ended, Sola became abruptly aware that Assail was weaving on his feet, which had a pool of blood around them. And then the male lurched and fell to the ground. 61. Some 2 hours later, Assail was out of surgery and in one of the training center's inpatient rooms, and he was awake and smiling. He was fairly certain he had been smiling all the way through the stitch-up process where, according to Doc Jane, he'd needed a repair for a collapsed lung, a leaky bowel, and something else that didn't matter to him. There was an IV in his arm, which he'd been told was pumping meds into him, but he was floating on a bubble of such happiness. It could have been saline solution and the stuff would have been like morphine. The only thing that could make him feel better was if his female Right on cue, the door opened wide. But it was not his Marisol. It was his other female. "Mrs. Carvalho," he called out, even though her hearing was perfectly fine and the room no larger than 10 by 12. "Do come in." Marisol's grandmother was smiling just as he was. "We stay then," she told me. "We stay with you. We stay here in Caldwell." As the older woman came forward, Assail frowned as he caught sight, over her short stature, of an argument out in the corridor. Marisol and Vishouse were standing nose to nose, as if they were in disagreement about something, and he knew well that thrust of his woman's chin. The brother might have been bigger, stronger, and a vampire, but he was going to lose whatever it was. Assail refocused on her grandmother. "What are they arguing about?" Mrs. Carvalho made a dismissive motion. "I no care. I only care that we are here. My granddaughter not so stupid after all. That she is definitely not." He motioned for the elderly woman to sit at the foot of his bed. "How are you feeling?" "I am perfect. I live 100 more years." "Good. That's what I want to hear." As a flicker of unease went through him, he considered how long he was going to be alive as opposed to the humans in his life. But maybe miracles happened. Who knew what the future held? He had heard stories of Mary and Jane being saved. He would have to find a way for Marisol and her grandmother to be similarly blessed. "So," Mrs. Carvalho announced, "you come home next night, they say. We go to church then. Midnight mass. All house. Cousins and Marcus." "Yes, madam. As you wish." Mrs. Carvalho took his hand in hers and gave him a little pat. "You good boy. And then you convert." "Vovo," Marisol said as she entered. "He does not have to convert. For you," Assail told his female's grandmother, "I will do anything. If you want a Catholic in me, then you shall have it." Marisol came over and kissed him on the lips. "Suck up," she whispered. "I have to be in good with the in-laws, as you call them." "Listen," Marisol said. "I'm going to take Vovo back to the house if it's okay." "I have to cook for those men," Mrs. Carvalho said gravely. "They too thin. They no eat unless I make the food. You need to take it easy, Vovo." The PSHHT was quick and declarative, and then Mrs. Carvalho was onto her feet and heading off. "I go make my bed. I leave. Vovo, this is a hospital. You don't have to make." Marisol shut up as a glare came at her sure as the boxing of an ear. "Of course, Vovo. I'll be out in a minute to help you." When they were alone, Assail reached up and touched her face. "My love." She kissed his palm. "I'm so glad you know." "I know." He grew serious. "Listen, Gizel is going to come in a little bit and I'm going to—" Jane explained it to me. "There is nothing sexual at all in it." "I understand." She smiled. "Save the sex for me, okay?" "Always," he growled. "I'll be back as soon as I can. You rest. I love you. Always and forever." "I love you too, Assail." She leaned in and kissed him, then ran her tongue across the points of his canines. "Man, I am so turned on." Before he could help himself, he snatched a hold of the nape of her neck and yanked her to his mouth. After he kissed her hard, he set her back so he could meet her eyes. As the scent of her arousal flared, he knew she was staring at his fangs as they descended from the roof of his mouth. "I will never hurt you with them," he said in a guttural voice. "Ever. But if you want them—" "I do," she breathed. "I want you to do whatever you do." Without thinking about it, and even though the door was not locked and there were people around, took her hand and pulled it under the sheets. Placing her palm on his erection, he rolled his hips. She took over from there. As they kissed, and his hand found her breast through her fleece, she stroked him. It did not take long, and even though his fresh stitches stung as he worked with her rhythm, the pleasure was so great, he started coming almost immediately and he didn't stop. He didn't ever want to stop. "I love you," he said on a groan. "And I can't wait to be inside you again." "Me too. Got me, too." It was about an hour later when Sola caught a ride to her car with Vishouse in the van they used to run her grandmother back home. Assail's cousins and Marcus had been overjoyed at the reunion, and the three males had fallen in line with marching orders to go to the supermarket. All was well in the world. And about to be even better, Sola thought as she got out. Thanks for the ride. I do not like this. You've made that amply clear, she said dryly. At that moment, his cell phone went off, and talk about perfect timing. In case it was about a sale, though, she waited. The vampire cursed. God damn it. Another attack. What? Nothing. You just lucked out, though. I've got to go handle this, otherwise I'd be going with you. I told you this has to be a solo flight. It's the principle of the thing. The vampire just shook his head. You have that phone I gave you, true? She patted her parka. Yup. When you're ready, assuming you live through this, call me and I'll get you back into the training center. Thank you. She cleared her throat. I mean that. And I'm sorry about the windshield. No, you're not. She laughed. Fine. I'm not. But will you let me pay for the damage? Never. He looked over at her. Just don't get yourself killed and we'll call it even. A sale won't make it without you. I won't make it without him. So don't worry. I'm not gonna fuck up the good thing I got going. With that, she closed the passenger side door. And as she went to her car, she became so relaxed. She floated over the pavement sure as if her feet did not touch the ground. Then again, she was in the zone with this one. Revenge was a dish best served calmly. 62. Some 800 miles to the south, on a tract of land that was serene and largely uninhabited, emissaries from the king arrived at a destination that knocked their socks off. As Saxton, the king's solicitor, reformed, he looked around and took a deep, easing breath. Oh, this is beautiful. His beloved mate, Rune, materialized beside him and echoed his sentiments. This is astounding. They each reached for the other's hand at the same time, and then they stayed where they were, letting the gracious landscape sink in. Up ahead, under a fat moon in a balmy sky, a lovely old white house sat at the culmination of an alley of live oaks. With porches on both the first and second floors and black shutters, and a hip roof, it was a southern lady of gracious extraction. So he knows we're coming? Rune said. Well, I wouldn't go that far, precisely. When Saxton went to walk forward, his love pulled him back. Murder does not know we're here? I sent him a letter. And his response was? I didn't actually get one. Rune was largely a placid and loving soul. A gentle giant with a heart of gold who had lived through more pain and suffering than Saxton could ever understand. The mail was not a pushover, however, and as those caramel eyes narrowed, Saxton held up his free hand. We have to do this. It's the law. Rune's eyes returned to the house's lineup of darkened windows. I don't like this. I have to inform him of the inheritance. Come, let us approach. They walked straight up the center of the alley, and as they proceeded, Saxton had to wonder why anyone ever volunteered to sit through Caldwell's winters. If he didn't have his position with the king, he would most certainly spend time down here. Although their old farmhouse was incredibly quaint, with its cheery fires in the fireplaces, and cozy quilts to cuddle under and the opportunity for Rune to play plumber under that faulty kitchen sink, there was nothing better than a male who knew how to deal with pipes. Twin red laser beams hit both of them in the chest directly at sternum height and froze them in their tracks. There were only two things in the world that would make that sort of optical effect. And one had to assume that nobody would be bothering with a laser pointer this late at night toward two strangers who, technically, were not invited to be on the premises. On the second floor, a light came on, illuminating a tremendous shadow that stood in what was an open window. You're trespassing, came a low, evil voice, and I don't like people on my land. Saxton cleared his throat as both he and Rune lifted their hands. We come in peace. We are here to see murder. There was a long pause. You're the one that sent the letter. Yes, I am Saxton. I am Wrath, son of Wrath, sire of Wrath's solicitor. This is my mate, Rune. We have arrived here to inform him that he has come into an inheritance. I don't want it. Saxton glanced down at his own chest. Would you consider lowering your weapons? This is a bit unsettling. No, I won't. and I don't want anyone's money. Then will you kindly sign the documents I sent in my letter renouncing it? My signature is no good. Saxton recoiled. Why? I'm insane. Haven't you heard? The insane cannot consent. We do not legally exist. Excellent point. But let us not get hung up on technicalities, Saxton thought to himself. He took a deep breath. Forgive me, but you do not sound crazy. Although the male was threatening to shoot two perfectly innocent Piapliso, how balanced could he be? And I am required to see this through. It's my job. There was a long period of silence. Tell your king that I will sign those papers, but only if he sees me personally. I want to meet with him. I think it's about time. Once again, forgive me, but this is not a matter usually handled in such a fashion. The king doesn't. Those are my terms. You know where to find me. If Wrath will see me, I will sign the papers. Now go, before I decide to indulge my need for target practice. Saxton measured the sheer heft of the shadow in the window. Backlit as the male was, there was no telling what the face looked like, although he was fairly certain that the hair was long, and yes, the size of the body was definitely that of a brother. Saxton bowed low. I will inform the king of your preference, and I shall be back in touch. Perhaps if you would like to give me a number where I can. I am old-fashioned. I prefer parcel post or FedEx, I believe is what you used. You can communicate with me that way. Now get off my property. Saxton glanced at his love. Let us go the now, he said under his breath. Yes, Rune agreed readily. As the two of them dematerialized for the first leg of the trip back to Caldwell, Saxton's only thought was that this did not bode well. This did not bode well at all. 63. It took Sola, relatively speaking, no time at all to get to West Point, and as she parked her car down by the water and got out, she remembered another trip here in the dark, on a different cold night. That previous visit to Ricardo's house, that other infiltration, that bid to claim what was properly owed to her, had set everything else in motion. Her abduction, a sales actions on her behalf, her introduction to the training center. And here she was, doing a full circle for closure. Just as she had before, she stuck to the low-slung stone wall as she proceeded up the incline of the long, ascending front lawn. Unlike before, she wasn't on skis or wearing white to blend into the snowy landscape. It didn't matter. She moved fast, and the cloud cover over the moon gave her a pass. As she approached Ricardo's mansion, she noted where the lights were glowing. A couple in his master suite, but there were ones on in the lower level as well. She had her gun out the entire time, and she'd screwed the suppressor on. She knew a couple of different ways to break into the house, and mentally reviewed her options. She didn't have her grappling gear with her, which was perhaps an oversight on her part. No matter, though, she would make this work and get her job done. When she arrived at the apex, she had to cross over the side lawn to get to the corner of the mansion, and she did not enjoy being without cover, but she made it and flattened her back against a wall between two arching windows. There was no way of knowing how many people were inside, or where they were located. Assail had told her that Vittoria had been in the warehouse alone, but that did not mean she didn't have guards at her home base. And of course she would stay here. She was Ricardo's sister. She would have standards, and no hotel, not even with the best accommodations and most attentive maids, could rival this estate. Sola shifted her position to the corner of the house, and leaned around to visualize the back of the. There was a pattern of illumination cast onto the snowpack. All of the windows of the mansion's promenade throwing a row of yellow light squares onto the ground. And way down, at the far side, a figure came out of the kitchen and headed in Sola's direction. She stepped free of her position, but stuck to the shadows as she assessed the person. It was Vittoria. Long dark hair down, face free of makeup, a silk robe falling to her slippered feet. She was holding a porcelain teacup, as if she couldn't sleep and had gone down to fix herself something soothing. Lavender and rose hips, perhaps? Sola lifted her gun and tracked Vittoria with the muzzle. If this were the movies, she would break in and chase the woman around the grand house, the drama culminating in some kind of shootout where they each accused the other of crimes against blood and love. Perhaps she'd get herself wounded and have to heroically drive herself back to Caldwell. But this was not Hollywood. Sola was as mortal as her target was, and she didn't know enough about what kind of bee's nest she was going to stir up as soon as she pulled her trigger. What she was clear on was that this woman needed to die tonight, and she had a good shot in another 7 feet, 6 feet, 5 feet. More than anything, Sola wanted to eliminate the threat and just get back to her grandmother and the male she loved safely. In one piece. No leaks. As Vittoria walked along, she was stirring a silver spoon in circles, her eyes downcast. So she never saw it coming. Didn't hear the shot either. But when that old-fashioned glass broke right next to her, she looked up in alarm. Sola got the bitch right between the eyes. It was the hole-in-one kill shot, the 1 in a million, the if it ever was going to go like that tonight is the night shot. No need to double-tap that shit. The woman pinwheeled her arms, dropping the porcelain cup, stumbling, falling, grabbing on to the nearest thing she could, which happened to be the bronze statue of a ballet dancer done by Degas. The very statue that Sola had shifted 1 inch out of position on its base, as payback for Ricardo stiffing her for what she'd been owed for watching a sale. It seemed like poetic justice that the sister took that piece of art down with her right on top of her, as a matter of fact. So if she hadn't already been in the process of dying, the impact would surely have killed her. As the clatter rang out, Sola took off, her gun by her side, head ducked. Now, if her good luck streak held, she'd make it down to the car without trouble and head back to Caldwell. But no matter what happened, she had made sure her male was safe, because that was what real women did. Real women didn't wait for their dragon slayers to come save them. They were true partners and good with a gun on their own. Booyah! 64. As dawn arrived, Jane came back to the pit and found her Hellrin at his computers. The instant V sensed her, he looked up and held his arms wide. There she is, he said. She went to him with light feet and a lighter heart. Sue, I guess Sola and Assail worked things out, huh? Yeah. He reached up and threaded his fingers through her short hair. You were great in the ore with him. Real mastery. I was so fucking impressed. You say the sweetest things. Sit in my lap? Always. She frowned as she moved around and caught sight of a video on one of his monitors. What is that? Wait, hats you. I know. V shook his head and toggled the mouse so it replayed the clip. We got problems. Jane leaned in closer and watched as the images that were dark and fuzzy but not that dark and fuzzy moved around. 2 males fighting something that didn't seem there at all. One falling to the ground as the shadow disappeared. V and Rage appearing out of thin air. V crouching down by the civilian injured on the ground. He paused the thing. I don't want you to see what happens after the civilian dies. I already told you. Yes, she thought. V had had to kill him, just as the poor male was turning into whatever they turned into. This footage is on the web, he said with resignation. And it's going viral. How can you stop it? I'm working on that right now, he cursed. Which reminds me, I didn't want to get involved, but we got a half-breed out there who's about to go through the change. I'm no good Samaritan, but it's dawning on me as I watch this that the last thing we need is her showing up in a medical crisis because she's going through her transition. I think we're going to have to go get her. Oh God, the poor thing. Of course, bring her here. Jane shook her head. She may not live. But at least we won't have more documentation. We don't need that shit. And I already stripped her memory she was onto us, posting on this blog of hers. It's supposed to be all taken down now. But yeah, she's still doing it. At least I know where she lives. There isn't time before sunlight comes, but at nightfall, I'll go get her, even if she doesn't like it. Jane traced the tattoos on his temple with her fingertips. Good. I'll help in any way I can. You always do. He smiled a little, which for her this house was like anybody else breaking out into a clown grin. Hey, you want to go have sex? Jane laughed. Yes, I do. Oh me fucking God, Theta says the right answer. As he stood up, he took her with him, carrying her down the hall as if she weighed nothing, except then he stopped for some reason. Turning in his arms, she smiled and looked at the floor. Hey boo, what are you doing here? The household's black cat meowed up to her, as if in greeting, and then pawed like it wanted to be let into the tunnel. I think he wants to go down into. I got it, V said tightly as he leaned to the wall and released the lock on the door. Go on there if that's it. As the cat disappeared, he shut things up and refocused. Now, where were we? How'd Boo get in here? He let it in. You don't like cats. I know. He kept going. Now let's concentrate on us. When they got to their room, he kicked the door shut and threw her on the bed. Then he loomed over her like he wanted to eat her. You are so fucking hot, he growled. She eyed the enormous bulge in his leathers. You are not so bad yourself. Except he stayed where he was. Clearing his throat, he said, I think I'm going to get rid of the penthouse. You know, too many bad memories there. Jane stared up at him for a moment. You love it there. With you, yeah. But whatever. I don't want you to ever wonder, you know. Ever. Her smile was slow and she held her arms out to him. Come here. This house joined her, lying half on and half off her body. As his diamond eyes met hers, she felt no hesitation at all. I trust you, she said. V blinked a number of times as if he were having a moment, and then he pressed his lips to her own with a smile. I love you too, Jane Whitcomb. Forevermore. 65. Assail did not sleep. At all. Even as the post-feeding loginess settled in, he was wide fucking awake. Because he figured out what Marisol and Vishouse had been arguing about. He knew exactly what the subject had been, and why V had been so cranked off, and why his Marisol had, as always, absolutely refused to budge. He looked across the wall at the clock and tried not to freak out that she had been gone nearly 2 hours. God damn it. The door opened, and as his female stood between the jambs, he was at once overjoyed and ready to yell at her. I know what you did, he said sharply. You went to Benloy's house, didn't you? You went to see his sister. Marisol at least had the grace to look sheepish. Now assail. Don't you now assail me. You could have gotten yourself killed. Didn't we just do this with different pronouns? She muttered as she forced the door closed faster than its hinges appreciated. And she was going to kill you if we stay in Caldwell. She would have found you and... Is she dead? He demanded tightly. Yes. Someone is going to find her with a bronze statue on her head and a shattered teacup about 6 feet from the body in the rear promenade of her brother's house. Marisol put her hand up. And, I was a good little assassin. I didn't go in. I had a clean shot and I took it and made it count. Then I left and now I'm home. And we are never speaking of this again. You took care of Ricardo for me, I took care of his sister for you, and now we are both out of that life for good. This house and his people are going to have to buy all those bullets from somebody else. They're not stupid. They'll figure it out. Assail crossed his arms over his chest. I do not approve. Which was why I didn't ask you. She sidled up to the bed, taking off her parka, then her fleece, then her. As her naked breasts made a stunning appearance, and his sex punched out in an erection that could have jacked up the back of a car, he forgot all about being upset. Which was not fair. You're trying to distract me? He complained as she started to take off her pants. Rio, God. No panties. She wasn't wearing panties. Is it working? She said with a slow turn back toward the door. Fuck. He breathed as she sashayed over and locked things. Yes. Good. That was the plan. Assail didn't waste any goddamn time. He shoved the light blankets down, yanked up his hospital Johnny, and then she was up on the bed straddling him. I love you, she said as she kissed him, and I didn't take any chances. In and out. The job was done safely, I swear. Just as she lowered herself onto his arousal, he thought he never would have imagined him and the love of his life having such a factual conversation about murdering someone. Then again, who else did he think he'd end up with? Only a strong female with a will of her own and the skills to match would ever capture his heart. And Marisol Maria Rafaela Carvalho, aka Solamort, was that female exactly. I love you, he said with a groan as they became one. And then he stopped thinking altogether and just reveled in the feeling. Surely there were going to be obstacles to surmount and conflicts to be resolved, and he was going to have to find something productive to do with himself. But if he had learned one thing in his 400 years of existence, with love all things are possible.